There's no flat earthers here. It's so sad. You all think the earth is round now. That's good. I'm glad you guys grew up. Hello, team. You're gonna sit there in silence instead of debating me? Yeah, it's very sad to see. Very sad indeed.
Yeah, give me like 15 minutes. I'll be right with you.
Where are all of the other flat earthers? Where's Crit? Critspiracy, where you at, you fucking retard? Where are you?
Oh, yeah, that dude left.
Guys? What's up, guys? It's me, name of the right. I'm a flat earther now. I'm a flat earther. I think you guys are just doing a bit to get everyone else to the truth. And I actually appreciate you for doing that. I was one of the people who was not awake. I was asleep. You're talking about.
Where's Crit?
Oh, where's Crit? Crit, get out of here. I'm gonna summon him.
Guys, why is the Earth as flat as your brain?
Oh my god. They've all got a flat Earth tag next to their name. At least they're self-identifying for everyone now.
Flat
Safely.
brainers.
Flat fucking brain.
It's the tag to put on yourself if you're medically retarded. All right, cheers, guys.
Oh
Thanks
no,
for chat.
Dr. Jordan B. Peterson is retarded.
We knew that though.
Both of them.
I'm gonna move down.
Yeah, let's see what's going on the others. These guys don't want to debate because they know they'll lose. Alright, who's here to debate? Anyone? No debaters? Okay, the Earth is round and I win. Easy. Too easy. Sometimes it's just too easy. The Earth is round? The Earth is round? Hello? Anyone? No debaters? No takers? No intellectuals?
I don't know if I'm an intellectual, but I know the Earth isn't round. But you want to debate reality? Go ahead.
You think the Earth is not round?
I'm 100% sure that the Earth is not round or spherical or
And how
oblate
do you know?
spheroid.
Can you show me your workings out and your measurements and your calculations of the flat Earth model?
My working lab, is that what you said?
Well, how do you
It's
know that the Earth
outside.
is flat?
Go outside and check for yourself. That's all you got to do,
Okay.
man.
I'm going to keep this civil because I know that you are being civil as well. If I go outside and I go look across the horizon, I can't see the whole Earth. Would you agree? You can only
Did I
see
say
what's in
you could
front of
see
you,
the whole
correct?
Earth? Go ahead.
Yeah, but do
I
do
never
you
said you
agree
could
that?
see the whole Earth.
Okay, so you can only see a little bit of it. So if I go outside and I look, how can I see the whole thing?
Do you live near a body of water?
Yep,
How big is this body of water you live near?
it's the Pacific Ocean.
Pacific
It's the
Ocean, that's
largest body
pretty
of
big,
water on
right?
the planet, funnily enough.
On the planet, okay. How about you go out to the Pacific Ocean and is
And
there
do
an
what?
island like 10 miles away off the coast or anything like that?
Well, I am on an island,
Oil
so.
platform or
But if I go, how is this going to solve my problem? If I go outside and I go look at this body of water, how does that prove that the Earth
I'm
is
getting
flat?
ready to tell you if you'll answer my
Okay,
question.
no,
If you have
go
an
for it, please,
island,
please, please.
well, if you have an island like 10 miles off the coast, if you go out with a pair of binoculars or even your bare eyes on a good day, and you see that island, you see the beach like 10 miles away, the Earth should be curving 66 feet below your feet. You shouldn't be able to see that beach. Go ahead.
That's not how the laws of optics work, so I'll let you off on that one, but carry on. Try again.
Well, we've got thousands of examples of things like that, and the globe Earth side has zero, as far as I know.
Yeah,
There's no
we
verifiable
just have
drop over.
satellites and data and imagery and all of the other things that prove it's round.
You immediately went to the sky with
I have
satellites.
a question. I have a question. Do you know who
Go ahead.
Aristophanes is?
Oh, yes, I've heard of him. He's very famous, great guy. 2,000 years ago,
Yeah.
he measured
So
sun angles and thought he was on the globe.
how
Go
is
ahead.
it that Aristophanes can work out the shape of the Earth with nothing, with no calculator, with a bit of paper? And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Is that 8 of you? There's 7 of you in here that don't know, or 6 of you, not counting the YouTube bot. 6 of you that can't work that out, and you have calculators and AI.
Well, you're saying we can't work out what he did, allegedly?
Well, it's not
What he
allegedly.
did can be done on a flat surface also, and you get the same
No, it can't.
result if you go in
No,
with
it
different
can't.
assumptions.
No, it
Are you just going
can't.
to
If
talk
you knew
over
anything
me, or
about
do I get to
geometry, you
talk?
would
Yes, it
know that
is.
it cannot.
You dumbass.
No, yeah, I'm the
Do I
dumbass.
get to
Yeah,
talk, or are you
I'm the
just going to talk
dumbass.
over me?
I'm the
I thought you
dumbass
wanted
with
to
a
be
flat Earth
civil.
tag.
Hello? Can
Hello?
you shut up?
No.
Can you shut up, Drew? Okay.
Well, I'm trying to be civil, but we've got some donkey down here calling me an idiot.
Okay, let's
So I'm
be
not really
civil.
sure what's
Quit
going on.
talking over me. Can I talk now? Is it my
You may
turn?
speak as much as you want, brother.
Okay, here we go. Eratosthenes, if he existed, which we can't prove, but that's another point.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there already.
What
Because
he did,
if
you're
you're
gonna
gonna
start
sit there and be
talking
like,
as soon as
we
I
can't
start
prove he
talking.
existed, it's already over. Because then now you're just making claims that don't even matter. Can
We
you
only
prove
have
that?
You won't let me
second-hand
finish my
accounts of his
speech.
Can
life,
you prove that
okay?
your
So
great
just
great
shut up
great
about
granddad
that.
existed?
Listen to Dave.
Is this guy a known troll? Somebody muting.
I'm
Hello.
not trolling. I promise you, I'm not fucking trolling.
We
Well,
will
are you
mute
going to
you if you
listen to what
keep
I'm going to say or
interrupting.
not?
If the claim doesn't start
What
with we can't
Eratosthenes?
prove that
Shut up.
he existed.
What? Okay, let's say he did exist. What he did allegedly can be done on a flat surface, and you can prove that to yourself on your kitchen table if you wanted to.
Can
Now,
you
that's all I
explain to
wanted
me
to
how it
say.
can be
Go
done?
ahead.
Can you explain to me how it can be done on a flat surface, Dave?
Yeah, the
You want
explanation
to
is
jump in
in the
here,
chat.
Plain and truth. Respectfully, I didn't ask you. I asked the
The
Dave guy.
explanation is in the chat. You will look at that video from Neil deGrasse Tyson debunking your dumb Eratosthenes experiment. And then we can talk about it some more.
Yeah, because Neil deGrasse Tyson is a really good source of truth.
Yeah, he's the prophet for your stupid model.
He's
Watch
definitely
his
fucking
video.
not. As far as scientists go, fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson is a retard.
You will watch the video and then we can talk about it.
But I am not going to watch the video, and I've asked Dave specifically
Then you can
to
leave.
explain. Excuse me, I am talking to Dave right now. I was talking
Yeah,
to
you
Dave.
can go find another Discord
Dave,
to
can you
troll,
please
man, if you're
explain
just
to
going to
me
troll.
how that checks out?
You're the worst
You're not
Glover we
here for,
had today. You're so baby Glover,
you're not
it's
here for
almost
truth, man.
embarrassing.
You just want to talk.
Fair questions. Dave, can you explain to me why, how it is that maths can work on a flat plane and a 3D spherical plane?
No, I don't want to take the time to do that. You can watch the video that Plain and Truth provided you if you are
there's
actually
two things.
interested in it. Are you
Either
going to
you
let
don't
me
have
say a
the time,
sentence?
or you don't know.
Go ahead, Plain.
Neil deGrasse Tyson explains the math in that video in less than a minute. You can go watch that.
Okay, well, if it's just a minute long, then I'm sure that Plain and Truth can explain to me the mathematics perfectly correct. Bear with me 1 second, gentlemen. My father is calling me.
I gave you the video. You can watch it yourself. Educate yourself.
You want to start taking this subject seriously, maybe you start talking
1
again.
moment,
But right
sirs.
now,
I'm
you're
on
just
the phone.
trolling. You're just trolling, sir. You're not here for any good reason, are you? We're here to speak truth. We're trying to share truth with people. Think for yourself. Don't believe the bullshit. You're here to just troll. Why are you doing that?
Because he's an NPC and like his body was taken over by Agent Smith.
Could be a good theory there, Indio. You may be onto something.
He thinks he's working autonomously, like these are his ideas that were literally given to him. And he was like, "Thank you. Please, sir, may I have another?" And he just like eats it all up.
The last thing he actually addressed, I'm not sure how long you've been here, but he thinks the Eratosthenes guy from 2,000 years ago proved it's a globe. And we were trying to explain to him how that can be done on a flat surface, blah, blah, blah. And here we are. He's just trolling. Anyway, how things in Boston, Indio? Good to hear you.
Sunny but cold. I think it's like 27 degrees right now. It's been freezing here for
Oh, I got
all
the
week,
heat down here in
pretty
Kentucky.
much.
We're in the 50s right now, and it's still early in the morning, so it's a pretty good day for January.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Man, I'd be in
Just
shorts
depends
if it
on how
was
that globe
57.
depends on how the globe spins, what kind of weather you get, right? That's what they say.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, without a spinning Earth, there'd be no wind. I've heard that. Without a globe Earth, there'd be no differences in temperature anywhere. It would just be a 70-degree flat Earth where you can see everything from everywhere at the same time. It's so silly. It's so like I think it's like interesting, like the flat Earth they make up in their head. On a flat Earth, yada yada yada. Okay, well, like how are you making that prediction of what it would be on a flat Earth? Everyone knows that. Like, just say something stupid, just like.
And it's got usually has something to do with the globe story that they still believe that haven't verified.
Oh yeah,
The stars are
it's just
doing this,
space
this,
test.
and that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. They're totally that's well, you'd be able to see the stars from everywhere because they're so far away. How do you know they're so far away? Everybody knows that. What are you, stupid? Did you go to school? That's their
People in
proof that stars
1800
are.
with telescopes figured that shit out, right?
Oh yeah. Then you ask how they figured it out. Well, they're scientists. They figured it out.
All I knew was a telescope. I like that one meme with Galileo looking at the sky. Look, the Earth is a ball. Anyway,
Yeah,
we
you
got
gotta
any
love that
fresh
one.
meat on here? I mean, new blood. Anybody besides Drew is just here trolling? You want one more chance, Drew? Are you muted?
Well, I mean, you have like, satellite goofball, Josh Inksock, saying, I don't think you can tell the Earth. I don't think you can tell the Earth is a ball from the surface of the Earth. Well, how did they do it in the first place? Where were
Exactly.
they when they did it in the first place? Did they
And that's
trebuchet
such a
themselves
cop
up into
out.
orbit?
Yeah, that's such a cop out. Just you're throwing everything into question, saying, "Oh, we just can't measure it down here. We can't do it." Whatever. The body of water laying in front of our eyes, we can measure the damn thing. We can see it's not dropping. You saw that boat sail 30 miles away from you, then you got bored.
And then,
You're
like,
like,
all the things that they claim they know the globe is, how the globe, right? Oh, we look at the stars. We look at the planets. Okay, well, when we look at the Earth, oh, you can't look at that. Why are you looking at the Earth?
look at everything but what's in question. Exactly. They're
Or get
talking
farther
about the
away from
surface
it?
of the earth. They're talking about the sky. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, or get farther away from it, right? Oh, we need to know what the Earth is. We're gonna go far away from it so we can tell. That's some silly
Yeah,
ass shit.
just go into space, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, yeah,
Just go to
just go to
space.
space. That's why I asked them. I'm like, how do you know, A, that you can even do that, and and B, that if you did do that, that you would see a ball Earth? I trust the scientists. That's all you get. It always goes to that. I trust the scientists. Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie about that? Come on, man. The very foundation of your existence. Why would they lie about that? No reason.
I mean, it's even more basic than that. It's just a modern day fish story. Oh, I went
Exactly.
fishing and I caught a fish this big. Oh yeah? Well, I caught a fish this big.
And this fish story started a long time ago, and it kept getting embellished and more bullshit piled on top. And here we are, just trying to point out the basic foundation of it. It's not a ball. It's not moving. Come on, people.
I went up high and the earth looked flat. Oh yeah? Well, I went up high and it looked like a ball.
That one guy, Felix Baumgartner or whatever, he went up and through one window it looked like a ball, and through the other window it looked flat. So what are you gonna do with
he
that?
must he must have been real confused.
He's like, which window do I look out of? Oh, it is flat. Oh no.
Well, the guy that says you went up and it looked like a ball, you're like, oh man, why can't I do that? Oh, you don't know the secret handshake. Fuck, you gotta know the secret handshake, man. Then you can do it. You're not in the right club. You don't have the right
Yeah,
stuff.
you gotta be in the club. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Yeah, certainly.
You and me, you're not in the big club.
It just, one of my aggravations is the things they say to us in another context, they would think are stupid. If we were talking about
Yeah.
the government or war or politics or something else, everything we say would ring true. You know, the principles from which we do are like analysis of what the truth is. They'd agree with them 100%. As soon as flat Earth comes up, all that's right out the window. All the things that they use to discern the truth, right out the window. Appeals to authority, okay. Affirming the consequent, okay. Straw man, okay. We'll just do all this stuff, right? We'll just use this treasure box of logical fallacies.
Yeah, use every logical fallacy in the book, right? Maybe some that correct their own on some of them.
I mean, you've heard it. People defend logical fallacies by using logical fallacies. It's almost mind-numbing.
Well, when you really can't prove anything, and you really can't know if you have hands and things like that, then it's kind of hard to know if you're on a ball, right?
Yeah, you're not far enough away. You know, like, no matter like what we say, they can always say, well, you're just not far enough away. Well, I went 1,000 miles
Yeah.
into here. You're not far enough away. 10,000 miles. You're not far enough away. You know, it's silly because they won't let us falsify it. Like you say, okay, 400 kilometers up. You shouldn't see curve from there. Look at the video. It shows curve. You have to be able to see curve from there because of the video. Well, the math says no, but it shows it in the video. Like, so they appeal to math in 1 second and then throw math under the bus. They appeal to empirical evidence and then throw empirical evidence under the bus for stories.
And the irony there is most or if not all of those videos show a curvature when you extrapolate that to the size of the earth. They're tiny earthers, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you point out, okay, how does it show curve if the horizon is equal distance from the camera? At every point in that little curved horizon you see in the images, they're all equal distance. How would they appear higher or lower in the camera? Because we know that things of different distances appear different, right? That's how something would appear higher or lower in the camera, because of perspective, right?
Yeah.
There you go, Indio. Drew's trying to speak up. What do you got to say now, Drew? Go ahead.
Probably nothing important.
Sorry about that, boys. Where were we?
Where were we?
Yeah.
You think you're on the ball and you're trolling. Go ahead.
I think I'm on a ball and I'm trolling. Well, I know I'm not on a flat disc.
No one thinks the Earth is a disc, so yeah, we know that too.
So if the Earth is, can I?
So we were just talking. Hold on a second. We were just talking about. Hold on 1 second. I just want to point something out. We were just talking about before you unmiked about straw men. You literally did the thing we were just complaining about right off the bat.
Okay.
Nobody
cool,
thinks the Earth is a disc. Nobody
Okay,
thinks the
that's
Earth is a disc, dude.
That was gonna be my second question. So this is a two-parter, and this is for everyone here. And if anyone spurgs out, I will just leave because I can't be bothered. I just want a simple answer from you.
Just leave now, then. You're not going to put conditionals on us. So shut up, dude.
I'd like to be civil with you, gentlemen.
Yeah, then don't try to put
Can you be
conditionals
civil?
on us.
Okay, cool. The first question.
When you mind your manners.
The first question is: do you think the Earth is flat?
I know it's flat.
Okay, cool. So my second question then, since you said that the Earth is flat, what shape is that flat Earth?
Unknown. And not everything has an idealized shape that has a word associated with it. For instance, what's the shape of... Well, hold on. So why you interrupting me? What's the shape of a rock?
Well, actually, I was talking first, so...
Yeah, what's the shape of a rock?
It can be any shape that you want to mold it into.
Any shape. Yeah, that's what the Earth is. It's any shape like you want it to be.
So to me then, To me, then,
No.
based on what you just said, it's a flat disc.
No, it's a
Hold on,
flat.
hold on. You just
No,
said
that's
you
definitely
just
not
said
what
that
you
I
said.
can
You
make
might
it
as
Hold on,
whatever
well
listen
shape
to
I
leave
want.
now.
You
Fuck
just said I
off.
can make it whatever shape I want,
Fuck
and I am
off.
making it a disc. Fuck you,
Why?
Jedi. You're
That's
a fake
not what
Jedi.
he said.
You are a Sith Lord. Sith Lord.
Go on, fuck off.
Oh my God,
Sith
you're a
Lord.
Star Wars character.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you're
Okay,
That's
so
not what
hold
he
on.
said, dude.
I'm gonna let.
okay.
Was it
Within your
India?
paradigm, hold
Was it
on,
India that asked
hold on, big mouth. Hold
Right.
on. I'm going to address what you said in more detail. I'm going to
Go for
address
it.
what you said in more detail. You gave the false dichotomy that Earth is a shape. Okay. We don't actually believe that the Earth has a shape. I just asked you, what's the shape of a rock, to point out that not everything has what's called an ideal shape. We don't think the Earth is an object within what's called an embedding space, meaning it's not embedded within a larger space. It is the embedding space itself. So there's nothing outside the Earth, just like in the modern cosmology, there's nothing outside the universe. And to ask, what shape is the universe, doesn't make sense, because there's no space in which it's embedded in. Okay? So the Earth is not
Okay.
embedded in something. Okay? So it doesn't have a shape, it's formless.
So the Earth is flat, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Is the Moon flat?
Who
Oh,
cares?
God.
Yes, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change what the Earth is.
It's part. It's in the same universe and it abides by the same laws of physics.
Am I
Okay, how
standing
do you
on
know
it?
that?
Am I standing on the moon?
I don't know. Are you?
No, I'm standing on the Earth, the thing that we
Okay,
make
cool.
a claim about. I can tell you about the Earth. I've got access to it. I don't have access
What
to
I'm
the
doing
moon.
is merely comparing two things.
True.
Like
How do
they're
you,
two
True.
people. Excuse me.
True.
Shut up. I was
True.
talking first.
True.
I was
No, you
talking
were
first.
talking through me.
I was talking first.
I was talking and you carried
I
on.
was talking first.
Just fuck off.
You are a
Jedi
Sith
don't
Lord.
like you.
No,
You
I
are a
don't.
Sith Lord.
Especially when you
No.
lie to my face when I'm talking and you start
lying?
rambling through me
Who the
saying
fuck
that
is
you were
lying?
talking. What an arsehole.
I was the one talking.
Fuck off, Drew.
I was having a lovely conversation with your friend
Fuck off,
India here,
Drew.
who seems actually like a lovely person, and now you're upsetting me, and you're upsetting
Jedi's
India.
a lovely person. He just doesn't like rude people.
Who's being
Really
rude? No one's
don't
being
like rude
rude.
people, dude. Drew, you need to calm down, son. You're pissing me off.
You are a Sith Lord.
Drew, ask a question
Dude, you got
and
like a
stop
bullshit
rambling
mouth.
afterwards.
So, Drew, why would you think the Earth and the Moon? Your claim about the physics being the same. First of all, that's horseshit. You don't know that. Second of all, why would you think they would be the same thing? What indication do you have that they're the same thing, or
Can I
like the
speak
same,
without?
as
Can I
in they would
speak
be in the
without
same
getting?
category?
Can I speak without getting Jedi running over me and
Yeah,
trying?
dude. Can you
Yeah,
answer the
okay, perfect.
question? What are the
Yeah, I
indications
can.
from
I'm
observation?
genuinely trying to be civil here.
Okay,
So this is
dude.
what I'm trying to
Let
work
me
out.
pose the listen. Let me
If
pose the
the Earth is
question very. Hold on. Let me pose the question very succinct, perfectly
I thought you
clear.
wanted me to pose the question. My bad.
No, I don't. No. I want to know why you would put the Earth in the category that the Moon's in, as if they're the same thing. What do you have from observation which would indicate that?
Because they both go around the sun.
You can't see that from the Earth. You don't see the Moon go around the sun. You don't see the Earth go around the sun.
So what
The Earth goes around the moon.
You see the sun move across the sky.
So
That's what you see.
the day. Hold on then.
Sorry,
So
this is bullshit.
a day is made when. Sorry, one moment. Someone's calling me again. Let me mute
I
that.
thought the moon went around the Earth and the Earth went around the sun.
Don't
How
do
can you
Jedi,
tell the
dude.
difference by
Talking to
standing
him.
on the Earth?
You're gonna get booted if you mute a mod, bro. It's a bad idea. You're gonna get booted. That's the rule in this chat. For muting a mod, don't mute him.
I'm not muting anyone.
Okay, I thought you said I'm
What?
muting him. Don't mute him.
No. Someone keeps calling my phone, so I'm muting my phone.
Okay, cool.
That's
Cool. I just wanted to warn you so you didn't do it.
Okay, I don't know why this guy's tagging me in the chat. I don't need.
Don't worry about the peanut gallery. Focus.
Yeah. So again, so the Earth is flat, and the Earth goes around the sun. Correct?
no.
No.
Not correct. Okay, so what what does the sun and the earth do then?
The Earth
The
is
Earth doesn't do
stationary under
anything.
the sun.
Okay, cool. It's stationary under the sun. So
Yeah.
what is a day? What is day and night then?
That's day is defined as when we can see the sun. Night is defined as when we can't see the sun. Like when it's dark
So
outside,
so you'll
I can't
agree.
see the sun. It's nighttime now.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So you'll agree with me when I say that either the sun or the earth must move in order
The sun
to
moves.
have day and night. The sun
Yes,
moves.
the sun moves. We see the sun move. That's what we see.
You see the sun. You see the sun move. Do you
Yeah,
think
that's what we
throughout
see.
it's just? Hold on.
throughout the
I'm not done.
day,
I'm not
we
done.
can
I'm not
track
done.
the sun's
Jedi,
progression from
Jedi,
horizon to horizon,
India, you
Drew.
need to hold this guy back because I'm trying to answer something.
No, he
here, and
doesn't. He doesn't need to do
keep
fuck all. You just need to be
Okay,
calm and listen.
I'm just gonna keep talking over the top of you, then, my bro. Anytime, I'm just gonna keep talking.
That's
You've
not
been
going to
talking
happen,
over
dude.
the whole time. You've been talking over. You haven't stopped talking.
You're not
Great,
in control here, Drew.
thank you for using your mod powers.
You're not in control here, Drew. You can have the conversation, but I will engage when I want to.
Okay,
you
first
can
of
engage
all,
when you want. I'm just
we
gonna
don't
keep
have a
asking questions.
model. We just gave you the bro. We don't have a model. We just gave you what's observed. That's not a model. We see the sun move.
That's fine. But would you consider that if you were stood on the sun, you would see the Earth move as well? Would you ever consider
What?
that?
How would I know that?
Well, it's the same as being in a train, right?
Theoretically, yeah. No, Jedi's got it. Yeah, 100%. Thank you. The whole train thing. Well,
Okay,
it is.
but listen, I wouldn't see the Earth move. I would see myself move over the surface of the Earth.
I don't think you would.
Okay, so if
It
I'm in a
would.
hot air balloon, I move, right? Say I'm in a jet, and someone sees the jet at one horizon east, and then flies overhead, and then goes past the horizon west. He would see the Earth move under the plane from his point of view.
Point of view, yeah, you're right. So it's not. It's a perspective on reality. It's not a physical thing that is correct all the time.
Sorry to interrupt. I'd like to know where you're going.
Look,
We're
all
talking
we
about
said
the
is we
sun at the
see the
moment.
sun move. We see the
Yeah.
sun move. That's objectively true.
Yeah. Well, not really, because consciousness and all of these other things—they're all perspective.
Oh my God! Here we go.
Straight into the
It's
fucking jar.
It's,
Did you dive in
it's
from
no
10
more
meters?
stupid. Hold on. It's no more stupid as you claiming the Earth is flat because you can see the sun move. I don't think.
No,
Earth is-
we don't claim the Earth is flat
no.
because the sun moves. We claim the Earth is flat because it measures that way.
It measures flat.
Yeah,
Yes.
water's horizontal on the surface. I mean, shock horror, right?
Can you show me that?
Yeah, get a
Go to
glass
the
of
ocean.
water.
Get a glass of water. Are you
Do you know
thirsty?
what?
Fill up your
Hold on.
bathtub.
Do you know what a meniscus is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a
Do you
meniscus on
understand?
the
Sorry,
ocean,
India.
dude? Yeah,
Do you know
bro.
what
But
a
hold
meniscus
on. Is there a meniscus on the ocean?
Yes, there's a meniscus on all bodies.
You're a
of water. That's
retard,
how a
dude. Just
meniscus
stop.
works.
There's no meniscus on the ocean. Okay.
Prove it.
Shit.
Show
Okay.
me.
First of all,
Prove it.
meniscuses are formed because the container is either hydrophilic or hydrophobic. And
That's
depending
not
on
true.
which one it
That's
is,
not true. That's
no,
not
meniscuses.
true.
Look, bro, this is easy. You
A
can just
meniscus
fucking
is caused
Google it.
by the surface
You can
tension
just
of
Google
that
this, dumb fuck.
fluid.
You can
Yeah, I
Google
can.
this.
I don't need
So
to.
meniscuses are caused, whether it's concave or convex, depending on the height, whether the surface of the container is hydrophobic or hydrophilic. It causes the electrostatic forces of the surface of the water to align. Okay, that is not the case with the ocean. A, because the ocean's in motion, and B, because it's fucking salt water, which dispels the electric charge because salt water conducts electricity. So
You
fucking
do
try
know that the
again.
meniscus isn't formed from electrostatic
Okay,
forces.
address
It's
what I said
formed
or
from
get fucking
surface
muted for the rest of
tension.
the time.
It's
Address what I
formed from
said or get
surface
muted.
tension. I am addressing it, and it is formed
Surface
through
tension, but the surface tension is electrical, right? It's by electrostatic forces.
It's
And the
electric.
molecules of the container also have a molecular charge, which affects the surface tension and causes the meniscus to form a certain fucking shape. Now, salt water conducts electricity, so this shit doesn't happen.
Okay,
There is no
fine.
meniscus with salt water.
You know what? Just because I feel like I'll concede that point. My next point is why does the tide move in and out then?
What, the level of the
cares?
water?
The tide.
The level
not
of
the level of the water.
yeah,
The tide.
yeah, yeah,
Why
yeah.
does the tide
Why
move?
does the level of the water rise and lower? I don't know why the level water rises and lowers, but the water is flat on the surface.
Yeah, we also know what it isn't. It isn't the fucking moon.
Can you prove that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
by the fact there's something called anthrometric points or tidal nodes, that's what they're also called, in which most of the ocean doesn't experience any tides.
Primarily a coastal phenomena and
That's
not all
because you
coasts.
can't see the tide.
And mostly in the
when you're
north.
in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
There's,
All right.
there's,
Drew. Do all bodies of water show tides?
As far as I understand, yes.
Okay. That's incorrect. Maybe you'd want to Google it because you wouldn't
Why
trust
is it
me.
correct?
Not all bodies of water show tides. For example, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Caribbean Sea. I could go on, right? Not
So
all bodies of
you're
water
saying
show
that
tides.
those three water bodies, the tide does not come in and out on the Black Sea.
Like I said,
no, it's
you could Google it.
immeasurable.
If I Google this, hold on, Jedi, I'm going to hold you to this, okay? Because I am in good faith that, and I will Google it and I will put it in the chat. If I Google that the Black Sea has a tide, will you concede that you're wrong?
If you want, dude, just Google
Okay,
do
cool.
all
But
bodies
I
of
want to get.
water show tides. I
do
guarantee you, in that list, the Black and the Caspian Sea will be in there.
That you will stand by
Fuck
that.
it,
If
dude.
I
I'll do it.
find,
Shut it.
yeah?
You're taking too much time,
Okay,
man.
cool,
I'll
perfect.
do it.
Is the Black Sea?
The fact of the matter is you're just running away from what Jedi said. We know the Earth is flat because the surface of the water, which is most of the surface of the Earth, is a water surface. It's flat. Flat for measurement. We know that 100%. There's no doubt.
I can see here, this is from the Frontiers Marine Science articles. Tides in 3 enclosed basins, the Baltic, the Black, and the Caspian Sea, 2 of which our good fellow Jedi did mention her. They do have tides, however, they are very weak, and they move by centimeters.
Immeasurable. Yeah, immeasurable.
That's not immeasurable. How are centimeters immeasurable? You can measure centimeters, honey. Can you measure the size of your cock? Yes, you can.
Do you know how measurements work? You have something called measurement on, dude. Yeah, but there's something called measurement uncertainty and precision. Now the precision is fine, but the problem is the measurement uncertainty of the measuring devices.
So
they are not within. They are not within. They are not within. Bro, they are not within centimeters. Okay, the uncertainty of the measurement itself. You don't know anything about how science is conducted, brother. It is immeasurable because the uncertainty range is larger than the measured effect.
There is a difference between immeasurable and unnoticeable.
Okay. Oh, brother, dude, you're not getting it, dude.
I don't need to
Look,
get it.
if I don't know, if I can't measure accuracy within 10 centimeters and I do a 5 centimeter measurement, a 5 centimeter difference, that means it's immeasurable. Because unless I shrink the uncertainty, that could just be random noise.
So I still don't understand what it's got to do with
he doesn't even understand what I'm saying, dude. This is like fucking remedial fucking English right now.
I am
just trying to bring it back onto something a little bit more basic.
Marine biology, marine science.
Who cares? Appeals to authority. Now,
I'll
appeal to authority.
With science. You're
arguing with science.
And you are arguing.
Drew, hand out across the ocean to you, sunshine. Okay, water goes up and down. We'll concede. And what? What's your next question?
What do you mean water goes up and down? That's not what I
You said tides. So tides happen. Okay, so we can.
Yeah.
Drew, please don't interrupt me when I'm talking. I want you to understand what I'm saying so you can answer with your best etiquette, yeah? You can do that for me, right?
I'm trying to be in my
so what
behavior.
Stop fucking talking, dude.
Right, so water goes up and down. We call these tides. We all agree that water goes up and down. And I'm following your questions, mate. We've got to the end of this question. You've got your answer. Yes, water goes up and down. What's the next question?
So to confirm, this is fine. The next question is to confirm, Jedi. Now that we know that water goes, hold on. I don't know why you're sighing because I'm about to ask the next question, which you just said.
Good. Could you do it? You probably could have done it by now without taking a long fucking run up.
Yeah, I like being theatrical. So
No, you're just like
my question-
waffling. Can you ask
just
the
mute him,
question?
man.
Okay,
You go
you
practice
keep-
your fucking
you're
remedial theater
interrupting
somewhere
again.
else.
You're interrupting me asking my question.
Dude, I'm just being theatrical.
Yeah, that's perfect. You can be.
Yeah, you're about to get fucking kicked out of
By
here,
the way,
dude.
it's theatrical, not theatrical.
Drew, I gave you a segue into the conversation.
Oh my
now I wish
God,
I hadn't. Please
Okay, go for it.
ask
So
your
the
question.
question is, Jedi, do you still think that there is no tides on the Caspian and Black Sea?
They're immeasurable. That's what we've confirmed. So, being as we've confirmed that they're immeasurable and tides, water goes up and down, what is your next fucking question, please, sir?
Okay, my next question is: have you read this article and study and
I guarantee you this isn't where you were going, dude.
The side chat.
I guarantee you this isn't where you were going when you first started your line of inquiry. You seem to have deviated from your own point. Hopefully, I've reminded you of what your actual point was and you can ask it. Let's be in good faith, Drew.
Okay, if you mute me again, that will not be good faith.
So, hey.
There it is. The bad faith.
Yeah, I want to tell you what.
Can't even have a fair conversation.
No, Drew, no. We're going to talk about your paper
I'm
that
going to
you
mute
posted.
myself.
No, we're going to talk about the paper you posted.
Oh, awesome.
No, I'm going to mute myself in good faith.
Yeah, you better, because you have no idea what it says. You just fucking randomly Googling shit. They measured spectral oscillations, dumb fuck.
Spectral oscillations. Indio, what is that, dude? Please.
Let me see exactly what they were trying to do. 6 stations.
An oscillation describes a pattern of movement.
I'm not asked Indio, dude.
Fuckery.
I didn't ask you.
Ratio of observed diameter. I'm just trying to look at the technique, what the instrumentation. Just give me a second. Higher resolution spectral analysis of fine structure tidal harmonics exceeding the noise level in the last 3 years. That's another paper. That's not even that one.
The noise of the water. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's what they call it. That's what measurement uncertainty is. It's noise. So you take a bunch of measurements, but the measurements are larger than what it is you're trying to measure.
Oh,
the randomness of the measurements, right?
Yeah, I get you.
Because if you have a storm come through, right? How long you have a freaking 10-foot storm? Hold on, you have a 10-foot storm surge. Imagine there's no tides. How long is it going to take for the water to settle down, right?
Yeah.
So this is the problem, right? So you have noise. There's actually something like 21 different variables even to calculate a tide.
Can you explain those 21 variables, since you know so much?
Can I explain how would I explain the variables? I would define them.
You obviously know more than I do. You obviously know way more than I do. So if you could
explain, I know. Want to know what I know way more than you do? For instance, is you are obviously running away from the fact that we measure the surface is flat and trying to red herring into everything but the surface of the Earth being flat. That's the one thing you do not want to talk about.
I think you should explain what the spectral.
No, I think you should explain why we go measure the surface of the Earth and being flat. It's flat. No, you need to explain how when we do laser tests over long distances, the Earth is flat. You need to explain how you can do an 800-mile fucking chirped, less than fucking 1 watt radio transmission if there's a big fucking ball of water, a big clump of water in the way. You need to explain how Marconi can send 10,000-mile radio transmissions. You need to explain how when you go into the French Pyrenees, you can see the French Alps, which are 425 kilometers away. You need to explain how how there's a perfect fucking symmetrical reflection on the Bolivian salt flats. You need to explain how when you shine a laser 40 kilometers, it ends up at the other end 1.5 meters off the ground instead of 127 meters off the ground like the goal predicts. How can you explain all those things?
Have you seen the video of those two gentlemen trying to shine a laser across a lake and it doesn't hit the target?
Okay, what? I don't. You don't know what you're talking about.
You've seen the video yet?
It wasn't a laser. It wasn't a lake. It wasn't like you got it all wrong. You saw a TikTok video and totally.
It's not a TikTok video. It's on fucking Netflix. It's a full documentary.
That's what we're talking about. Dumb fuck. Someone made it into a
it's not a TikTok
video.
buddy. It's a full documentary.
It wasn't a laser.
Themselves wrong. Have you
It
seen
wasn't
the
a
final
laser and it wasn't
experiment?
a
Have
lake.
you ever heard of
It
the
wasn't a
final
laser and
experiment?
it wasn't a lake. It
It
wasn't
was
a
a
laser
laser
and
and
it
it
was.
was a fucking lake, you donkey.
How much money do you want to bet? How much money
I'll
you want
bet
to bet,
100
Drew?
fucking pounds.
Drew, what's a
100 pounds.
collimator? What's a collimator?
Let's
Drew,
do
what's a
Bitcoin
collimator?
escrow. Let's do a Bitcoin escrow
kilometer.
right now. 100 pounds, dude.
A
You're
kilometer.
gonna be muted until you fucking put money in the escrow.
I've just been asked.
Because this is
by
free,
Jedi
easy money.
question.
This is because I'm gonna give you emails from the producers of the documentary.
Excuse me, you fucking fat retard. I'm trying to listen to Jedi.
Oh, okay, fat retard.
For the first time ever.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's a
Go on mute.
collimator? What's a collimator? Oh, he's gone. No
He has no idea. I put him on mute.
Oh well.
You done spurging out, Drew?
Maybe.
It wasn't a laser. The
What was it
laser.
then?
Okay,
was
there
it?
was a laser with a collimator. He left it on too long and it melted. And because of that, this is before they ever did any tests. I don't know why you're laughing. It's an easy thing to do. If you leave the laser on for more than like a couple of seconds, it melts. Like, what do you want me to tell you? Because a collimator
So
makes
was
the
it a
light go
laser or
straight.
not?
No, not in the end. It ended up being a flashlight.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, but what?
You know the guy
It
in the
wasn't.
video.
It wasn't over a body of water. It was on the fucking land on the side of a canal.
It was
Yeah.
over water.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't. You don't know what
It
you're
was next
talking
to
about,
water.
dude. We know the people who did it.
What
We
person?
know
You've
people that
spoken
were
to them.
there.
They come into our chat all the time. In actual fact, if you go back into 24/7's history, you could probably see the recordings of the conversations. I think
Can
Jeremy's
you,
also got a YouTube channel. You could probably go and ask him
Yeah.
yourself
Plus,
if you
there's
wanted to.
emails. Plus, there's
can you
emails that
tell
have been
me?
published
Can you
back and
tell
forth
me
with.
if you've heard of Final Experiment?
Oh yeah, we heard of it.
Now
What
we're
about it?
Wow, that was a
What
big
did
jump.
I
what
told
did
you,
you
like
guys?
he wants to talk about everything but the surface of the earth.
Okay,
And
what
he
did
doesn't
you
want to
think of
get
the
to a
final
conclusion
experiment?
about any subject he
Okay,
brings up either.
okay, so check it out. They saw a 24-hour sun.
Yep,
If I measure the surface of the earth as flat, does that change it?
but was there a 24-hour sun?
Yeah, so what?
And I thought the
Does
whole
that
point
change?
There's two of them.
you
Does that
can't
change the
you can't have a
does-
24-hour sun on
Okay,
a
prove it.
flat plane.
Prove it. Prove it.
They did. Go and watch the
No,
final
no, they
experiment.
didn't. No, they saw a 24-hour sun. They didn't prove that it's impossible on a flat Earth. Prove that.
I thought the whole point was they would go to Antarctica, and if they
No, that was
yeah.
their point.
Hold on,
But they were
let me
told.
finish my sentence.
No,
Let me finish
bro.
the fucking sentence. You are being
Bro.
a donkey. Just let me finish the sentence, and then you can have all the time you want to talk.
I'll take
Yeah?
all the time I want anyway.
Okay, well then you're just debating in bad faith.
There is no debate. This is an interrogation.
It says here FEAMA or make a claim to debate. Is that not what it says?
Title of the room. Yeah.
Yeah, the title of the
So
room.
it is a debate. So it is a debate, yes?
Yeah, okay. You think it's a debate. Go ahead.
So you will concede that, and it is a debate. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
I got for you it
moving
is.
on.
So you are
For you it
debating
is.
in bad faith.
You're having a debate. I'm giving you information.
Moving
So
on.
you have lost the
24-hour
debate,
sun.
then.
Drew, 24-hour sun.
Yep.
Finish your point.
Okay, well, I'll finish it when Indio stops interrupting me because we are in a debate, of course.
Dude, I ain't gonna.
dude,
You're like
Drew.
fucking 1 inch from being banned, dude.
Okay. Are you
Shut
ready?
your fucking hole, dude. With your
He's still talking.
with your. Yeah, that's right. I'm still talking. Shut your hole with your Howard Cosell side color commentary. Just make your argument.
Okay. I thought the whole point of the flat Earth final experiment, whatever they called it,
It wasn't a flat Earth final experiment.
God, you can't shut up for 2 seconds.
Yeah, because you're not
You
going to straw
literally
man,
can't
dude.
stop.
Because if you start with a false premise, there's no point in
You're
letting you go on.
You're allowed. After I finish my point, you're allowed to say that I'm wrong.
You
That's
started
fine,
with
I'm
a false premise. No, you're
Okay,
not.
the final experiment.
Look, bro, you're muted. You start with a false premise, you will not be allowed to continue. It wasn't a flat Earth final experiment, you lying sack of shit. Fucking globetards did it. 2 flat earthers went there, well, 3, with them. But it was conceived by a guy named Will Duffy, who's a fucking globetard. Now go ahead, Drew. Fix your
You're
argument.
gonna. I mean, you can just mute
No,
me
you're
again
gonna
if you
fix
want.
your argument.
Go for it. Mute me. Do it. Kick
So
me. Ban me.
24 hours on.
I want you to kick me and ban me and tell me how stupid I am.
Drew, just 24 hours son, dude. Come on.
Yeah, click leave server, dude.
Okay, so why did the flat earthers go to Antarctica with them to find out then?
Because they were invited.
They were invited
Yeah.
for what? For what reason?
To see if there was
You'd
a
have to ask Will
24-hour
Duffy.
sun or not.
And it's to prove what?
Want the reason, Drew? Do you really want the reason? The reason was they were going to invite a bunch of flat. Hold on, I'm going to give you the reason that you asked for. Okay, the reason is that Duffy thought that if he invited a bunch of flat earthers to go and they didn't go, he'd say flat earthers don't really want to know the truth. But Witsit and what? His scoreboard said flat earthers or people that accepted the invite and people that didn't accept the invite. That was the scoreboard. So why is that what you're keeping score of? Who accepted?
I am currently looking at the Flat Earth team, by the way, the participants here.
Yeah,
There's
so
1, 2,
what did I just say, bro?
Three guys.
Repeat back to me what I just said, Drew. Repeat back to me what I just said.
Well, I just think it's funny that one of
Repeat
your
back to me
main
what I
guys.
just said or get banned.
Sorry?
Repeat back to me what I just said, you or get banned.
The globe tards invited the flat earthers to go to prove that there was not a flat earth.
No.
I'm just summarizing, so
that's not what I said.
Sadly.
What I said was the globe earthers invited the flat earthers to go because they didn't think they would go. And they wanted to say, look, the flat earthers don't want to know the truth. They won't go see the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, and for most flat earthers, that's probably true. They don't want to find out.
No,
we know the truth.
Who's
the attack? I still want to know the relevance of going to Antarctica and observing the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to get to that the whole point. I thought the whole point of the experiment.
No, you're trying to spin it.
Look, you are
trying to
still
turn it into some social bullshit
over the top of me. I can't finish my sentence in here, can I?
Drew, because you're trying to turn it into some sociological bullshit. Just say, hey, they did this, they observed that. That's all we want to know.
I thought the whole point of the final experiment was that the globetrotters.
Who cares what the fucking intent was, you dumb
They would
fuck?
go to Antarctica and find out if there was a 24-hour sun. That's the whole point, correct?
Okay, who cares what the intent was? Why does that matter?
Why would they go and find? Why would they find out if there's a 24-hour sun? For what purpose?
I'll tell you. Do you remember about 15 minutes ago you said the word disc? Do you remember that?
Yes, I recall.
Cool. So some people, for some reason, have reified a map into a true representation of the Earth, where Antarctica is the circle encompassing the waters, like on the AE Azimuth or equidistant map, showing that the sun within this idea has one circuit around one pole. For example, you can stand in the summer in the north inside the Arctic Circle and observe a 24-hour sun as the circle of the sun tightens around the observer. This phenomena would not be able to happen if you were standing on the outside of the circle, the Antarctic, and the sun was circling between the two poles away from you. You wouldn't be able to observe a 24-hour sun. So some people reified a map. This doesn't prove one way or another if the Earth is flat. This just discredits a map.
You're talking about the firmament map thing, right?
No, not the firmament, but I understand where you get that idea from. So the idea that the Earth is a circle within a dome, but that's irrelevant to this point. But the circumference of the circle is Antarctica.
Yeah.
You've seen that map before, right?
Yeah, that's the one you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why people would suggest that maybe the observation of a 24-hour sun couldn't happen is because of a reification of that idea. Going to Antarctica would show whether this was true or not, right? So they went to Antarctica and observed the sun rotate around the observer for 24 hours. Okay,
So
that, as far as I'm concerned, just discredits a map. Doesn't
then
dissuade or disprove any surface measurements.
no, that's absolutely fine. So then my next question. I'm glad you're being in good faith now. My next question is about this one of your flat earthers that went called Jeranism.
What, the guy who broke the collimator? Yeah.
He went as well, and now he has said that the Earth is not flat after his visit. What do you
Yeah, who
think?
cares?
He's an idiot, dude. I've explained to you how it destroys a map. It doesn't invalidate any surface measurements of the Earth. All right, so we've tried to reach out to him. Loads of people. I don't know. He said that. Okay, it's not what I say, and as far as I'm concerned, what he says doesn't logically follow.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
he seems to be a massive part of your community, no? Before.
No.
No. What, did we vote for him to be there? No, he just decided to get a camera and a YouTube channel, and lots of people started listening to him and whatnot.
Well, no, he
We didn't put him
gets
in
invited
charge
to a lot
or
of
anything.
places.
That's nice, but no one put him in charge, dude.
Like, well, no, I'm not saying that he's in charge. He's just a celebrity within your community.
No, he's
Okay, so why do you say celebrity?
As in, well-known person. Like, I am not a flat
Yeah,
earther, and
because
I
he's
know
not.
who
Yeah,
he is. So he must be
yeah,
quite well
because he's on
known in the
YouTube.
space.
Yeah, he's well known because he's got a YouTube channel.
Yeah,
I guess
that's
in that
usually how
regard,
people
you
get
could
well
call him
known
a
nowadays.
celebrity, dude. You could call him a celebrity, I guess, in that regard. But it doesn't mean that everything or anything that comes out of his mouth is true just because he's got a YouTube channel.
Yes, you're correct.
So what
I am
Jeranism
aware of that.
did, let me tell you a little bit about Jeranism. What Jeranism did is he has a YouTube channel, and what he did as a flat earther is poach other flat earthers' content and present it as his own. So that's what it is. And you don't know that because you're not involved in any of this. Nobody respects him. Nobody like looks up to Jeranism. No one follows him. I don't know who follows him on YouTube, but it ain't
Do
no
you
one.
respect what's the other guy that comes in here? One moment.
I told you you're going to turn this into a
Nathan.
sociological question
What's
because
his
you can't
name?
actually
Nathan?
adjust evidence.
No,
Nathan
I'm just
Oakley?
asking.
Yeah, I like
Am I not
Nathan.
allowed to ask
Nathan's pretty cool.
questions? Nathan
Well, you're
Oakley.
asking sociological questions. Who gives a shit? How does that tell us what the shape of the Earth is?
Okay, well, I mean, if you don't want, like again,
Who gives a shit?
India, if
You
you
do
don't
it.
want
Look,
me,
look,
if you
bro.
don't
You do
want,
it because you have no arguments.
out of good faith,
That's why this
if you
ain't a
do not want
debate.
me
You
here, and this
actually
goes to
have
all
no
of you, if
arguments.
you don't want me here, just kick me. I don't
Yeah,
mind.
bro.
I'm not
Bro.
going to take it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to
because
take
the
it
topic.
personally.
So you know, like, bro. So it says debate flat Earth. Yeah, it doesn't say debate flat Earthers. Okay, does it? Does it say debate flat Earthers?
Now you're being retarded.
Does it say debate flat Earthers?
It says debate flat Earth, and you believe in the flat
Yeah,
Earth.
that's right. Flat Earth. Flat Earth. Okay.
How am I going to debate the fucking Earth? It doesn't talk, you fucking idiot. Why are you being bad faith now? Jedi's being a great fucking host.
No,
you're
it means
trolling.
flat Earth is the topic, dumb fuck. Okay.
Okay,
Flat
cool.
Earthers. Flat Earthers is not the topic.
And flat
Okay, the
Earthers
topic
are
is,
people that talk about the flat Earth, correct?
who cares? It doesn't tell us what the shape. Doesn't matter what people say the shape of the Earth is. What matters is the actual evidence. That's what matters. That's the thing you don't want to talk about. That's the thing I'm insisting you go back to. So let's talk about what they went to Antarctica and observed and what it actually proves. It doesn't prove a fucking thing, and they were told that before they ever went there. In fact, the person that ran it said, "Why are you talking about the sun? The sun can't prove anything about the Earth." This dude that did the final experiment, that did the whole thing, set it all up, paid for all. He said that himself, that observing the sun can't prove anything about the Earth.
So
It
why
can
did
only
they go?
prove things about the sun.
But so again, my question is why would they waste all this money going if they weren't going to prove
Ask
something?
Will Duffy. He's a globetard.
Well, I mean, he's probably less of a tard than everyone here because we're all broke and he is fucking stinking rich. So
He's under
obviously not that much of a
investigation
retard.
for 6 different fucking things for defrauding his customers. Yes. Go check this shit on Broker Check, bro. He has 6
by the way,
pending. He just settled one for fucking more than what the claim was.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, great.
Yeah, now you don't want to talk about him no more. Now you don't want to talk about him no more.
Okay,
Funny,
cool.
huh?
Yeah, great. Who is this old dude?
He's a
in the
fucking
chat
criminal.
that is
Now you don't
not
want to talk
wanting to?
about how the criminal set up a
Okay,
fucking
he's a
Antarctica
criminal.
trip.
Donald Trump is a fucking criminal as well, but I don't have to larp on about everyone all the time.
Yeah, you
Like,
brought
what are we
up
talking
people.
about here?
Let's talk
Yeah, I
about
was
the
asking.
experiment.
Am I not allowed to ask questions? So
Not about
sorry.
people.
I
Not about
fucking
people.
apologize for
Not
asking
about people.
questions.
Not about people,
I'm just
dude.
trying to learn, and I'm so
Stay on
fucking
topic,
sorry.
bro. Yeah, stay on topic.
Stay on topic,
Yeah,
bro.
stay on
I'll
topic,
fucking
dude.
stay on top of you if
Stay
you're
on
not careful,
topic,
bro.
bitch. Stay
I'll
on
get on
topic,
top of
bitch.
you if you're not careful,
Yeah, stay
brother.
on topic, bitch.
Yeah, I'll get on you. Yeah, you're the topic.
Yeah, you wouldn't do shit to me, bro.
Yeah, fucking,
You're a little
yeah,
bitch.
you
I
wouldn't
can
do
tell
anything.
by
You
the way
wouldn't do
you're
anything
talking.
to me, mate. You wouldn't do anything. You're just out here fucking
Here, I'll
yapping the
spike
yap.
you like a fucking Roddy Piper.
Yeah, I'm sure you would, buddy.
Oh dear. Can we get back
Dude,
to something?
look, bro.
I'm trying
First of all,
to.
I'm from a
India
different
is
generation.
so
I am from
good.
the soy generation.
So,
I grew up in the
Jedi,
80s when men were
since
men.
you were
Okay?
actually being good faith,
What about the experiment that you cited? What about it? The 24-hour sun.
oh,
What's it prove?
my goodness. Well, I was asking again. You're being the tart, and I was asking Jedi, and Jedi has politely explained what the experiment was for. Thank you, Jedi. No, thank you, Indio.
Well, this is
What
weird,
color?
dude. It makes me feel a little bit sick when you do shit like that. Do you think it's
Yeah,
stupid?
yeah, can we get back to the curve of the earth that don't exist?
The
But
curve of the Earth that does exist. You're right.
okay, show us. How does
Okay,
it exist?
show me it's flat.
The oceans.
Told
Oceans
you,
of the
get a glass
world.
of water. Told you.
I mean, saying two words doesn't prove anything. By the way, you do know
Okay.
that. You just say the ocean.
Okay.
What about the ocean?
The ocean is flat, dude. Water lies flat and horizontal.
But we already know that water doesn't lie flat because we went over this whole meniscus thing, electrostatic forces.
Okay, but that's a red herring because we're not talking
So
about water within a small.
now a red herring.
No.
No,
We're talking about large.
no.
We're talking about large bodies of water. Okay.
Yeah, your mom.
Large bodies of water lie flat and horizontal.
Yeah, your mom. Like when I make your mom laugh.
Yeah, so spiraling out now, huh? Are we?
Yeah.
Take your L like a man. So take your L like a man, girl.
Yeah, okay.
Take your L like a man, girl. You're being a bitch, bro.
Let's have a quick look at Indio 007. Okay.
Are you done with this guy, Jedi?
Oh, it doesn't work. You can kick me
I'm
anytime.
done.
Honestly, I'm not.
I love when it cuts him off in the middle of the sentence.
It's beautiful when it happens, isn't it?
He's giving me the permission. You can kick me off whenever you want. Yeah, no shit. Thanks for the info. I come in here to have a nice conversation. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. This is the politics server.
Couldn't unmute myself fast enough then. You have been here before, right? You are aware of your surroundings. I did check on over in the English hub, see if anything was going on over there, but no, it's politics today. You get what you know what happens, dude.
Yeah, it was Mandela effect or something. I thought it was in someplace else. I was hoping it changed a little bit, but I guess not.
No.
Dude, it's so angry in here. It's so funny. They really hate us. They were like, we finally got rid of that flat Earth freaking channel because they can't see it when no one's in here. And then it pops up with freaking 20 people in it. And they're like, ah.
How long have we been in this server now? Like, well
Going
over a
on 2
year.
years, right? Yeah, going on
Yeah.
2.
Must be about 18 months. Oh, yeah, it was around summertime that we came in. So it's about 18 months now.
I mean, Panther was trying to do it for a while. There was some fits and starts, but eventually it's stuck.
Have you heard from him at all?
Oh, Panto? Nah. Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, man. I hope he's all right.
I'll pray for him, dead or alive. I heard I've never heard a priest say this before, but he said you should pray for the dead. Pray for the dead.
Okay.
Dude, I was like, man, that's kind of weird, but yeah, he's right, man. We probably should be praying for the dead. Probably be praying for them more. His argument was you should pray for the dead that God and His bestows mercy on whatever they've done, because I'm sure they've done something, because we all have. But yeah, he's saying don't reserve that for the living. I'm like, shit, dude. Now I was thinking I don't know a lot of dead people, so I know a couple. I mean, that's good, man. I've been blessed. Like people in my life really haven't died, so especially at my age, there should be just like corpses everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean, people I
right.
went to school with died. Like there's a lot of those dead people.
Wow.
Oh man, like I said, I grew up in the '80s.
Yeah.
We went through like my 7th grade yearbook, me and a friend of mine, and we're like, half of them were dead or in jail. Like what the? A different time. I've been thinking about whether I miss it or not. There's some parts I miss. There's other parts, yeah, not so much.
What don't you miss?
What don't I miss?
Yeah.
Cops really were fucking assholes, man. The cops were just renegade. But like, but the criminals are assholes too. So like, I understand whether that cops could like get away with. I mean, the good old boys club was stronger back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was
I
less
understand.
oversight. They didn't have internal affairs. You know what I mean? Like they do now. They didn't investigate themselves. They really had to do something bad. As far as like cops beating people up, that was like, I wouldn't say common, but it happened enough that like,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I understand. There wasn't the surveillance around all the body cameras or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You could easily get away with shit. I get it.
Yeah, plus they covered up for each other, right? And like what they would do a lot of times, like if you got smart with them, now they're not supposed to beat you up for being mouthy, but they would back then. They'd kick your ass, and then a lot of the times they wouldn't even charge you. They would just like beat you up and be on the side of the ground. I mean, I remember this isn't even in the 80s. This is in the 90s. Couch were talking to a guy up the street. He said it's like fuck you or something. They just started kicking the shit out of him and like stomping him. And then they just got in their car and left. Just like just left him on the ground.
It's fucking gang beatings, man. What the fuck?
Yeah. The Blue Gang, dude. There's a video called America's Largest Street Gang. It's all about the cops, dude. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. I can imagine that.
So part of it, like there's one part of the documentary where it's ex-police officers. They go into a police station and they ask for the form to file a complaint against the police officer. Just for the form. That's all they want is the form. They don't say why they want it or that they're even going to file a complaint. They just say they want the form. They're like, oh, we can't give you a form. Or they ask them who it is, or they say you have to talk to the sergeant. One of a couple police stations, they threw them out. One of them threatened to kill them. Like it's pretty crazy, like how they acted, like just asking for the form.
Fuck
like yeah. That was like back in the 90s. So that was like film. That's kind of like the transition period. But back in the 80s, they would kick the shit out of you. The criminals were worse. I mean, there was more street justice. Like snitches, get stitches and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But it was more
There
like
was. Yeah,
snitches
I
end up in
can.
the river.
Yeah,
It
I can
was
attest to that. I can definitely attest to that, dude. Street justice kind of ruled back in the day, especially in
yeah,
England. It's different to the UK, but smaller communities. The smaller communities would look after themselves. Very much a family orientated type of idea. So it would be internal
yeah.
justice, man.
It was definitely more of that, right? Like people
Yeah,
protected their neighborhood.
yeah,
Some group came in there. I mean, also there's more people outside. People hung outside, so at night there was a lot of hijinks and drunk groups of teenagers walking around.
yeah,
Hooligans. That's what you guys call them, hooligans.
yeah.
Without
I
the
know exactly
without
what
the
you're talking
football game, just hooligans on a regular Friday night. Sure, was more of that. I can't say I missed that. It was interesting. I mean, I guess the thing I'm glad doesn't have. I don't see as much violence. So I mean that's better.
You genuinely don't see as much violence compared to 40 years ago.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, definitely not. I mean, like in 1989, That's when the United States had like peak murder per capita, and I was I was like 17. So I know
Wow.
people that have been
Okay.
shot, stabbed, all that crap. It's just like it was just crazy, just crazier.
Okay, I guess I agree with that then. You're talking about murder per capita and shit like that. America was really high at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, at the end of the 80s, like when the crack epidemic was like at its peak, and but it wasn't over crack; it was like over dealing crack.
That's,
That
all right.
because like there
That's
was a lot of
interesting.
street gangs, right? And the street gangs like protected their turf, and if people would
Yeah,
cross over, they'd get fucked up.
yeah, yeah. No, I can kind of agree with that as well, especially when you bring up crack if you're talking about drug problems. In the coming out of the 70s, definitely through the 80s and into the early 90s, the epidemic of heroin in this country, specifically in Scotland. Scotland
Yeah,
had the highest
yeah.
murder rate. I think it was Glasgow or something, but in Europe, and that's fucking crazy. But yeah, the 80s were a very violent time, especially around those type of drugs, for sure.
I'm coming to. I think being illegal is what raises like all the other crimes, is because part of the reason is you don't have the justice system to settle disputes because he stole my heroin. Oh, yeah, that ain't gonna work. Go report that to the police. You
Yeah,
know what I
right.
mean? Or he
Yeah,
sold
of
me
course.
bunk, right? I was trying to buy some heroin and he sold me freaking,
There's no page
oodles and
description
noodles,
actually. You're
the
actually.
ramen flavoring. He sold me ramen flavoring his heroin. So you can't settle disputes using like the regular court system, right? So you gotta it starts a whole underworld street justice thing, and then people
Yeah,
stealing it from each other because the drugs are artificially high priced. So now you got to steal drugs or steal people's stuff, and then the girls, they're acting like hoes because they're all trying to get their drugs. So now your girlfriend, you're both hooked on heroin, but now your girlfriend's blowing half the fucking city to get freaking money for drugs, and then you flip
yeah,
out one time, you know, that one time
yeah.
you're not pimping her. I've seen dudes pimp girls like their own fucking girlfriends, bro. Pimp their own girlfriend.
I've seen that once, and it shocked the fucking shit out of me because it wasn't something that I expected. But we
Yeah,
do
dude.
have like huge crack epidemics and stuff like that. Crack cocaine is like rife. It swings between heroin and crack. But yeah, about going back into the early teens, like maybe 2014. Mate that I was living with, him and his girlfriend were addicted to crack, and he offered her out to me one night for 15 quid. Fuck, I
Ugh.
didn't take the offer, but fucking hell, dude. I was shocked
Why?
as fuck.
Because you offered 10 back and he didn't take it.
No, dude, just disgusting shit, innit? I ain't sticking my dick in that.
Skag. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what number are you? Like, you're freaking customer number 300. Like, no thanks.
Yeah, exactly, man. I've had girls offer themselves in the street 2 times. But yeah, it shocked the fuck out of me with this guy. How you could do that to someone you apparently love, dude, I have no fucking idea. It turns my stomach up inside when I think about it. It's not something I would do, right?
Yeah, it's pretty gross. But a lot of times it's a girl's idea, to be honest. A lot of the times the girl is in control of that relationship, and
Okay.
the dude kind of has to, like, so they're dope sick, and
Fuck
then
out.
yeah, they're dope sick, they're assed out, and for crack, I don't understand that one. For the heroin, though, I do understand because they're assed out, they're dope sick, they feel like they're gonna die, and
Yeah.
that's actually harder on girls than it is men for some reason. So
Oh, is it?
she has an option. I can just have sex with this dude, and I won't be sick anymore. I'll just, dude would probably take 3 seconds like most dudes do. And, 3 seconds, you're not sick. Fine. And then the dude just goes along with it for, like, doesn't want her to be sick, doesn't want to be sick himself. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
instead of like going, I have morals and principles. Like,
Yeah.
well, I'm already doing heroin. Like, why not? Not that that's really a moral choice. I'm just saying it's like, you're already at the bottom, bro. Like, it's not that, like, pimping your girl out isn't much lower.
Oh, fuck no, of course, dude. That whole world has changed, though. I say that, and I stop myself as well because drugs have always been used as a warfare tool, right? You give drugs to a populace. Think of the opium wars in China and Great Britain, right? You give drugs to a population, you weaken that population, and you take over that population. I think the same game is like still being played out today, right? This war on drugs. It's not a war on drugs, mate. It's the drugs war. The drugs are used as a war tool against us. So I don't think that's changed, but I think the world of drugs has obviously developed over the last 40 years from, say, the 80s to now the mid 2020s. It's a different world. It's the same world, but it's different now. There's a lot more kind of street violence, like we were talking about in the 80s and so on. You could see it as it impacted your neighborhood. Nowadays, it's not that you can't see it; it is everywhere. It's just different faces. I guess I'm speaking from a British kind of background because I
Yeah,
know for a fact quite a large percent of people that are now addicted to drugs are part of the migrant population. We've got
really. That's
yeah,
shocking.
we've got a Nepalese population in the country because of the Gurkha army. So the Himalayas and so on. So we've got a huge
Yep.
Nepalese population in the country. Quite a lot of the like the second or third, well, bloody hell, third generation now, Gurkhas, like the children and whatnot, very quickly find themselves into crack cocaine and heroin. There's quite a vast population of them. There's like small like communities of people. It's always been the way, right? You get a small
Yeah.
community of people that don't fit in, so there's reasons to take drugs and whatnot. So they
So what
kind
are
of
they
destroy
doing? Are they
themselves.
doing, like, what are they doing? What is their drug of choice? Are they doing
Heroin
dope?
and
Are they doing? Oh, they're
it's
doing
heroin and
cocaine.
crack. No, it's heroin
Huh.
and crack.
Dude, I'm almost intrigued. I want to see like a cracked out Nepalese dude. That'd be funny.
Well, it's fucking sad, dude. Do you know what I mean? It's really sad.
Yeah. And as far as the violence thing, just like as a kind of like when I was like in high school, I think I got into 4 or 5 fist fights. And I'm pretty agreeable. I don't even start shit. People just want to fucking fight, dude. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
And like every day, like there'd be like in school, there'd be at least one fight a day between 2 people. When my son, who's 24, went to school, he never got in a fist fight the entire time he was in school. And
Wow.
he couldn't tell me, because I asked him, I was like, when's the last time there was a fist fight in your school? He was just like, oh, I don't know, a couple of years ago. Like one fight. Like
Yeah.
we're talking, like when I went to school, it was daily. It was like a daily occurrence.
It-
They were
it-
walking somebody out. Oh, why did they get
I
suspended?
went,
Oh, they got in a fight. Like it was just normal. It was completely normal.
I went to an all boys secondary school, mate. It was daily. You started off
Yeah.
with some ruckus in the playground or some activity on the bus before we got there. Someone literally got thrown off or whatever, or on the way home, or at lunch. Yeah, it was all the time, all the time. And you don't see that now. When I was at school, it was inter-school violence. So at the bus subway system underneath the shopping centre, quite a few schools would meet, and there'd be violence between the two schools.
Yeah.
I used to go to a school called Vintners.
There was that too.
Senate.
We had that too.
Yeah, don't have that now, which is a
But
good
that was
thing.
more like on the weekend thing. That literally wasn't like before or during school. That was like on the weekend at the mall or someplace where like all the all the teenagers ended up. The movie theater. The movie theater was roller skating rink. Yeah, we used to roller skate. Yeah, anywhere where the teenagers would congregate on the weekend, there was always a fight between either groups within the school or groups from other schools.
You used to roller skate. You were
Me?
neon roller skating. You have the headband.
Yeah, the only reason I learned how to roller skate is because that's where the hot girls were. They're out there. They ain't sitting in the booths. They're out there roller skating. That's what I'm trying to get. Trying to get with the hot girls.
I remember going roller skating down the YMCA on a weekend, man. I was like 16, 17 years old for that fucking reason. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
I don't want to say their asses look fine in roller skates. I hate to tell you, dude. It's like wearing high heels. It like lifts up the buttocks.
Yeah, but we're fucking old world. The world's changed. I'm definitely getting older. Time's passed so much, like really quickly over the last 10 years since I've known you guys, right? Since this flat earth stuff. These last 10 years have gone really quick.
Yeah, they have. COVID messed up my chronology of time. It just totally like it's like a time warp for me.
We
That
are
was
able
like
to
3
freely
years,
talk
man,
about
and it
them.
just seems like it just happened like in 20 minutes. It's like everything stopped.
Yeah. It's also weird as on the human psychology of it. That's past now. That happened. That's a memory. What do? We just carry on, don't we? That's what people do. We just carry on. We got through it. Okay. Still weird time, dude. But
Dude,
that was like 5-6 years ago, man.
there was a guy, I just read it, it's a Twitter post. He was like, I'm fully vaccinated. I was part of a clinical trial, and I'm a vaccine researcher. Dude, I was looking at the comments today. We're cooking this dude. Like, why did you say that? It's like he asked for it.
Wow.
One dude was like, he showed a picture of like his daughter. He's like, vaccines killed my daughter. You better hope me and you are never in the same freaking room. Look at her freaking eyes. Like, bro, like, how oblivious are you?
Yeah.
Like, dude, they're unapologetics. They all need to hang. Doubling down. There's still some people out there that still think the government did the right thing. That's what they should have did. They did it to protect us. There's still people that think that. Most people I try to talk about that were for it during the time, were completely in, they don't want to talk about it at all.
No, not at all.
They just changed the subject. They forgot how much of a dickhead they were. Wear your mask. Do this, do that. Yeah, now you feel stupid.
It's like people dobbing each other in like East Germany, for example, right, where you had like the secret polices and people always dobbing each other in because, you know, they weren't with curfew or whatever. It's the same type of thing. We had internet services and apps where you could dob in your neighbour because they had more than 3 people around their house or something like that. It's kind of disgusting the way that people acted, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. You rat on your neighbor, you get a free booster shot. People would do it.
Yeah,
Even if the boosters
yeah.
were free already, they would still do it. A free booster shot? I'll take 2.
This also kind of parallels with what you were talking about with the police earlier. A little bit of authority that people get and how people can generally will misuse that authority that they've been given, whether that's because they got a police badge or they can use an app because their neighbours are making too much fucking noise. People will use their authority if it's given to them. What's the name of that experiment? Is it the Milgram experiment? Do you know the one that I'm talking about? Where you got the 2 people in different rooms, one person's asking questions, the
The
other
Stanford
person.
prison experiment.
Yeah, I think it comes under. I've read it as another name, but I think you know the one I'm talking about, where
Yeah, I
somebody
know.
asks
It
questions.
was a Stanford, they did a couple, the Milgram guy did a couple experiments with the one
There
you're
we
talking
go.
about. It was a Stanford prison experiment, that particular one.
Okay, cool. So
They
yeah,
can't even
exactly that.
redo that because it's considered unethical.
Yeah, that's always fascinated me how people will, with a certain amount of authority, use that authority. If there's somebody, for example, with a white coat saying, "Yeah, it needs to be done. You can do this." It's crazy. See it in police forces. We see it, like we just said, within COVID and with a little bit of authority. You see it all the time in the place of work. Like your manager, your line manager, someone will be a cunt somewhere along the line because they've got the authority to do so and they'll misuse it.
Well, I'm the exception to the rule. I don't abuse my authority, so probably because I've had authority abused on me so many times.
So what do you think 2026 is going to bring? Flat Earth Indio? Is it going to be anything new? Is it going to be the old stuff? What's going to happen?
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, I know what I'm trying to do, like me personally, and I have to work on this. Get some of the trying to get observations together. Just get like as many as we can get, like long distance observations. Just pile them up, pile them up, pile them up, pile them up. I actually, interesting enough, because just looking at a lot of the observations that have already been done, and the globe Earth has a whole slew of claims about what refraction does to the horizon and objects and all these things. That just doesn't seem to match what's actually observed in these long distance observations. It just doesn't seem to line up. Like, oh, if there's an inferior mirage, and this is warmer and that's colder, and then if it's a superior mirage, it's the other way around. Like, it just doesn't seem to actually be the case. That it's way more complicated, and yeah. So I think this year should be the year of data collection, because I also, just by some serendipity, it was called a paper that was published in, I think, 2023, where they went out and they did some surveying, and they assumed like this curving light right thing, and then they actually, this K constant, right, this radius of a ray that goes around the ball Earth. Well, when they actually went out and did the measurements, they had to conclude that there was upward refraction if there's a ball Earth, which just basically means that we assumed it's a ball, and the ray was actually flat, so it must be concave. You know what I mean? Because you're in a
Yeah,
coordinate system. Yeah, so like flat lines are concave in their little in their paradigm, right? So that's what they actually went out and measured, and they had thermocouples, and they measured all this stuff. And it's just funny that, this claim of this downward refraction, I just don't think it has any evidence for it. I just don't think it's like the textbook, whatever's in the textbook that says it's wrong. It's just wrong. Like what they say creates inferior mirages is wrong. What they say creates superior mirages, wrong. Fata Morgana is wrong. All this stuff. I just think it's all wrong. And I don't think it's actually been thoroughly researched. If the literature, the academic literature is relative to like what it is, it's pretty sparse, right? It's like,
Hmm.
I mean, I would say in the last 150 years, there may
Yeah.
be, maybe 150 papers on the subject of like terrestrial refraction, astronomical refraction, whatever you want to call it. Maybe 150 papers worldwide. But everybody goes out every single day. Surveyors go out every single day. We're always doing these observations at sea, in the sky, right? We're flying around, we're sailing around, we're doing all these things. To be not like have so much literature, so much testing on it, like that, like that your brain would explode from looking at all the data. It just seems a little odd to me that how little there is. And the
Yeah.
papers all say the same thing. Yeah, we went in with these assumptions, nothing actually matched up. Shit. Try again. This is what people that do future research should consider, and they give like a laundry list of things, of possibilities, and that's it. There's very few. There's not that much out there as far as evidence. There's a lot of claims. There's a lot of theory. There's a lot of textbook nonsense. There's 7.6R and all that crap. But when you look into the actual experimental data, that's just like, where is it? So like God says, you want something, or heaven helps those who help themselves, and if you want it done right, do it yourself. In the vein of that,
Yeah.
those two things, we'll do those things. That's what I'm hoping, and I'm trying to get. I think I'm gonna we talked about this. I talked about this with like Yoder. We should get like a standardized form, right? Make a form that if you go out and do a long distance observation, like a checklist. Hey, get the water temperature, get the air temperature. Put the camera in the shade. Don't have it in the sun. Don't go at this time of day, or if you go at that time of day, like like a best practices document,
Yeah.
right?
Where's
That
the sun
anybody
in the
can get.
sky? That type of thing.
Yeah, like a best practices document. So one thing I try to do is I try to get the sun behind me so that everything is lit up, right?
Yep. Yep.
So there's like there's just like we can come up with some best practices, and
That's a
part
good
of those
idea.
best practices will have some data, and that like if everybody's collecting the same data, then we can actually go, okay, here's a 10-mile observation. This is the air temperature, water temperature, humidity, all these things. We just plug it into a spreadsheet, and then we collect a whole bunch of it, right? And then like, oh yeah, I filled out the sheet. Here you go. Collect the data off of it. Just keep adding it to like a giant spreadsheet, and go try to find some correlation between observation between variables, right? The temperature, the water temperature, like the difference in that, like what is that? How does that look? Do I see longer? Do I see shorter? Like what happens there? So you know what I mean? We could like actually start collecting actual data, because they're not going to do it apparently.
Sounds like a really good idea. He told me they got a new Matrix has got a new camera. He's talking about going out and doing observations. Apparently, he's getting the camera converted to infrared in the next few weeks or so. But I know he's doing that. DJ would be a great person as well.
Yoder's got one. DJ's got a camera.
Yeah.
But there's also all these YouTubers that are already doing these observations every day. There's a guy named Ron Hasberg. There's A Plain Truth. There's Sky Free. There's who was the other one? Pablo's Dog. There's Keith Carmody. So these guys have consistently for couple of years. I know about all their channels, and like nobody watched, like barely anybody. So they have a video, they get like 50 or 60 views maybe, and it's like this is like the important stuff, the actual observations. This is like the most important thing that people should be paying attention to. Instead, they'll go listen to fucking Jeranism, talk bullshit about fucking who knows what. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead of actually paying attention to what. That's why I made them leaky, right? Because like we're sitting here arguing with these guys about all their ideas and theories. Like, why are we arguing about ideas and theories? Newton said, if it can't be settled by experiment, it's not worthy of debate, right? So let's just settle it by experiment and stop talking about it.
Yeah. No, I agree, man. That's awesome. It's probably
David, what's the hash place? That looks for wheels.
I can't do that.
Why? Whose kid is on the mic?
Yes, it is cold. Wait, leave it on. Leave it on. I'm about to go outside.
You see the guy last night claiming 3 horizons on the Black Swan? That was terrible.
Again?
Yeah, again. The first time he's like, you guys muted the live stream. You guys censored me so you wouldn't see me destroy you. I'm like, all right, well, just do it again. And, if you destroy us, we'll just mute you again, right?
So I flew to Antarctica last year, and I can prove that there's land behind the wall. I have pictures.
What wall? I didn't hear about no wall.
My plane was shot down, and they arrested me, and I was put in jail for 2.5 years.
What wall, dude? What wall?
I'm not even joking. I can show you the clip.
What wall are you talking about? The Great Wall of China?
No, the wall in Antarctica. There is land behind the wall. The Earth that it's a very small space.
Who said there was a wall in Antarctica?
Bro, it's a very small space we live in. We think.
Yeah, who said there was a wall in Antarctica?
There's much more land behind, behind the scenes.
Well, your mother's gonna have a lot of area to prostitute in. Jesus Christ!
What are you doing?
Latch, you're unmuted, Latch. You're hot mic. Ain't it sad when a Glover's best argument? Their best arguments are straw men, which is crazy. And half the time, they can't even defeat their straw men.
That dude couldn't even get his story straight. He said he went to Antarctica last year, but was in prison for 2.5 years.
He solved it. Antarctica's a prison. And here's behind the prison wall, made of ice. It's an ice prison. You know, if we made that like fiction, flat Earth is actually a prison surrounded by an ice wall, these globetards would actually eat it up. We need the flat Earth version of Star Wars. That's what we need. And then they'll buy it. So we don't have enough fiction. We're
I'm
too
down for that.
serious over here.
First thing I think of is like exotic creatures and cute little animals running around in the background. Maybe we should get some of that going. Maybe a giant crate dragon or something like that.
Want little Disney animals like rabbits and ducks and, you know, birds and chipmunks. Cute little
Yeah. No,
early woodland
that's it. No,
creatures.
that's it. That's what you need.
Yeah, speaking about channels that get too many views. The one guy make that video about the Blackpool picture in 6 months gets 90,000 views. Whereas any video that debunks the globe, you're lucky if you get 30,000 views.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there's always what's his name? Simon Dan. He went from like 1,000 subs like over like 8 years or something, whatever, however long, and then just like Mr. Cheswick did a video on it. Yeah, some freaking he got like 12,000 subs in like a week, and it wasn't
Yeah.
linked to like any particular video.
Same with Dave McKeegan, because his channel, which was on photography, he was lucky if he got like 5,000 views on a video. He had like one video that went viral that got over 1 million views, but his average views were like 5,000. But now if you look at his anti-flat earth videos, they pretty much a lot of them have over 1 million views.
You're kidding me. Wow. Dude, his content is horrible too.
I think
Like,
people watch it for
I'm
his
just talking
dog. I
about
don't
that.
think they watch it for him.
Yeah, like even his presentation style is just lame. He's not charismatic. He's like anti-charismatic. That's what I don't understand is how like how do non-charismatic people get a bunch of views? You know, like McToon, Simon Dan, Professor Dave, Dave McKeegan. They're like anti-charismatic. In fact, like looking at them and hearing them speak is like fingernails on a chalkboard. Doesn't even matter what they say. They could be talking about anything. The title says, caused people to leave flat Earth, and then he named Ranty.
Yeah.
I mean, caused person to leave flat Earth. It's probably the clickbait title. And people are clicking on it going, oh, it's definitive proof against flat Earth, and it's just trash.
Yeah, doesn't understand that objects in the distance may not be actual size.
Yeah, amazing. Weird. It's weird how the street sign that's 10 feet away is bigger than that mountain 120 miles away. It's higher. It's not in the same line of sight. Why is that? It's so stupid, bro. I mean, just from an objective analytic viewpoint, without even considering what the topic is, globe earther videos are trash. They're absolute trash, just as far as like from a rigorous objective analysis of like the numbers and the assumptions and the measurements and like what they're saying is it's just such trash, dude. They don't even get like even the mainstream stuff right half the time.
Well, ignorance is their superpower.
Yeah, but it's a collective ignorance. That's the problem. That's the thing I don't like is that it's collective. It's like, you got the confirmation bias of like the average, someone just come across the video and then they actually internalize and believe what's being said on the screen. I love it when they're talking, right? And they're saying stuff is being observed in what they're showing on the screen and it doesn't actually show that. It's like saying, hey, this dude just scored a running touchdown when it was clearly a pass. But because they're saying he scored a running touchdown, people think it actually was.
Well, there's a lot of misinformation out there. Like, look, even at the Hindenburg, most people think the Hindenburg burned because it was filled with hydrogen. Nope. Hindenburg burned because the material they used for the envelope there was highly flammable and it burned up like crazy.
Wasn't it painted with like some highly flammable paint or something?
Whatever method they used to make that fabric, which was made in the United States, it was imported from the US, made it highly flammable. It's almost as if somebody in the United States didn't want the Zeppelins to be effective because it would ruin their ocean liner business.
Yeah, that could be it.
Because it took 7 days to cross the Atlantic by ocean liner. It took 48 hours by Zeppelin. And there was no seasickness.
How many could the Zeppelin carry? Like 20 people, 30 people?
Let me just see. I think it was a fair amount of people.
Yeah, I don't know what the business model was, whether it was profitable or not. But I mean, there's almost no limit on how big you can make them. Depends on the material.
Yeah.
The material cost, right? I mean, it almost don't matter because though you're increasing the surface area, right? The volume is increasing at a higher rate. Right?
Exactly.
Is that how it works?
Yeah. You increase the diameter a small amount and you get a good amount of volume increase. Maximum 70 people on the Hindenburg. On the fatal flight.
That's a good amount of people, man. That's almost as much as like I don't know, like a small plane, not a small plane, but like a regional airlines.
Yeah, like a
seating
DC-3.
capacity. Yeah.
Yeah, the final flight had 36 passengers, 61 crew.
61 crew?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So it says at peak, the Hindenburg could carry up to 72 paying passengers plus crew for a total of over 100 people on board when fully loaded.
That's why tickets are expensive.
Well, first class tickets on the Titanic were expensive. You didn't even reach your location.
Well, if you're intending to go to the bottom of the ocean, you did.
I'll have to read their Yelp review.
Well, probably the only positive thing is the swimming pools are still working. Yeah, the deluxe suites on the Titanic were between 100 to 300 pounds. The biggest suites, 870 pounds. That's about $4,350 in 1912, and today that's probably close to almost $200,000.
I mean, we're assuming a lot of stuff that they couldn't improve design over a period of like 100 years. I mean, I'm sure if we stayed with the airship thing, they'd be pretty freaking crazy right now.
Aren't they aren't they called planes, bro?
No, I'm talking about we're talking about blimps like the Hindenburg.
Oh.
They were called airships.
Someone made a proposal to use blimps to carry cargo fast over the ocean between the continents. They said they would be far cheaper than aircraft and certainly faster than going the slow boats.
Seems to be kind of hard because I feel like you're going to be affected by winds a lot, especially with the seas. You're going to have very rough currents.
So, just a side note, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I mean, Yoder, in the main server in the refraction section, I added PDF. You might want to check it out. You too, Rayleigh. You probably want to check it out. So they did a bunch of surveying, and they, according to their little K constant, they ended up measuring concave refraction or something. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's interesting.
Oh, I think I could predict why. It's because curvature throws off what their meteorological requirements are. It almost inverts it. Actually, I think it does invert it.
Well, yeah. Well, if you're assuming a curved surface, something that's flat is going to appear concave and note that coordinates.
Precisely. Yep. Yeah, that's it. So that means like a K coefficient of 1, which normally is what a flat would actually be curving. So they'd have to recalibrate their K coefficient and K factor, I guess, depending on the industry.
Yeah, I mean, if you read through it, it seems like they're pretty bullshit about the result, like kind of like waffling, especially in the conclusion. It's kind of funny.
Oh, can't wait! I'll be doing that this afternoon.
All right, it's in the refraction section. in the information channel or category. I gotta bounce. I gotta actually do something productive today other than sit on Discord and drink coffee. So I'm gonna do something else to drink
Nobody
coffee.
has to know. All right, see.
Sorry to hear that, India.
Sorry, did I have to do something productive?
Yep.
I'm dicking around for like 3 days, so I mean I don't have to do it, but I should. This isn't a must, but you know.
I did something productive yesterday. I regret it today.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Peace, man.
And I always find it funny how all these Globers talk about the K factor for refraction. Never seen them ever mention the T factor for transmission. And if you're wondering what the T factor is, that's the limit of how far light can travel through the atmosphere, especially weak light like reflected light.
It can be a bit confusing when you read about this subject from different disciplines, because like the K factor that's used in it's used to describe like terrestrial refraction and stuff. A K factor of 1 indicates a regular globe Earth with a regular radius, and anything that's above that, like 7/6 or 4/3, is making a bigger radius. So as that number gets bigger, it gets flatter. But the K coefficient is different, and you'll see this in like a surveying literature. They won't show anything with respect to like a 1. They'll show you like 0.13 or 0.27. And the higher the number, the flatter it is. But it's not the same. Like, it's not just like subtract 1. I forgot how it works. I'm gonna have to look at some notes I took on this. Yeah, because a K coefficient of 1.00 is an infinite radius. That's what it is. But a K factor of 1 is a regular globe radius. Now we have, what, T factor to contend with?
Yeah, this T factor is something that I just recently looked into, and tells you how far a light can be seen through the atmosphere. And for the most part, reflected light, the maximum is kind of like 100 kilometers.
And that's for reflected light, not. I guess that kind of makes sense in a way.
Yeah.
But would that apply to a mirror? Like a mirror flash of a sun?
Yeah, I would assume not so much for mirrors, since the albedo of mirrors are very high, so they reflect a lot of the light. But the silly thing is that these globers who think I'll be able to see trees at 40, 50 kilometers. No, trees are good at absorbing light. That's how plants grow. The only light they reject is the green light, so they don't dry out, turn into prunes. But their irregular shapes of the leaves also diminishes how much light reflects off the trees. So no, you're not going to see them over great distances.
That's how I'd be talking after I fucking bust a nut. Like, it's the same tone.
and he's gone.
Hmm.
It's pretty handy though, having a T factor. That's really good. So it's all the absorption and scattering.
Yep.
And I guess the assumption is that number scales with height as you have diminishing particulates and air density.
Yeah, based on local conditions.
So I'd be curious to see how that changes from being like a foot off the marine layer compared to like 6 feet off the marine layer compared to 20, 50, 100. You know, are there observations that confirm this model or not? How was it derived? It's kind of funny, some of the behavior that we deal with in here. So we get Globers that come in, and after some argumentation back and forth, they might claim, hey, I've got a paper. And I think in their mind, when they say that they've got a paper, that they're trying to spark or invoke fear within us. Like, oh no, he's got a paper. And meanwhile, on our side, we're like, oh great, wonderful, a paper. This is awesome. Let's put some meat on the table. And the Glober, they'll give us the link. And so we start rubbing our hands. We're like, let's get into this. Let's talk about it. And then the Glober's like, well, no. And they start making up excuses. And we're like, did you actually read the paper? No, I didn't actually read the paper. And they try to do everything they can to wiggle out of discussing the paper. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Like, this should be fun.
Man, that happens like 99% of the time as well. Like there's probably 1% where they've actually read the paper. Hilarious.
Yeah, I really start to wonder, man. I think that they think that we're afraid of papers. And so they think that they can get away with it by just plunking one down. You know, they don't expect us to call their bluff, and we do every single time. And then they run away from it. I think an audience that's listening is going to hear and see exactly that this has been going on for years. You know, they come up with the paper, we try to get into it with them, and they try to wiggle out of it every single time.
And they think that a paper is like some like magical piece of empirical evidence. Like
Yeah.
even with their observations, like they're like, yeah, like, have you guys got a paper? Like, we've got the whole observation done start to finish, showing the whole process, like in high definition. Like, oh, so you don't have a paper? All right then.
Yeah, you're right. It's some like magical, like, I win, you lose, get out of jail free card. Easy button, I win. I've got a paper, I've got an observation, you lose. Haha. And really, that's just the start of it. Like, that is the start of a productive discussion. That's not the end of it. So my advice to a listening audience that wants to contend with us, go find your paper first, learn it inside and out, and then come present it. Come teach us something that we don't know. No, I don't think we're claiming to be experts on all things in all fields. Definitely not the case.
And they can learn their paper and memorize it as good as they want, but just because something's written in a paper doesn't mean that it's valid either. Like, they need to be able to back up everything that's said in the paper as well.
Right. Right. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, just because the paper's written and you can articulate it doesn't mean you win. We're here to evaluate the claims. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit out there, a lot of bullshit papers. Everyone knows this. Anybody who's who's done some reading on like the problem of reproducibility for claims and the great replication crisis. So it's not just flat earthers that are skeptical of people claiming shit in papers. And you don't necessarily have to be an expert in the field that they're writing about. You can evaluate their process and methodology without having that domain expertise, that technical expertise in what it is that they're investigating. You can look at their investigative method and their experimental design. And I would say 9 times out of 10, that's where they fail. So, like if you bring a paper that's supposed globe proof in some way, and it's got some baked in R value, some golden seed value of a radius, then it's fair for us to ask how that was begotten. How did you derive that? How did they derive that? If they just say, well, this is a given value that's based off of, I don't know, some knowledge from deep history. Well, sad to say, that's not going to cut it. No. So it's not like we're saying you have to reinvent the wheel every time you come to this. Not the case at all. Like if you're going to cite an R value in the paper, then we want to know where that came from so we can follow the source, trace it back.
Well, that's going to be a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is, because we tried doing that. We can't find it. It seems to go back to Eratosthenes. And that's quite a problem. That is a big conundrum. And it gets really freaking weird in between like the 1600s and early 1800s, where there's like this pendulum madness where people are taking pendulums everywhere, pendulums in their labs, pendulums out in the field, pendulums on mountaintops, pendulums by the ocean side. Everybody's swinging fucking pendulums left and right everywhere. So when they're not taking sky measurements to try and ascertain the shape of a globe, they're swinging fucking pendulums. And I don't mean Foucault's pendulum. No, like a lot of this precedes that. Oh, the pendulum's swinging a bit slower here. It's slower here by 2.5 minutes every day. That means we must be on a bulge and gravity's weaker and we're being thrown off of Earth's axis with greater centrifugal force. No shit, that's what they claim. So you've got to assume then that Earth is a globe. You've got to assume a center of mass. You've got to assume the inverse square law for gravity from Newton. You've got to assume all this other shit. But really, it kind of does go back to the stars, because how do they claim to be where they are, except with using latitude and longitude in the first instance, which they do. So even the pendulum swingers, right? They claim that gravity is less here near the equator or at the equator because, well, Earth must be a spinning ellipsoid, right? Well, how'd you determine that? Well, Eratosthenes. We look at the stars and we imagine a sky ball, and well, sky ball match Earth ball, not flat Earth, so Earth ball too. When I was brand new to this early on, and I was getting frustrated looking for this measurement, I'm like, if Earth is a globe, then I guess the excuse is they got fucking lucky at every step of the way, that they were guessing and guessing right. Like, what are the chances? And not that they were just like guessing right and moving on. They would make a proclamation about the globe using one means. Like, let's say that they do surveying, and they're doing surveying in the 1600s. They're like, oh, yep, Earth is a globe from our astronomical surveying, and surveying stars on the horizon and shit. Well, then they find out 100 years later that they couldn't have ascertained that Earth is a globe in this way because of terrestrial refraction. Or the pendulum swingers. They're swinging pendulums through Peru, through Lapland, through freaking the Grand Canaries and southern Italy. And then somebody 100, 200 years later say, no, you couldn't have determined Earth as a globe in that way, like an ellipsoid, because the gravitational field's a little lumpy in places, and so you're going to get erratic results. It's just insane. So like the geoid, which is the gravity model, how that was determined to be the case is by swinging pendulums and by looking at plumb lines. So you've got one swinging pendulum to determine what they say is the strength of the gravitational field, and then you've got a non-swinging pendulum that's still and quiet. And for that, they're watching the deflection of the vertical. And so you combine the scalar with the vector, and then boom, yep, we can say gravity's stronger here, and it's deflecting by this much. They take those observations, whether or not they're bogus, and they apply them to the Eratosthenes ball. So you could conceivably have a world that is topologically flat, like we all understand it to be, but where the vector of gravity, whatever the hell that is sporadic, is erratic. It's just not conforming to an ellipsoid. It's just conforming to a generally flat topology, a lumpy topology. And then you can go a step further and say, well, if this isn't gravity fields doing this, then what is it? Well, it's a combination of starlight that appears to be uneven distributed through the sky, and whatever the hell is going on with those pendulums. I only had a few minutes. I have to get back into the office, so I'll be listening.
Awesome. Cheers.
Hello. Is it flat Earth? Is the Earth flat today?
Yeah, Earth has always been flat since the beginning of creation.
Oh, has it? This is new to me. So when I see the sun go down over the ocean, where does it go? And when I'm talking to people in California, and I'm in Florida, and I see the sun go down, and they can still see the sun, why is it they can see the sun and I can't if the Earth is flat? How's that work? Is it an optical illusion?
Perspective, my friend. Things that disappear, things that go into the distance will disappear into the horizon.
Okay.
Perspective.
Oh, okay.
Have you heard?
Well, that makes sense
Have
if
you
the Earth
heard?
is round. That they'll
No.
disappear beyond the
Perspective.
horizon. But
That
it's
doesn't
not going to
make sense.
disappear beyond the
That
horizon.
doesn't make sense.
It's
If the
just going to get
excuse me, that
smaller and
doesn't make sense.
smaller and smaller
That
and go
doesn't make
away. It's the
sense
same
if the
size.
Earth is round. If the Earth is round, then the
I think you're
cause would be a
nuts.
physical obstruction. It wouldn't be perspective, would it? It would be a physical obstruction. So no, that doesn't make sense on a globe Earth. Very long.
Yeah, I picked up on that vibe pretty early, Yoda. You can tell just by the tone nowadays. Yeah, I heard that, Yoda.
Did they really ask why the person who's closer to the sun can see the sun where I'm further away from the sun and can't see the sun?
That's right, yeah. He said it would make sense. I said perspective is the reason why the sun would disappear on a flat Earth. He says, well, that would only make sense on a globe. And I said, no, perspective is not the cause on a globe. It would be a physical obstruction. And then he left.
Guess they've never seen street lights down a straight flat road, when street lights disappear from your vision.
I know, right?
They need to get outside more and observe more. And yeah, Glovers, you need to observe clouds more. Because most of you have no clue what clouds are doing. Because they say silly things like, well, on a flat Earth, the undersides of clouds would never be illuminated. Apparently, they don't realize that sunlight reflects off the surface of the Earth. That's how we see the surface of the Earth. Because we have reflection of light. And that reflection can light the underside of clouds.
Yo.
Hello, hello, hello. Air Force, my brothers and sisters who can rebuke this round earth crap. I'm starting to believe in the flat earth theory, by the way. Someone who's done physics.
What makes you believe it's flat?
Because, basically driving your car from let's say from USA, from left to right, from west to east, it's flat. I mean, it's there, right? I might not think it's there, It's just flat.
Wouldn't you fall off at one point? I don't know.
I don't know where that point is, though. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I mean, you won't, because you drive from west to east, you get to fucking New York, and then you drive, and then you're in the ocean. It's a fact. It's conspiracy. They're calling us conspiracy theories and all that crap. I'm really fucking sick of it. Hey, why is no cunt speaking? Hey, Lazoo.
They all
Lazoo.
fell off. They fell off
Lazoo.
the earth, man.
Lazoo. Yoder. Positive CT only. Listen up. You speak. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yoder. Look at Yoder. Yoder, I think, is a
You love to hear yourself
female.
speak.
Jew. Who's a Jew? Get the Jew.
Do you stop?
Who's a
What's
Jew?
with the Jew talk?
Who's a Jew?
I have a question. Do you guys believe in the firmament?
What's that?
So, well, there's different levels of flat earthness.
No,
So there's
I
people.
personally believe, like, it's. I mean, like, look, it's generally flat as in flat. For me, it's full flat. We're in the universe, and the whole universe is flat. That's how I see it. You
What do you
get
think
laser beam.
about
Listen, my friend. You can. Let me prove it to you. Let me prove the flat Earth. You get laser beam, very powerful, from west of the United States. You beam it to east, and then boom, it doesn't curve. Where's the curveness? You tell me. It will
I've
be
seen the curve.
well, please send me a picture.
There's
I
a
haven't seen
curve
the
on my
curve.
dick, man.
Send you a
Let's be
picture.
civil, Mussolini. Yeah, send me a
Yeah,
picture.
I like being
Send me a picture
civil.
of the curve.
Okay, I got you.
No, but my friend, I say that laser. You get a laser beam. You point it from the west, from California
It's
to
gonna
New York.
curve.
It doesn't curve. No, it doesn't curve. It's straight. It's straight.
Does the laser fall off the edge of the earth?
No, it doesn't fall off, man.
It
This is
doesn't fall off.
conspiracy, bro. These.
So the
You
earth
gotta
is
think, man.
infinity miles long, then?
Can I show you something?
Yeah.
Do you want to see something? So in the side chat with the image presented,
Yeah.
we see that there's a horizon. Now, what can you conclude from this picture? I want to hear your take from it.
This is a flat piece of land.
Yeah. And do you believe that if the Earth was so flat, like, why hide it? Like, what is the? Because a lot of it comes from Freemasonry and stuff, like the ideology behind it. So I wonder, like, why hide it?
I'm not sure. The thing is, like,
The moon isn't flat.
Yeah. Do you believe in flat Earth?
I'm a hollow earther.
Hollow Earth? What's that?
Hollow Earth is a concept that Earth is hollow and there's different layers and depth to the underground, and we believe that there's a lot of ancient civilizations and a lot of landmarks under the Earth.
That's
It connects to
interesting.
it's like Antarctica stuff.
Yeah.
So
that's quite interesting. I've never heard of that before.
It's a very good rabbit hole. I believe some of the flat Earth stuff is like made to like kind of distract from any other idea.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
I don't know.
the flat Earth society movement, though. I'm not talking about.
So I posted in the chat of like basically like a summary, the long and curious history of imagining strange lands,
Yeah,
fantastical, like basically the Earth is a machine. It's like you know how there's layers of a skin,
yeah,
layers
yeah,
to your
yeah, yeah.
body. It's that kind of concept.
Those learn something new every day. I've never actually heard of this concept. So I take it would there be planets within the Earth, and you believe in like the solar system and stuff like that?
I do believe in the solar system. I don't believe. Well, a lot of the solar system examples are just CGI. That I can give to most NASA hoax people. That a lot of the imagery about space is animated or compiled using computer generation AI that was here before it was given to us. Like all this AI stuff you're seeing is basically NASA technology.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Oh yeah, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
hear you now. You got disrupted by the government? They have to
Yeah,
hack
yeah.
the
Listen,
frequencies.
listen, my friend. I do. Look, listen. There's these things, by the way. You know, like for example, ancient civilization. There is this one British guy, by the way, Mussolini. There's this British guy who says that there must have been like previous
Mussolini?
intelligent beings. What?
Mussolini was Italian.
Oh, Mussolini. I'm talking about this guy, the guy in the chat. He's not. I'm not talking about
Oh,
the
shit.
Mussolini. Yeah. Fuck. I'm
That's
talking
me.
about the
Yeah.
Mussolini here. He's Mussolini. You know, my friend. So you don't believe that we went to the moon, right?
I believe we did go to the moon, but I don't think the footage that they showed was honest. There's something up in the moon that made him not come
Anyway, I'm
back.
gonna actually be on mute because I'm gonna have my chicken. I'm gonna have
Oh,
chicken
no, it's okay.
and cheese.
Just don't make a mess, okay? Anybody else? Well, as we conclude that this is one of the least government influenced calls in the server, and I want to let everyone at YouTube know that is watching that just be careful who you trust. Be careful the information you consume because a lot of this information, actually all information was given to us. We're all spoon fed, and that means both globe and flat earth perceptions. It was all given to us, and we have to be careful because our governments do like to divide and conquer and mislead people from the truth. But all I know is that there's something hidden on the earth, there's something hidden about space, yada yada. And I want to say God bless everybody. Hope everyone has a good day today, and just keep reading, keep learning. Just make your own conclusions. Like we gotta stop insulting each other just for trying to find the truth. Now, I don't believe in flat Earth. I believe a lot of it is a psyop, but I met some beautiful people in here. Mr. Yoder, are you here with us today?
The guy that just talked still in here? You think the Earth is psyoping you? Is that what you said? Hello? Guess he left. I just listened to him on YouTube.
Yeah, bummer. I missed him too. I just logged back in.
He said a lot of flat Earth is a psyop. I was going to ask him if the Earth was psyoping him. The pesky Earth, man. Makes you think it looks flat, don't it? You still got that lava lamp going, crew. That's pretty cool.
I know. I love it.
How do lava lamps work on a globe?
I don't.
Okay.
That's the best part too. It's for science. It's not just me just showing off my new lava lamp. It's demonstrating buoyancy and density. No gravity needed.
But you got to have gravity to have a ball in space, right?
Yep. And you have to have buoyancy and density for something like a lava lamp.
A lava lamp can be demonstrated. That's true.
Talk about practical demonstrations.
How do you have a gradient?
Oh, go ahead.
How do you have a gradient in a lava lamp?
Yeah, it's a closed system. You add heat to it, and the wax goes up and down. The wax cools off, goes back down. Heats back up, goes up. There you go, right there. No gravity needed.
Somehow the spin of the Earth is affecting your lava lamp, Chris. You just don't realize it.
It's too small. Yeah, it's on small enough scale. You just can't measure it.
That pesky spin of the Earth that nobody can feel. You know what I'm saying? No, I just listened to that last guy. He gave a little outro speech. I guess he's like, I don't believe in flat Earth. I think most of it's a lot of it's a psyop. And he left. Oh well. Bodies of water are psyoping me. Damn it. Anybody else on here think they live on a ball? We just got questions, issues, concerns. Go ahead. Or don't. Your choice. Damn, that was like I just got booted out. Mic check. Am I still here? Crit,
Nope,
somebody.
I got
Do you
you.
have hands?
I hear you.
Do you have
I'm
hands?
not sure I've got hands.
You got hands, you're real.
Okay. It was just weird. I just kind of got bounced. When y'all kicked me out, just fucking with me. I don't know. Anyway, no globe believers among us at the moment. At least none that want to talk, maybe. I used to be a globe believer until I actually looked into the specific claims about physical reality which the globe is making. And here I am. It's not a ball. It's not moving as far as I can tell. That's all I got.
For all of us, brother.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Same story.
Cool story.
The same story, I said.
Same story. Sorry, for some reason I can't barely hear you. I'm gonna try to turn you up.
Or something.
Oh, this is Peter the Critical Thinker. How you doing?
Thank you. Is it better now?
Yeah, I hear. I turned you up. You're okay. I won't be here much longer. I don't really matter anyway. But what are you today? You on a globe or in a flat Earth, Peter?
Brother, same as you.
Same as me.
Yeah.
Are you antipodal from anybody at the moment?
Beneath the earth, but I don't think so.
There's not people on the other side of the ball standing opposite of your direction right now.
So that, no.
Okay, fair enough. What do you got to bring to the table today? Anything?
Nope. Just wanted to say the story you shared with us, it's our story. I haven't met a person yet who was born a flat earther. So most of us used to be Glovers, and maybe there is enough to be born into a flat Earth family and have been a flat earther all along. I don't know.
Well, the Earth just is what it is. People accept the reality at different times in different ways. I don't know. Probably didn't say that right, but you know what I mean.
That's absolutely true.
I got to bounce off here. Hopefully somebody else will pick up the combo here. Maybe a globe believer will join you guys. I have to go accumulate some fiat currency to pay my bills with, if anybody cares.
Don't we all?
Got to pay for our existence, don't we? Some of us on different levels, but anyway. The Earth is not a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Somebody come in here and provide empirical evidence against that last statement. Peace, guys.
だ。
What's going on, guys? Hello?
Hey guys, I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I think it's spherical. You want to hear my argument? Why?
Yeah, go on. Show us your proof.
You want me to show you the proof that the Earth is not flat?
Yeah. Prove the Earth is a globe. Prove it.
All right. My argument is I have something known as he didn't attack me that turn. I don't know what he's doing. I have something known as I know something called weather, right? Okay. So uh how could the Earth maintain enough like atmospheric pressure if it's flat? How could it do that? It can't. How do you have like an atmosphere if you're flat? Because then you can't have weather. He's taunting me. He's talking trash. You can talk trash. Look,
Right.
you say
You
like,
know that the gas is independent of the Earth, yeah.
yeah, but if the Earth didn't have an atmosphere, the gas would just leave, and we would be dead. Like there'd be no atmosphere. We wouldn't be able to breathe.
Oh yeah, what contains that gas on the Earth?
What contains that gas in the air? In the air's atmospheric pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's giving the gas that pressure on Earth?
What's giving the gas the pressure? Are you asking me how's
Yes.
atmospheric pressure created?
Yeah.
Bro, are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Do you know what gravity is?
Do you have any experiments demonstrating that that's actually what's happening?
You know how? All right. You want me to
Yes,
give you?
no,
You want me to look for an atmospheric experiment proving that
no.
the gravity created from our molten core creates like pressure, like it sucks in um, gas particles, like it traps it.
Yeah, can you show that gravity is the thing that's actually doing that? You know, like through the scientific method.
Bro, okay, you asked for it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Thank
I'm
you.
like
I mean, you're
kind
the
of
one
busy
claiming
right
it, so
now.
I would be kind of hoping that you had some type of experiment.
Bro, what is this guy doing? Does he not want to tell me?
What did you just say? What did you say? You said that the atmosphere is acting as a container, causing gas pressure.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, at first he was
Okay.
saying that weather, therefore
Ready for
globe.
this?
That's what he was saying.
And I have 2 spider bombs inside of this. Well, guys, do you want me to Google search? Like I don't. You want me to go on Google and to search up experiments that causes the Earth to be flat? You want me to do this?
No, I'm asking for an experiment. You said that gravity can pressurize gas.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so where's the experiment demonstrating that?
That
I
gravity
mean,
is. I mean, yeah, it's also not the only thing that does it. If you're saying gravity is the
yeah,
only thing
whatever.
that can pressurize gas, then obviously we're both wrong. But I'm saying gravity can pressurize gas. Yes.
Okay, so we need experimental validation of that claim. And two, we would need weather proving a ball.
What are they doing, bro?
That's what you said. So I mean, I don't know how something independent of shape can prove a ball, but if you can do it, then props to you.
Yeah. All right, bro. All right. I will
Yeah,
go on
whenever
Google.
you're ready. Yeah, thank you. Just look for any
Then I'm.
experiment demonstrating gravity pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure would be cool too.
Uh huh.
Outer
Uh huh.
space, you know. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
You'd have to give me 2 seconds, Bucko. Oh, I'm gonna
Yeah,
kill
yeah,
this.
take your time.
Dude's gonna get
Take
smoked.
your time.
Dang.
I'm chilling right now.
He's playing kind of weird. Bang, bro. Smoked. How did he not beat you? I don't know what he was doing. He could have won. All right, now I'm ranked 9, bro. Yes, sir. Right. Silver 9, dude. I got out of bronze. Bronze was
He
easy. It
can't
was so
leave.
many. All right, bro. I got you. Look, I'm gonna call that place, bro. Do you know anyone else that could pick it up if you can't? Crespo again. Oscar? Oscar singer section. I'll call Crespo or Oscar. Oscar's in dog, so you might be able to go though. I call him right now, actually. Cause, bro, this is like actually crazy. Everyone thinks it's stupid because there's no skill involved. Like, you don't need to be smart to play that. Like, it's stupid. They have like 3 cards that do that, where they delete a spell or delete a minion. Like, alright, I'm not getting any good cards this game. I'm gonna do 2 damage. I'm gonna draw this. Oh, you better do something. You ever played StarCraft? No, but I know what it is. So, hold on. Get a larva that transform. Oh, he's doing. All right. I don't want him to have control of the board. I want to kill that thing, but I don't have enough to kill it. Like, I can only do 4 damage. So I'm gonna attack him. Next turn, if he doesn't have anything to heal this, I should be able to kill it. But he might be able to clear board. I don't know. Let's see what he does. Bro, it's gonna take them an hour to make this. Just cancel it. Dude, I'm freaking hungry, bro. Yeah, it sucks, bro. Your refund, since your store is already preparing your order, your refund will be $5.66. I'm gonna call them right now, bro. Oh, he cleared board. All right, whatever. This is a good card. I love this card. Yeah, I'm gonna have this. I don't want him to have control of the board.
Is this dude hot micing or is something more? Did I miss?
No, he was hot making. He's talking to his friend. He said he was going to get us an experiment demonstrating gravity's capabilities of pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
Nice.
I know. I'm excited.
Whatever he's looking for, Lats must have been pretty big because he had to drop out of the channel to go and get it.
What happened?
I said, whatever he was looking for must have been pretty big because he had to drop out of the channel to go and get it.
Oh my goodness.
What?
I think he
Well,
left. I got excited. Damn. Oh well. On to the next one.
So what's new in Flat Earth, guys?
Nothing. Earth still and always will be measured flat as usual.
Tell you what is new, the speed that someone else operates their red flag button. Nice job.
Yeah, it's kind of like as soon as you ask a question, fuck them. He's out of the questions. It's go time. Time to present. Full long form presentations with PowerPoint, graphics, peer reviewed.
Citations.
Yeah, all of it.
The full kit. Yeah.
Anything short of that, just get the fuck out. Like we want to be better than the globe side and be fully inclusive and open to alternative lifestyles. But at some point it's just not worth it. Like you got get rid of the one to save the 10. Just for a healthy community, some people need to be shunned. And hopefully they find some peace in their life.
Hey, Crit.
Yeah, I'm here.
What did one Frenchman say to the other Frenchman?
Oui, monsieur.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't speak French.
Yeah. There was some French World War II rifles that were on the market that said dropped once, never fired.
Ouch.
I had to like Google some of them. Why do French people eat snails?
I don't know.
They don't like fast food.
Yeah, fair enough. Play that.
It reminded me of another one too, where it's like this guy said, "I'm gonna paint a big S on my car," and the guy's like, "Why?" Because I'll drive around Paris and then watch him say, "Look at that S car go."
Oh, you love dad jokes, don't you?
It's kind of. I was looking at this other one too. It's interesting how the play on words. You know, like in different languages, jokes might sound funny in the right language and not funny in a different language.
Yeah, one of the fellows I used to work with over in Western Australia was telling me about that. He said he went over to, was it Iraq or somewhere for a while, and he said, you know, the old "why did the chicken cross the road?" He said because the way they speak in like set phrases, for them it translates, there was a chicken and it crossed the road.
Because it reverses, yeah.
So he said a lot of things, and we are just talking about in general, just how, because he said over there they actually print like 2 lots of newspapers, one in full Arabic and the English translated one. And he said a lot of the people over there will actually laugh at the people that pick up the English ones because half the time it's not even what's written in the other ones. And
Yeah, here's a good example. There's this joke about, hey, why do fish hate computers?
Why do fish hate computers? I don't know.
Yeah, well, because the punchline is they're afraid of the mouse. But see, in English, it's dumb as shit. But in French, it's like the word poisson means fish. If you the word for a computer mouse, like it sounds like the same word, like ici-son or something like that.
Oh, right.
So they're thinking, like, in the joke is implying that when people use a computer, they slap a fish on the table and move it around. So the fish don't like being used because they don't like computers because they get
They're like
they get moved
abused.
around like a mouse. Or here's another one too. It's like, why was a lemon pressed? It was because it was waiting for the bus. So in English, it doesn't mean shit. You're like, what the hell does that mean? You know, that's completely
random.
clueless. But it means like when you are like kind of in the nick of time. You got to the bus right when the doors were about to close. Like you squeaked in. And then it's sort of like it's a kind of like a play on words.
Interesting.
Like it to squeeze by. Like you just so in context, citron, which literally means lemonade, but could also mean to squeeze by. So the metaphor being that the person squeezed right through the door as the bus was closing.
But I dare say it goes the other way too. They've probably heard a lot of our jokes and gone, "What are they talking about?"
Yeah.
Like seriously.
Yeah, like they're like, how is that even a joke? That's just idiotic, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, here's a good one too. What's the ultimate irony for a gardener?
Don't know.
Telling lies. It's because to say like to rancor de salides, which means to tell lies, but it's also very similar to salamander. Like it sounds similar to saying salamander.
Right.
Oh, here's a good one. So what does a strawberry do on the horse?
I don't know.
It's just like tadega. And it's funny because the word tadega is the sound they say for galloping. Like you make like a horse galloping, like to do. They say tadega, which is also a type of strawberry candy that is like famous in some part of France, like or in Paris, like a strawberry candy. So it's a playful word on the absurdity in the word association between the galloping sound and the type of strawberry candy.
Oh, there you go. Even though to us it's just like, what?
Yeah. Is a bot down?
I don't think so.
Oh no, it looks like it's okay. I guess I was like, there it is. Okay. I was on another server doing some stuff with the same bot they have on politics, and it wasn't working. And I went over to politics and tried to enter the command too, but it wasn't working. But and then I just closed the window and reopened it, and it's fine.
Hey.
Hay is for horses.
I was like,
True. Discord's a little laggy today, isn't it?
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Is it?
Yeah, it was this morning for me. I got on, was trying to speak, and my voice wasn't going through, but I was hearing everybody have conversation. And then as soon as I try to pause and make sure, I think my audio was working, it kicked me, and then it brought me back into chat.
I wonder if
I
it's
have
like
a
a
lava
localized
lamp that
problem.
yo, that's so good. I have a lava lamp too in my room. I haven't fired it up in like over 10 years for sure. I might try to fire it up.
I'd love to know if it still works, dude. Like, fire that shit up, actually. Did you guys ever see the giant lava lamp they made in like that one town? They like made like it's like some town in America. They made like the biggest lava lamp ever. It's some fucking, I mean, monstrous fucking thing.
No, I haven't seen that.
Dude, it's like 15 feet tall or some crazy shit. It's like, it might even be bigger than that. It's some crazy. It was one of those things like, it was like on a TV show back in the fucking mid 2000s, like about crazy, unique things in towns or whatever, like the giant cow and the giant cheese wheel and the whatever. Like, it was. I'm pretty sure it has a Guinness Book World Record though for the. They had to like come up with their own formula for the blobs because the Lava Lamp Company would not like share the information or be part of the project. which was kind of lame. I thought that was a kind of a failure on their part, but
Oh
would
yeah,
such a good
good
publicity
publicity.
event. Yeah, it would
I
have been such
know.
a good publicity event. Like, why not participate? Like, what? Like, I don't even know, but. Oh, this one's actually very satisfying. I'll admit. The being on its is it laying on its side? Is that what's happening here?
No,
Is that what I'm
the
seeing?
camera I have is a wide angle camera, so I
Okay.
tilted the camera up and down, so it would show it.
Gotcha.
And, yeah.
Gotcha. I'm gonna see if I can see what the name of that town was. See if that thing still exists. I'm curious. I guess looking into it deeper, I guess the town that was like building that like failed. I guess I don't know. I can't find anything about it on here. Like I see like some posts about like they were trying to build it, but I don't see any. But I'd seen. I know they were like pretty far, so I'm surprised that it never came to fruition. I wonder if they just gave up spending money on it. Honestly. I think they were struggling to have thick enough glass to hold all the pressure. I think, from what I understand. Oh wait, no. Here's the literal footage of it. Yeah, Soap Lake, Washington. That's the name of it.
Oh, well,
Holy shit! Lava lamps came out in the '60s. Actually, that's crazy. I didn't actually realize they're that old.
yeah.
They were fucking old when I was a kid. Holy shit! They must have had like a resurgence because like I remember in my childhood they were like the hot new thing. So like somebody must have. Bring it back. It looks like they gave up when the guy died. I was building it. It's unfortunate.
In A Thousand Ways to Die, I just saw there was this guy that was obsessed with like just looking at the lava lamp, and he'd look at it up real close, like with his nose right on the glass, basically. And then one day it wasn't heating up fast enough, so he set it like on the stove top or something to speed it up, and it
Oh Jesus!
exploded in his face.
Holy shit, dude! That's fucking crazy way to die. Woo!
Hey, can I get your opinion on a video, Moses?
Sure.
It's only
Are
like
those?
60. So
Yeah,
it's
sure.
pretty
That's
short. It's like 60 seconds or something. I tagged you in it. I just want to get your thoughts on what's going on.
sure. Is that show A Thousand Ways to Die? Are those like actual real deaths? I've never actually watched that show. Like, are they just like a hypothetical way someone could die, or are they like actual real people that died that way? It says
I'm
video
not sure, but
available.
some of them sound
Video.
like something you'd only see in a comedy.
Yeah, some of them just seem way out there, right? Like it's like, is that actually a way someone died, or is this just some fucking fantastical bullshit of a way someone could die?
Like this one guy that was like in a wheelchair and wrapped up in bandages from some accident, right? Hanging for a smoke, right? Convinced one of the nurses to wheel him out the back of the hospital, and park him, and give him a cigarette, and he's having this cigarette, and somehow something happened, and he had this cigarette, and she didn't put the brakes on the wheelchair or something, and she walked back inside, and he accidentally rolled down the ramp and into the back of an ambulance. And somehow the oxygen tank in the back of the ambulance like ignited from the cigarette and blew up. It may have even been that he was a cigarette smoker and fell asleep in bed, and that's how he ended up getting hurt or something. Like it was like I remember there was irony to the stories. It was something like that.
Why did I do that? Is the guy who asked me to look at this video still here?
Yeah.
What's the foundation for the claim in that video that they're using hairspray?
Well, the hair is staying in place in a.
No, it's not. It's moving, right? It's moving. What's
Okay,
the
Moses,
claim
stop
that
being
it's using
difficult.
hairspray?
Watch the video.
Bro, I wasn't
and
talking to you.
compare
Fuck
the.
off.
Yeah, you can fuck off too. Right, it doesn't work like that. Watch the video. Compare the top screen to the bottom screen. One of them shows the vomit comet, the 0G flights, which is the top one. You see the girl's hair flowing around all naturally and moving. Then you compare the one to the, oh, you want to run away? I don't give a shit. Just shows you're a coward and you're here to cause trouble.
He got scared. He ran. Typical.
Yeah. You can tell by the way, what was it? What is the claim that's being put forward by the video? Well, I didn't hear the video speak up and put out a claim. And now he's going to hit the side chat. I don't like him. He's mean.
Ah, he's typing. Yep.
Oh, he decided to return. So let's see if he's compared the two videos. Did you
Please
watch
don't
the
speak
Moses?
again. I
Or
have
did you
no
have a little
intention of having a
meltdown?
conversation with you at all.
Yeah, Moses, having a cry about me is not going to help. Come on, Travis, give me a stern talking to so you can talk to this fucktard.
You stop it, Matrix. You just stop it.
Oh, please. Oh, look at this. I love this. I'm not going to sit and listen to a troll interrupt a good conversation. He has never yet, to the best of my knowledge, been in here with the intent of having a decent conversation. Every single time, he's just ducked, dodged, weaved, and been an absolute tard. And he's here just to be a pain in the ass. That's coming. That's great coming from you. Hold on. Where is it? And this is why I collect memes. Look at that, Travis. Clown Shoes is still asking for proof that it's hairspray. What? Just watch the video. Like, seriously. That's crazy, man, if he's still screaming proof that that's hairspray.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So it would be like, so this video is sped up 25 times. So it's got to be 10, 15 minutes. The hair barely deviates back and forth, maybe a centimeter or two, even though there's a current of air flowing through the ISS because they do have air filters. So there's going to be a constant river of air that would move the hair. Like if you were in a pool underwater with long hair and somebody pushed, waved their hand through the water and pushed some water towards you, it would make your hair move all over the place. And we just don't see that. There's other videos of that video is actually kind of bad compared to some of the other ones I've seen.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Moving hair.
So basically, what he wants now is proof that it's hairspray, i.e., videos of them applying a particular brand of hairspray. And even then, if you had said video of them applying that particular brand of hairspray, he'd probably complain and say, that's not hairspray, that's hair conditioner or something else. That's the level of dumbassery we get in here. Like, seriously. Instead of just looking at the video and going, oh shit, why has her hair stayed fixed in a 25 times sped up video? Surely it should have moved a little bit.
I'm looking at it. You can see hair moving.
In the comparison of the two videos, IceJJ, see the top one when they're in the vomit comet and their hair is flowing around? Is it doing that in the bottom one?
And there's a constant flow of air from the air
Well,
filter.
she's not
into the
jumping
ISS.
around in the second one, is she?
She's turning her head left and right, so why isn't her hair following accordingly?
She's barely moving her head, and you can see hair moving.
But that's a 25 times sped up video, IceJJ, and her hair is still fixed in the same position at the end as it was at the start.
So is she.
Her head is turning left and right. It would not be staying up like that.
Again,
so why
it's
are you
25
making
speed,
dumb
and it's still pretty still.
JJ, why are you making fucking idiot excuses to defend this shit? Why are you so mentally broken?
I'm
You're
just watching the video you're
now.
talking about.
Yeah, and you're making retarded excuses on why it justifies this shit.
I'm just making observations.
Oh, you're making excuses to dodge the fact that I've just pointed out you're an idiot.
I'm making simple observations.
Excuses.
The hair does move.
You're making excuses. Why doesn't it move like the ones in the top
So I
video?
shouldn't trust my eyes.
It's JJ. Question. Why does it not move like the ones in the top video?
Maybe I don't know, she's not jumping around.
Oh, so she has to be jumping around for that to happen. The one in the top video
Well,
is in
it
the
would help
vomit comet.
explain hair moving more.
JJ, vomit comet. Zero gravity in the top one. The hair can go wherever it likes.
Again, if you're jumping around,
and he's just going to repeat his fucking stupidity. We heard you the first time.
More movement Also, the top one. Look at that. The top one.
You know
Where's the
how
top one from?
absurd it. Imagine if
The
this
top
was
one is not
a
from space, is it? The
submarine.
top one is not from space,
Imagine if this was a
right?
submarine or
It
aircraft
doesn't. That doesn't
carrier,
look like it's from.
and they've got these retards with their hair. The military has very strict standards for women having their hair kept up, especially in an environment like the ISS with the technology everywhere. Can you imagine seeing that in a submarine or an aircraft carrier? That kind of nonsense.
The fuck are you guys talking about?
Shut up.
That's not nice. Earth is flat.
Excellent. Put yourself on mute.
Would that be appropriate, Fish, to see that kind of behavior on a nuclear submarine?
I'm also the top one isn't space. I'm now unmuted.
There was no
Yeah,
claim
like
that it was.
again, like it's not.
Ice
It's not even
JJ,
space, the
again.
top one.
Okay, look, Ice JJ, at no stage did anyone in this room or outside of this room, to the best of my knowledge, claim that the one that you just said wasn't space was space. Stop making fucking shit up to defend your stupidity. People are starting to get sick of it. They're over it. Start being honest.
Yeah, why are these globies all liars?
Again, it's another observation which would help explain why a
I love how he
simulated
says
zero.
that again, like as if
If you want
oh,
me to
fuck
finish
you,
a
children.
sentence, Jesus Christ.
It's because you're a tard. And I love hammering you because I'm just about to go to work. I've got like 1.5 minutes to go. I love how he goes again, like he's a school teacher and you've just misbehaved and you didn't
I want
listen
to
the
school
first
these
time.
globies. Can I help school the globies?
You want to school Ice JJ Fish?
Yeah, let's school this guy. I
Yeah,
like
he's
this
all
guy.
yours, mate. Have fun.
Awesome.
How do they simulate zero G above? I mean, obviously, if you're simulating zero G, you're going to get a different result than if you're actually in zero G. Like,
Oh yeah,
I don't know
why?
what to say. Like, one has kids in it.
Why?
Like, so
Why would you get a different result?
I mean,
So to be
CGI is
fair,
perfect,
the
dude.
new video I just
CGI is
linked was the
perfect.
one I actually meant to send. This is the one I meant to send. Can you check that one out, Fish? It's like 3 minutes.
You guys love sending like video, like fake CGI. Like, get me some measurements.
I'm responding to stuff that flat
Yeah,
earthers
okay,
sent.
sure. Yeah,
What? I
whatever.
didn't send anything.
Yeah, no, you like I'm just predicting what you globies are gonna do. You all are the same.
Dude, don't be dishonest. Stop the trolling and lying, Mage. Okay?
No, I'm not trolling. Like every conspiracy is true.
Stop it,
The Jews
Mage.
are
Stop it.
okay. All right, we're here to talk about flat Earth.
So this is another example, Fish, of the hairspray. This is the video I actually meant to send, but both are good examples of them faking that footage.
Oh, that's an
Oh, you got evidence
airplane.
of fake
Yeah.
it?
Okay. The way they get zero G simulation, I believe, is through falling. Like it's a plane in free fall.
What is free fall?
Am I
Stop
mistaken,
it,
or is that
Mage.
Yeah,
not
what is
what
free
they're doing
fall?
there?
The
Do you even know
same
what that
way that
means? Do you
the
know your
same
own
way it's
globe?
claimed to be on the ISS, right? Freeform.
Yeah, no, let's see if this guy knows his own globe. Tell me what free
No,
fall
right. But
is.
the way you would simulate that with an airplane is going to be very different than the ISS because you're dealing with air everywhere.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Like
No,
how it's not. I mean, it's
they're dealing with air
but the-
inside the ISS
Yeah, they're
as
dealing with
well.
air. That's what makes it
I
different,
mean,
guys. He
well, I
got
mean, the
us.
process, yeah, but there's an art of, I mean, for the ISS, you have oxygen tanks and an oxygen supply, but with an airplane, it's like you're filtering air and
What,
there's a
the
very different
ISS
process
isn't
going on.
filtering air? It's in a constant state of air filtration, supposedly.
Well, they filter air, but they're also, all the air comes, I mean, the process by which air is supplied to the ISS versus an airplane are very different, especially a zero G simulation airplane.
So,
I mean,
anyways, this is the video. Do you see the video I actually meant to send, Fish? This is a much better example of them using hairspray on these fake space trips.
It's like, yeah, they believe the billionaires when they say we went to space, we went to space.
Well, yeah, the lowly paid scientists too. And you can see the hair moving in the
Wow,
ISS
that's obvious. Of course. Yeah,
in
the
the
lowly
second
paid
video.
scientists.
It's moving a lot. They're showing examples of hair moving, and then how it should naturally move, and then the hair on the
Boom.
ISS, how it's not moving
Boom.
naturally.
Boom. We got you, Globy.
But shut up, Mage. Stop with the trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm with you
Stop
guys.
it. Stop it.
The hair is you put hairspray on, it's gonna jiggle. I mean, I don't know what the point is
That's
here.
what the hair is doing. It's jiggling.
We can see
It's not
jiggling.
moving naturally as if you had long hair in like a swimming pool.
But if you use hairspray or a hair clay, it's gonna jiggle rather than start waving around because the actual hair structures have been solidified into a.
Well, there would be a little bit of
Some
a
people use
small bit
hair
of movement.
straightener. Some people use even if you use a curling thing. Like if you harden your hair, it's gonna jiggle maybe, but the shape will stay the same.
Point being, it's not a neutrally buoyant environment.
Hey, Daniel Miles, what flight paths are you talking about that disprove flat Earth?
So, what Globy, are any Globies here to get? I know you guys are trolling. Like, I know you guys don't actually believe the Earth is flat. You guys are trolling, and I figured it out. I'm one of you now. I'm one of the trolls now. Like, that's the fun. That's how we get to have
So
fun.
you were lying when you came in, and you said it was flat, and you
You
were a
guys are
flat
all,
earther.
yeah, you guys are all lying.
So you were lying when you came in? Is that what you're saying? When you came
I
in?
wasn't lying. No. I was trolling. Yeah, I'm doing what you guys do. I'm giving them the truth. I'm forcing them to critically see
Well,
for
I'm
themselves.
contradicting your claim right now. I believe it's flat. So that proves your
I don't
claim
think
wrong.
you do. I think you're a liar.
How would you know what I do or don't think? Can you
How
read
do
my
you know what I
mind?
do or don't
Can
think?
you
Can you
read
read
my
my mind?
mind?
Can you read my mind?
But
I
you
could have been
said
lying. Yeah, but I could have been lying,
you
couldn't I?
said you are a
Could I?
flat earther. I don't need to
Yeah, but
read your mind about anything. It
I
was
am a flat
your
earther.
claim. But now we
I am a
know
flat
you're
earther.
lying.
No, I am a flat earther.
Okay. Then you're a flat earther then. But like 30 seconds ago, you said flat earthers, nobody actually believed flat earth. So now you're contradicting yourself. It's like you're confused
No,
or stupid.
I said that you guys are all trolling. That's what I said. You
Okay.
guys aren't actually flat earthers. You guys are
But
trolling, and I know what you're
I'm
doing.
a flat earther. I'm not trolling. So that contradicts your claim that we're all
Then you got
trolling.
then you got by the troll because flat Earth was founded by trolls. I don't know if you know
All
this.
right.
Like the
So
people
you,
Who?
high up there.
being a
Who?
flat earther wasn't a lie. It's trolling. We're trolling, so
Correct.
we're lying. But you
In
want
a
to
way,
be. Why do you want to be a liar?
because these people cannot think for themselves, and they don't know. They can't prove their Earth is a ball. And what it
And
requires
you
is a
want
group of
to lie
people.
to
Why are you
people, and you
interrupting? I'm
want
not done. I'm
them
not
to
done.
be convinced by your
Fitz,
lie.
Basically, what the
stop,
goal
stop,
is.
stop lying and trolling, Mage. I'm just going to interrupt you every time, unless you have
Then,
something productive to say. If you're just going to throw around insults, we're just going to interrupt you.
but I didn't throw around any insults. I respect the hell out of you guys for what you're doing.
Yeah, well, let me troll and tell me more about how you want to lie to people because they won't understand and it's easy to confuse them.
That's exactly why. They don't understand why what they're saying is true, and it's easy to confuse them. That's why we're doing what we do. But we can also give them the truth in the form of every other conspiracy that's true, because every other conspiracy is true. Like,
All right, so you've heard it from the mouth of the anti-flat earther. They're only here to confuse people and lie and troll as flat earthers.
now you're trolling.
I get it.
And
They're here to.
misrepresenting what we're doing here.
What do you
Yeah,
think you're
well,
doing?
he's only doing that because it's
Informing
easy to
people.
confuse and lie to people and convince them that the lie is true. That's
No,
why
the goal is to convince them to think critically and break out of the trap.
no,
Yeah, see,
the goal is to lie to them and convince them that the lie is true. That's not to make them learn how to think.
Wait. So the only goal is to
More
convince them that the lie is
entrapment.
true. So it's not to get them how to think. It's literally just to deceive.
Yes, you teach people by lying to them and keeping their confused minds trapped. That's how you teach people to think. I get it now.
Holy shit! Are you fucking with me right now?
No, that's
you're
what you said
obvious.
in the conversation.
So we have to
Just
keep their
throwing, he's just
confused minds
holding a
trapped.
mirror up to you, Mage.
Wait. So then, how do they? I'm confused. So then, how do we break them out of their prison? Like,
What?
how do we do that? Like, okay, is
I
it
don't
the case
care.
that you don't care? So then, what are you
No.
doing?
Here to share information and have a decent conversation, hopefully.
Yeah, but that's what I
topic.
just said. That's what I just said.
That's not trying to like free people and change the world and everything. Fuck, that's high hopes, bro. Don't have delusions of grandeur.
I have delusions of grandeur. I am the
Well,
second
good
Christ.
luck with that. By the way, when you said other conspiracies, you fucked up and your mask fell off. Because this is no conspiracy, bro. The surface of liquid is not a fucking conspiracy.
I agree with
How many
you.
times do we
They
have to
will
say
call
that and
it.
people have to hear that?
They'll call it a conspiracy, and that's the
I don't
point.
care. It's not. What we're talking about is not conspiracy theory. It's geometry.
I agree. I'm saying what they call it.
Then why bring other conspiracies into it? As if this is one also.
Because flat Earth is 24/7 flat Earth is a gateway drug to every other conspiracy, and it's always been.
See, there you go again. Other conspiracy. What's the conspiracy?
That zoos run society.
Well, I don't think that.
I mean, I think that. So.
Well, good luck with that. Maybe go to one of them servers. Talk about it there.
This is a very interesting group of people. Because now I'm confused.
Well, that's because you want to confuse people. Now you're confused. Because you lie to yourself. And you're okay with that.
What do I lie to myself? That's what I thought. Did. You
And
have
a flat earth.
pocket.
Yo, Mage, are you a flat earth, bro?
Yes.
No. Not.
He's not.
Is not.
No, I'm a flat earther.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Can you guys can somebody send me the map of the flat earth?
Oh, you said that flight paths disprove the flat Earth, and what's your evidence for that claim?
Bro, just send me the thing that I asked you to, bro.
I don't have a map.
That's it.
I don't subscribe to any model except the one that I shared with you already.
I said pick one, meaning find a map, point to it, and say that's the map. Because it's a Cartesian representation of the land as seen from above, which is the XYZ system. X and Z being your longitude, latitude, and the Y-axis being the lines of topography. So pick a map, point at it, and that'll be a map of the flat Earth.
Can you send it to me? Please, can we just look at it?
Yeah, pick one. Google it. There's thousands of maps.
I mean,
You can
okay,
orient the
sorry.
land
Can
to
you
be in the shape of a heart.
Sorry.
Did you know that?
Sorry. Which one do you subscribe to?
I like the one where the map looks like a heart. Because hearts are nice.
These guys are not real, bro. I'm telling you. I mean, Travis,
What?
have you been to a plane before? I mean, I'm just asking. This has nothing
Sure,
to
I've spent
prove
hundreds of
whether.
hours in airplanes. That's one of the greatest proofs is just looking out the window of an airplane and seeing how flat it is. That's an excellent proof of the flat Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you send me the map you subscribe to? Why do
thousands of
you
feet
keep
above sea
avoiding
level.
doing this? Nah, Jim, hold on, bro. I just want Travis to send me the map that he trusts, all the
So,
maps that he
third
thinks
time,
is.
Daniel, I've said it multiple times. Other people in the group have said it multiple times. We don't have a map or
Right.
model that we subscribe to.
Hi.
I don't
You just
know. Do you
deny
understand? Hold on. Do you understand what I just said? Does that mean
Yeah,
anything
but
to you?
Why wouldn't you have a model or a map that you would
Because that's not
subscribe
what we're
to?
talking about. Because we're not talking about models.
All you can do is
I thought we
create
are.
Discord servers to talk about this, bro. Like,
Listen,
what?
listen,
What
Are
am
we
I
listen,
thinking about a
are we
listen.
model?
not
Hey,
literally
listen
are
here,
we
guys.
not literally talking
Listen,
about
Subnor.
models right now? I
I'll
don't
talk
understand.
now. I'll tell you, Subnor. Flat Earth is not a model, and it's not a map. It's not an idea. It's not a concept. It's not a cosmological view. It's just the Earth outside as you observe and experience and measure it and use it. That's it.
So there's no map of you guys have no idea what the
No,
map of Earth looks
that's
like?
not what I just did. What did I just say? What did I just say?
Okay, well yeah,
Hold on.
show me what show me what that map looks like. I'm interested.
What did I just say?
Repeat it.
What did I just say?
No, what
You're
did
an
he
idiot.
say? Say it
No,
again.
is there a map? Is there a map that you can point to of how the flat Earth looks?
Yeah, and then
Map of the flat
earlier
Earth.
I said pick one. It doesn't matter which one. It's a
What do you
representation of the Earth,
mean?
which is flat.
So there's no accuracy to what it actually looks like. You can just pick. There's like
So
a
you can
bazillion of them,
create a
and they're
system
all
that
contradictory to each
have
other.
points of reference, and then you can orient those points of reference using latitude, longitude on the Earth, and then put it on a piece of paper. That's a map of the Earth, which is flat, measurably.
Cool. So like, show me what that looks like.
Yeah, like
Where's the and where's the edge of where's the edge? Where's the edge? I always wonder that.
It's close to the edge of space. They're right next to each other.
Yeah.
No, like where's
No.
the edge on Earth?
I
Like
just told you. I
where
just told you.
where can I go to on
I
Earth?
just told you. I just told you.
No, you
It's
didn't.
right by the
You
edge of
didn't.
outer space.
Yeah, where can I go to on Earth where it's the edge of Earth?
Well, you got to
By the
go.
perimeter.
It's by the edge of outer space. They're right next to each other.
Yeah, okay, so you're just not going to answer the question? Okay.
I did. The edge
No,
of the
you
Earth
didn't.
is right by the
I
edge
asked
of the outer
you.
space.
Maybe you're not listening, but I asked you
Well, maybe you.
where on Earth can I go to where it's the edge of the Earth?
To the perimeter, where
Where
the
is
edge
that?
of the plane
Where
is.
is that?
It's by the
Not
edge
where
of
you
outer
think.
space.
Go look for it.
Yeah.
Find it.
You guys
When you get
can't
there,
answer
you let
that.
me know.
Okay.
Well, where's the edge
When
of
you
outer
get there, let me
space?
know.
If
I'm
Earth is
asking you where
if
can I
hold on
go to on Earth?
if the universe is expanding, that means it must be expanding into something. What's 100 feet past this edge of expansion?
Oh, now you're gonna use modern science to try to justify what you're saying when you guys reject like all modern science, basically.
Well,
Okay,
no, isn't that
that's
what you
interesting.
believe in? That we're in a Big Bang expanding universe. So
I
what's
have no
100 feet
idea
past this expansion edge?
why would the Big Bang have anything to do with the question of when I ask where can I go to on Earth where I'd be at the edge of the Earth?
I don't know.
What does
I
the
don't know.
Big Bang have to do with that?
No,
I
it's
don't know.
because you don't know where the edge of your universe is. I don't know where the edge of my universe is. So
I never
since we're at
asked what the
the
edge
edge
of the
of
universe
the
Earth
is.
is
I asked what
expanding.
the edge of Earth is. Are you
How
listening?
many
like
times do we have to say we don't know?
Wait, a quick question. The Earth is expanding. Is that what you were saying? Like,
Is it
no,
no?
that's
right?
Nobody
not
said
what he
that.
was saying. What he was
I
saying
mean, but you
is
already.
making
Why do
a
you use the
comparison
universe
of
as an example?
ideas on cosmology, right? In his mind, the universe is ever expanding from a big bang, right? And he doesn't know where the edge of it is. He just knows that it's out there somewhere.
I never
And
asked
when
where the edge of the
we
universe is. I said where the
ask,
edge of
where's
Earth
the
is.
perimeter of the flat Earth? We say we don't know. It's somewhere out over there. We're making similar answers to the same question.
Okay,
But
so let me
he
get
thinks
this straight.
he
You
has
guys do
moral
not have a map
superiority
You're
that
so
or
you guys
whatever
know
stupid.
where it ends.
to ask the question
All
and be
right,
justified in asking the question.
You guys
here
are
we go.
so
So,
dishonest.
well, let's see how dishonest we are. We'll hit you with the same questions. Can you give us a globe Earth model and present it in such a?
Yeah.
Yeah, go. Okay, hit me with that.
All modern science.
Sorry, friend. I just need the globe Earth model. We didn't have a flat Earth model for you, so now I want to see your globe Earth model.
Can't
Yeah,
send
I mean,
pictures.
have you ever been to
I can't send.
have you ever seen
Sorry,
like a
friend.
globe in an
You
elementary?
said
Have you
that you
ever
don't
seen like a
have one.
globe in an elementary school? That's the
I'm
model,
sorry,
buddy.
that's not a model. That's a polar projection coordinate system. That's not even a model. Can you give me the globe Earth model,
How is that
please?
not a model?
Do you know what a model is in this genre?
Please explain.
Do you think it's a paper mache covered ball with a map on it? Do you think that's what a model is?
Yeah, that would be a model. Correct. Yes,
Okay,
by
so you just
definition.
think it looks a pinata of any kind is a model.
A pinata of any kind. What kind of
That's
question
what
is
the globe
that?
is. It's a paper mache piece of sphere with a map on it, but it's a polar
You
coordinate
guys
system.
are
It's not a
so
model.
dishonest. Holy
We're not
No,
dishonest.
shit!
you
I'm
are.
asking, I'm being
You are
very
No,
so
specific.
you're
I'm
gonna
being
be
very
as
precise, very
you're gonna be
specific.
as
See, now I
uncharitably
caught you,
dishonest as
I
you possibly
busted your
can.
ass, and the only thing that you can do is talk for me and
Unbelievable.
call me dishonest. Unbelievable, I know. How unbelievable it is that you don't even know what a globe is.
I do know what a globe is.
So is it a paper mache pinata?
No, it's not a paper mache pinata.
Oh, well, what is a globe then?
The Earth? You asking me what the
The
Earth
Earth.
is?
So the Earth is a globe, so it has curvature.
Right.
Okay, can you show me the measurements of this curvature on Earth so we can go ahead and get this all, squared away?
What do you mean the measurements of the
The
Earth? What do you
measurements
mean?
of the curvature of the Earth. If the Earth is this big ball that you think you live on, I want to see who measured that curve so we can see why we're calling this place a globe.
Yeah, someone must have measured the surface and realized that it curves at a specific rate in order for it to be a sphere or a globe,
Oh,
a
this
spheroid.
see, yeah, it's approximately 8 inches per mile.
Didn't ask for what it is. I
Sorry,
asked for how someone determined
I
what
don't
it
need the,
is.
yeah. We don't need the claim, we need the measurement. That's a claim. Can you verify that measurement, please? With measurement.
Yeah, there's been lots of people who measured it, like the ancient Egyptians did,
Go ahead and put one in on the side and
Aztecs
show me how they
did.
did it. Dude, you're so dishonest. I just want you to go ahead and instead of making more
Oh,
baseless
I'm
claims, post
dishonest.
the
I'm
measurement.
dishonest, even
Dude,
though
you're
you're
so
comparing Earth to a
dishonest. I don't know why
pinata.
you won't go ahead and put the
Honestly,
measurements in the side chat. You
you
guys are
guys are
so
hateful.
dishonest. I
You
don't know
guys
why
are
you're doing this.
hateful, and you guys
This
are
is
idiots.
ridiculous. You should
And
be ashamed of yourself, dude. I mean, I
you
can't
should
believe
be
you won't
ashamed of
show us the
yourself.
globe. So why won't you put the globe Earth measurements in the side chat? We're not going to have this thing where I'm talking over you and you're talking over me. One at a time. Oh, he left. What a coward. How about the other homeboy? Is homeboy still here? How about Daniel Miles? Do you know who measured the
I'm
Earth?
here. I do not know.
Okay. Isn't that interesting that no one knows how the Earth was measured to be a globe?
You're asking me.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Isn't that interesting that no one has measured the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, I wouldn't say nobody has measured. Do you have
Okay, well then
proof that
tell me
nobody?
how they did it. No, I mean you tell me who did it and how they did it.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not researching this. I'm saying.
Do you think we would be here if we knew who measured the Earth and how they did it? If we had Earth curve measurements, you think we'd have this server open? No. We've been asking this question for 10 years. So
I think
if there's
you.
no one measuring any curvature of the Earth, in fact, if everybody is measuring it, using it, and essentially living on it, experiencing it as a flat and stationary plane across all industries, across all civilizations, why in the hell would we believe that we live on a spinning ball when that's not what we experience or measure? Isn't that an interesting question? No one's ever measured a ball. In fact, everybody uses it as the exact opposite, a stationary plane.
That's insane.
Cat got your tongue?
Tons.
Because see, we were shamed by the guy in here just a second ago. We are so disingenuous, and I asked him a very simple question: who measured the Earth? And he said a bunch of people. I said who? Then he went back to insulting us. I don't think that's a great way to have a conversation. I think you would probably agree, but I don't know. Maybe you think it's okay for us to ask for evidence of a very interesting claim that we live on a ball and there's no evidence for it, and instead call someone, disingenuous.
How often does
To
this
me, that's
fellow use maps? I'm wondering. When was the last time you used a map?
oh, he went on deaf and he's scared of this now.
Good.
Fingers in the ears and a thumb in the mouth. Hard to do, but looks like what just happened.
I thought the map was supposed to be the proof of a globe.
Well, that's weird. All those distances are horizontal.
Heretics razor cuts again.
Go ahead, Pantheon. Ask your question.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Hello, Jimmy. How you doing? Yeah, first, say hello first. Let's get to know each other. You want a question straight away?
Yeah, send it.
All right, great. So my name is Pantheos, and I have been to space. But let me explain. Let me tell you why, Jimmy. I've seen that the Earth is a sphere. I know it's a sphere. I've seen it with my own two eyes. Because it's about external validation, right?
So you were
Personal
on the Apollo
experience.
missions?
Yeah.
So you were
I
part of
wasn't
the
on the
Apollo
Apollo
missions?
mission.
Oh, then you didn't see the Earth as a sphere.
It wasn't. I'm not American. I wasn't on the Apollo. Let me explain. Right?
No, we know you're lying.
Because
the British
I'm
do not
not.
claim
But
to have gone
notice
far
what you
enough
just
away
did.
from
You
the Earth
moved.
to see it as a sphere. The
Yeah.
British do not claim to have gone far enough. Are you releasing classified information? Some secret mission
I did.
that the British
No,
performed? Well, you
I'm
better be
not. I
careful,
didn't
bro.
say
You better check
Apollo.
your disclosure
You.
agreement.
Yeah, but you was the one that inserted Apollo because your mind is a familiar box to attack.
Okay.
No, bro,
No worries.
because they're the only people that claim to have been far enough away from the Earth to have observed it as a sphere, you idiot.
But I never said Apollo. You was the one that put it in my mouth. Did I say Apollo?
Oh my god, this guy is dumb as bricks.
I know.
Super dumb. Have him show us
He's
the
been
map.
here many times.
It'll be interesting. We can entertain his delusions. Buddy, show us the map. How far out were you to see the whole Earth?
Oh, I'm the delusional one here.
Yes, show us the map.
Yes.
How far out were you? That's all you have to say.
I
Just how
can't. It's
far out were you to be able to see the full Earth?
yes. Yes. The point is that you only trust personal experiences when it contradicts your identity, my friend. That's your
No,
problem,
go
buddy.
ahead and tell us how far out
That's
you were. We're
incorrect.
going to entertain your delusion.
How is that incorrect?
Nobody here is
You
asking
trust some
for
personal
external
experiences.
validation. Yeah, we're not relying on that. I don't know why you would assume that even coming in here. That's kind of a fault on your part. So, do you have any Earth curve measurements?
Well, I went to space as a tourist. I didn't do any measurements. Let me just point that out now.
I don't care about the hearsay. Do you have any Earth curve measurements? Then we'll see if what you saw from your, individual perspective was actually correct. So, do you have any Earth curve measurements?
So are you saying personal experience is not enough now and numbers are? Is that what you're trying to say to me?
Not enough, no. At no point did we say that was even the basis of the way we adjudicate things. So you came in here
You
assuming that,
think
and then you
I'm
want to pretend.
delusional? You think
Yes,
I'm delusional for going
absolutely.
to space?
Absolutely. No, I didn't say anything about that. Although you're going to have to define
I
space
saw
very
the
clearly.
Earth as a sphere. I did. By personal
Great.
experience, I saw it as a sphere. Okay, I'm not
That's
delusional here.
fine.
You're the
Okay,
delusional one.
okay, dude, that's fine. Okay, you can. That's no problem. All right, that's no problem at all. You saw the Earth as a sphere. Okay, now what? Now what happens next?
Because I saw the truth. I know the truth. It's
Okay,
not
so
flat.
now,
It's a
okay,
sphere.
now what? Okay, now what?
Well, it doesn't seem like there's anything left after that.
Because I want to share my experience with you flat earthers because I know the truth.
Okay, so why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that?
Truth isn't a feeling you arrive at. It's a method you're willing to submit your beliefs to, right? That's what truth is. I'm
No,
here
we
to
don't have
spread the
beliefs here.
beautiful news.
Yeah, we don't use beliefs, dude. You use your beliefs.
Look, you're not understanding. Everyone trusts their mind, right? The difference is between belief and knowledge, and it's whether you allow your mind to be corrected, my friend. Anyone can claim
I
the
would
truth.
say that my feedback would
I've
be
seen it. I've gone to space and I've seen it.
Yeah, you said that already. Okay. My take would be that this is something similar to like Dante's Inferno. Like the angel took Dante through the 9 layers of hell. And when Dante woke up in the morning, he was really confused about what happened. And he wrote it off as just some sort of weird dream he had. I would put that in the same level.
You see
that
what you did? You turned it into a meme so you couldn't have to answer my question. That's not
So my
reasoning. That's
feedback-
emotional regulation.
Yes, I'm telling you that my feedback to you, based on how you're acting, you're constantly repeating yourself. You aren't giving any details or specificity. this appears to be some kind of fever dream that you experienced that even you're not really sure how to articulate because you just keep repeating yourself over and
Crit.
over and over again. You're not giving any details, any cowbell.
But Crit, whether I went to space is irrelevant. What matters is that you treat your personal conviction as truth, but dismiss anyone else's. That's
I
not
didn't dismiss
insight.
it.
That's a
I
double
accept
standard.
I
You're
accept
doing
it.
a double standard right
No, I'm
now.
accepting it. I'm accepting it
It's a shared
conditionally.
experience, you dumb.
I'm accepting your experience conditionally as same way Dante
So why?
experienced divine comedy. I'm
So are you
conditionally.
calling me a liar for going to
No, I'm
space? Is that what you're
I'm
trying to say to me?
no, this is what I'm
I'm
saying to
calling
you.
you a liar.
I'm
I will.
I call
Yep.
you a liar, dude.
Me
Yeah, I
too.
call
Me
you out
too.
as a liar because I can
okay.
ask
Yeah,
you
me too.
questions you can't answer.
Well, I
Well,
conditionally
you're
accept.
a liar
I
because you
conditionally
think
accept that
the
you went
Earth
to
is
space.
flat and you can't prove it. You're a liar. I've been to space. I've seen the curvature.
Okay,
It's
I
my
conditionally
personal
accept that.
subjective experience.
I
You can't disprove that.
100% Pantheos. I 100% conditionally accept your statement that you went to space.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But I don't 100% accept that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you don't
Thank
need
you.
to.
I don't need to, exactly. I don't need to prove anything. I've seen it. I've seen the truth. I've been to space. I apologize for saying it 5 times now. I don't want to go circular, right?
No, I get
But I
it.
know.
You're preaching.
Dude,
You know
your
what
language
Carl
is
Jung said?
horrible. Yeah,
What
He's
did
just like
Carl
a
Jung say
your
about...
missionary.
storytelling. Your storytelling skills blow, dude. You're not even convincing.
I'm not trying to be convincing here, but what did Carl Jung say? I know. You remember
What
that from Carl
continents
Jung?
did you see?
No, I
I
don't know anybody
saw...
named Carl Jung. No, I don't know anybody.
Okay, you don't need to understand him, but he was onto something, he was. But I love that guy. Anyway, he's dead now. May he
Well,
rest
how'd
in
you get
peace,
to
but anyway.
space? How'd you get high enough? Did you take a rocket, an airplane? What'd you do?
I didn't go
DMT?
on Apollo, that's what... No, I didn't go on Apollo, that's for sure. So, I don't know who said that before. That's not
Was
true.
LSD?
It wasn't any psychedelics. So whether... Look, I can't tell you that, how I went to space, because you're going to steal
All
my
right,
idea. I can't
so we
tell you
can just
that,
get
but...
rid of you then. So since you're just making up stories, nobody really needs to hear them, do they?
Well, all right, if you want, man. It was a good conversation, man. Thanks, man. Maybe next
Yeah,
time.
sure. Go to space, dude.
Much love, my G. Take care.
It
Go to
wasn't a
space.
good conversation.
You guys brought them all out. There's Scott Mackey's here, Peter's here. What did you guys do? JJ Icefish. Oh my goodness, you guys did something. You brought them all out.
How do you think that you are in that statement?
Hey, you said you had a degree in psychology. What year did you get that?
They
1990.
it's a story that there's a big news that there's a huge shortfall at NASA that they are gonna just today it dropped. Like they're talking about like they're gonna start pulling funding from states. The states that paid into entitlement programs. They're gonna cut those to try to cover the backfill that this massive amounts of money missing.
Cool.
So they're
Oh, yeah,
probably
how
upset,
many
and they're going to
billion was
blame
it?
flat earthers for that. Flat
How
earthers
many
are the one who
billion?
did that. Had not been
How
those
many billion?
pesky flat earthers, everything would have been perfectly on budget, and none of this would have happened.
I
Did
bet
they
my
ever find
house
that
that
missing
flat
money
earthers were
from
never brought up.
9/11? Am I not coming through? Holy shit!
You just did. Sorry, Tate. I'm sorry.
Very
Did they ever find that
quietly.
missing money
Yeah,
from 9/11?
$7.25 billion missing.
Oh,
There was
now we're
there,
gonna
there
see
was
another 3 buildings fall.
there was never any missing money from 9/11. That was just a lie. They said that a lot of people believed.
You're an idiot.
You can believe lies if you want. It's no problem.
I know you think planes hit the buildings and then there were 19 hijackers. I know how you are, Scott.
They
You are
originally
correct. I do
blamed the
believe that.
shortfalls as runovers and cost runovers, but that only accounts for 250 million of it. So they're like, huh. Earlier last year, or late last year, like right before like mid-December, they were cutting a bunch of jobs at JPL to try to cover some of the cost and missing money there. So yeah, this is what they should do. All the people here who think manned spaceflight's possible, this is your perfect opportunity to man up. Pick up where government dropped the ball. They dropped the ball at the 1 yard line. You just got to pick it up and cross the goal line. The ball's right there. Just pick it up and get it across the goal line. You can do
so
it.
how do we do that?
You got to get a Kickstarter going, and then you can buy it.
Do a bake sale. I don't know, figure it out.
Scott, you and Peter can buy into NASA then, and like be the owners, and then you guys can go on space rockets.
You know the best part too, this like $7 billion shortfall, I bet that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just what they're telling you. Imagine the shit they were able to hide behind the scenes.
That's what they only want to report out.
Yeah. So get a bake sale going. Car wash, I don't know, something. Figure it out. Because if you fail, it wasn't us. It wasn't flat earthers who did it. I had nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Scott, what you should do is Scott, you should do like a bikini car wash. You guys wear bikinis, and I think you guys could raise a lot of money.
What's the thing where they play video games and they'll do like have the person do weird shit on camera? Like slap like a ice cream sandwich to their forehead and they play Fortnite while they do it.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. You'd get some money at doing it that way. I mean, if you guys want to buy NASA, I would buy into it that way. You guys should make a Kickstarter, get that crowdfunding going, put on there all your globe servers. We have a chance to invest into space. Let's do it now while we can, while they'll accept our offer.
I don't know about Scott, but I look pretty decent in a bikini.
Yeah, you're meter there, Peter. Your mic is hot mess, dude.
Yeah, that's why, Peter. You might look good in a bathing suit, but because you didn't spend any money on either a phone or a computer or anything. It sounds like you got a paper cup.
Is it better now?
No, it's worse.
Horrible.
NASA's trying to suppress you. They know that you're the next big game in town. So the last thing they can do is try to keep you out of the game. Tell them, don't hate the player.
Really?
Okay, how about now?
Tell us how you really
Yeah,
feel.
I think that's doable. It's pretty quiet, but I think it's doable.
You want me to yell or what?
No, you're good. Just when Peter's talking, everyone's got to make sure to give him some space because he's not coming in loud.
My experience, when you speak quietly, then people listen to you more carefully.
Yeah, there is a strategy.
That's why
Have
at
you
NASA
tried
we have
saying it with
developed
a
a very
raised
quiet
hand?
microphone.
If you say it with a raised hand, they listen very intently.
Especially if you raise it in a Roman salute.
No, not going to go there.
You raise it with a hammer in your hand, they'll listen real intently.
Especially if you have a sickle in the other hand.
Nope. I know it's on the politics server, but let's like try not to go full politics. This is like a channel we avoid the politics discussion. because
I
it
don't
really
see
gets the
how
right wingers
ancient.
pissed.
I don't
If you
see
want to
how
get
ancient
down to it,
Rome and farming tools
flat
have
Earth,
anything to do with politics.
Yeah, because the right
flat Earth,
wingers get
flat Earth
pissed. They're
fascists,
already pissed
flat
at this
Earth
channel. They
fascists
think
are already trying
make
to
America great
create
again.
uniforms and make us all march in the streets to flat Earth ideology. The flat
No,
Earth fascists.
incorrect. Yeah, incorrect. This is a flat Earth. We believe in free speech, freedom of association.
No, you don't.
You get to this,
You
yeah, you
believe in
get to
flat Earth
decide.
or die.
No, incorrect. Yeah, absolutely incorrect. No one here is going to
No,
force
you don't
any
know what you're
compliance.
talking about. You're not a representative of flat Earth.
Why
I
would
know
you
how
say
they
that?
are. I've seen it in firsthand. I've seen
You seen
them
it?
dismissed, put down,
Just get rid of that
belittled.
retard.
Yeah,
I've
I mean,
seen
once
them
someone goes victim status, it's very
distrust.
hard.
I've
See you
seen
later,
them.
Rex.
I've
See you
seen
later,
them.
Rex. See you later, Rex.
Yeah. Busted. Busted. Go ahead, kick me. You've been busted. Flat Earth
All right.
fascists.
All right. I'll just
All
mute
right,
you
I
Go ahead,
guess he
first, so
asked
you
kick
can
me.
for it.
come
Prove
in
my
muted.
fucking point. Prove.
And then I don't have to do the rest of the commands. I'm on my phone.
All right,
I mean, I
is
think
my
that'll be enough.
microphone back to horrible? Is it horrible again?
No, it's just quiet. It's really quiet.
Really quiet, huh?
I mean, you can probably hear yourself on live stream and see troubleshoot.
On my phone, there's not even a setting to like boost the microphone.
We use Discord. Did you turn yourself down on Discord?
I don't think so. Let me see. Hey, how about now? Is it better?
There we go.
Is it better? Seriously?
Yep.
Oh my god. Genius.
Was it Discord?
I mean, there's like an auto setting, auto gain control, so I turned that on.
You're supposed to turn it on, especially if you got crappy microphones.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I learn something new here every day. I mean, why did you guys kick Scott Mackey?
We did. No one did. You can look right the
Well, I
log,
think
dude.
somebody's server muted him, so he probably rage quit.
Oh, well, that's not us.
So whose server mutes?
We don't talk about moderate.
After you get your mod powers, Peter, you can look for yourself and figure it out.
Exactly. What does it
Yeah, you don't
concern you?
talk about moderation. That's one of the rules here. So that would be concerned trolling, which is
So
a
he can't
straight
even
up.
he can't even get the mod status because he's a concerned troll. Peter, you ruined it for yourself.
I've been
Yeah,
here
concerned
like for
trolling.
hours. We've been waiting for a decent glower. Scott Mackey comes in. That's a good
He's
customer.
not. He's
It's
not
not
a
a
decent
decent
one.
glober. He's a decent
No.
glober. He doesn't know anything. As soon as he starts drinking, he loses his mind.
What you got there is Scott Mackey is like on the anti-flat Earth server known the Gempanzees. They give globalists a special role called autard. And the role means that people who are a globe liability, it stands for autistically retarded. They rate them below flat earthers. So they have globe earthers, flat earthers, then autistically retarded about flat earth. And Scott Mackey's the founding member of the autards. He's getting muted over there all the time. Like they can't stand the dude. So when he comes over here, it's like a charity. It's giving him some space to express himself. And a lot of times he really can't find a way to express himself. Or he'll talk over people, then get muted, and then leave. Because he's mad he can't talk, and his proof of that is to leave so he can't talk anyway. It's like just a display of a march into just utter madness.
Yeah,
His
he does
first-
have some weird problem solving skills, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's like the first day he heard about Flat Earth, he triggered. And he's been triggering ever since. Still has no idea what's being presented, no idea what we're talking about, no idea what he's trying to talk about. None of it. It's just all just utter confusion for him. It's even
And he also
funnier
thinks
now.
he
One more
also
thing.
thinks
Yeah.
he's supposed. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, last thing is like he's sitting there blaming me for muting him. He's got mod. He's got his own deep state channel. He can look at the fucking log. Like, holy shit, dude. It's like he's just gone. Like his thinking, his problem solving, his emotional regulation is so far gone because he thought in his safe space, his anti-Flat Earth echo chamber, he would be accepted, and he wasn't.
What a sad story.
Well, not really. It's just a cautionary tale that it's better to know what you're disagreeing with before you disagree with it. Or you can disagree without being disagreeable. Or insufferable, for that matter. You okay there, Radwin?
No.
Went down the wrong pipe?
Yeah. I was trying to answer a text too.
I think he's doing some research.
He just saw that the shortfall, the budget shortfall, was even more than the $7 million they confessed to, or $7 billion. It's like we're really upset that Democrats in Minnesota. There's a couple $1 million missing because of like daycare centers and child lunches. Meanwhile, the federal government has trillions of dollars missing. Like it's out of this world. Just a black hole, a literal black hole, just sucking money from the states and just disappearing into the federal system, and no one bats an eye. Wow, whatever.
What's a few $1 trillion between friends?
Yeah, they talk about it's payoffs. It's like black ops and whatnot. That's why with NASA, when they go to see how much does a toilet cost, well, a toilet costs like $8 million. Really? Why would a toilet cost $8 million? Because they're doing a bunch of other shit that they can't confess to. Like Department of Defense, they buy a hammer for like $80,000, a box of nails for like $2 million. Like that's just to put up a shed. You're like, there's some random shed. You're like, well, can I see a picture of the shed? Nope, that's classified. But here's the budget. Here's a line item budget to build the shed. It cost $88 million.
Unbelievable.
Dude, there's just plywood and nails on the line items. How is this equal, like, $88 million? Like, how? How the
Are you talking about space toilets?
Yeah, space toilets, yeah.
Maybe they should just hire Portuguese astronauts.
So, hey, Peter, on a scale of 1 to 10, how triggered are you about what QE said today?
1, because I don't know what he said today.
What'd you think of that dude who talked about he went to space and he's like a British subject? Do you believe him?
I suspect he didn't go. I mean, very few people have done these suborbital flights. Gagarin, and a few rich douchebags. So chances are he's neither of those.
My favorite suborbital flight was when they took William Shatner, and he starts going on about basically the overview effect, and that it's a very sad state of affairs that some of these problems still exist today, and they just cut his mic. Yeah, enough mic time for you, old man.
Well, they might have been worried about racial implications because he kept on going on about the blackness.
Yeah, it sounded like he was going to go there. He was going to talk about, make some social justice comment that Bezos would be like, I don't want, I don't want like Mega, canceling their Amazon Prime subscription because of something William Shatner said. Yeah, earlier, Peter, I was trying to tell you that we try to stay away from politics because right wingers are very pissed that
I
flat
went up.
earthers exist.
I went
They're very
up. I'm serious.
yeah. Hold on, dude. Because they think that when flat earthers say the Earth is flat, what they actually hear is that America was never great. Like the space age that didn't exist. That was all fake. So they want to say, well, you should be deported for those ideas. That ideology is that could cost you your citizenship.
It's anti-patriotic.
Yeah,
I want
it's
to be
like
deported. Can I pick the place? I want to be deported to like St. Martin.
I'll say too, like I always thought about leaving America, but I'm kind of worried about American foreign policy. I mean, domestic policy is kind of bad, but foreign policy is even worse.
Kick me out and give me an open pass to go wherever I want. I'll be happy.
You nailed it. I thought, Crit, you didn't want to talk about politics, but you're just bringing it back.
I know, I did. I told you. I said why we don't. I gave you the reason why
And I
we
accept
don't
that
talk
reason,
about
so
politics.
stop it.
Yeah, it's worth saying because other people might be thinking this is a politics server. How come we don't talk about politics in the politics
This
server?
is not in contention right now, so just leave it.
Hey, what's up, Pantheo? Is he back? What else you got to share? When's the next time you're gonna go to space? Do you got a date? You gotta save the date?
No, he just said he said he went up. You wouldn't want says who to open up his mic right now. So I'd be careful. Just be careful what terminology you use, like because really
up
you
and
meant to
down.
say I went out. Right, Pantheos? Oh, no, that's not a pun because he's got a right arrow. Oh, if Demok was here, is that the way you went to space? It's sideways.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I'll just. Yeah, I was just waiting for you guys to. No date, no date. I went alone. I did. I didn't go with anyone. Yeah, I went up. I did. I went up, but orbit isn't up. It's sideways, fast enough to keep missing the ground. Now, I didn't go with Apollo to space. I passed the atmosphere. I did. Yeah,
Dude, how fast were you going?
yeah.
How
I used a
fast?
modern orbit
Yeah.
flight to go to space. I did.
He said, "How
So
fast
it's
were you
not Apollo.
going?"
Not.
Yeah. He's like, "Yeah."
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, let me explain how fast I was going. I'll explain. It was a lovely journey. I got proof as well. I'll put it on the side chat if you want. Do you want to see the proof? Yeah. Well, this is a
Oh, yeah, we
picture
can't
of
wait
me
to
in
see it.
space. As you can see, I went. Yeah. So as you can see, I've gone. I went a couple of weeks back. It was a lovely journey. It was. It wasn't Apollo. It wasn't. So don't twist my words. All right.
Yeah, but how?
So the
There's no
technology that I.
glass in your
Yeah.
helmet, dude. Wouldn't the vacuum of space suck the air out of your lungs?
No, I was wearing a suit. I was. So the suit
Dude,
it
I can see your
protected me.
face though.
Yeah.
What's protecting you from the void of space?
There's a
Yeah,
glass there.
a nice jacket, pants, and tie isn't going to help.
Yeah, exactly. I went alone. Yeah. I didn't go with it.
You said you wore a
Yeah.
suit, like a dress suit, dinner suit. You were dressed for the occasion. If I'm going to space, I'm going to look good, right?
What are you giggling about? What's so funny?
He's happy.
Dude, he's
I
a
think
giggler. You hear that? Just giggling away.
Why
he
can I
sounds like
hear
a flat
myself?
earther. This looks like a flat Earth meme right here. So are you a flat earther, Pantheos? All right.
Is someone tickling you, Pantheos? What are you giggling about?
I can hear myself. What's going on? Who keeps repeating me? Yeah, don't
Are you
twist
a
my
flat
words.
earther,
Exactly.
Pantheos? Pantheos, are you a flat earther?
Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
Dude, what the
Anyway.
fuck is wrong with you?
No, sorry, man. I heard myself. I did. My bad. Because I think the. Anyway, never mind. Yeah. Yo, Professor
Shut the
Triangle.
fuck up.
Yo, you shut the fuck up. Why am I shutting the fuck up?
Because I said so. He can only talk about going to space if he can pass the triangle test and all the questions that go with it.
Oh, well, what do you say, Pantheos? You up for the triangle test?
All right, unmute him, and if he says anything, mute him. I'm not on there. I'm in a different screen.
All right. What's the triangle test?
Uh-oh. He failed already.
It must be tough.
You there?
What's the triangle test, Maggie? Ask me the questions. Man, this guy's delusional, bro.
All right. So here's the NASA IQ test question, part of one anyway, from their IQ test. Go ahead and answer that. Read it out loud and answer it for us. You got 10 seconds. Go.
Which of the figures below are not triangles? I got D. Yeah, D's not a triangle.
D.
They fail
Dog.
every time.
D as in dog.
Yeah, D as in dog. Yeah, D.
That's it, huh?
Yeah, Donald Duck. Yeah.
All right. Let's see what the answer is. Let's see what the answer is. Let's see if you can. Let's see if you can go in a space rocket. Ready? Here we go. B. B is not a triangle because it has a curved side. D is not closed, so it's not a triangle. So you only got 50%. That's a failure. Every time they fucking fail. You're not allowed to talk about space, dude.
Well, that's not a bloody triangle, man. What you on about?
What are you talking about, Dave?
Oh, man.
Do you not know what a triangle is?
This is freaking hilarious.
I know what a triangle is, Jedi. But look. Do you think there is a triangle? Look at it. I'm looking at the explanation as well. It doesn't make sense.
Hey, Pantheos,
scored
I got it
50%.
wrong too. I said B and not D because I thought the music instrument, the triangle. I kind of read too much into the question.
Right.
Exactly.
Three laws of a
Scored
triangle.
50%, bro. Sorry.
There's three laws of a triangle, or things that can be attributed to the identity of a triangle. One's the interior angle sum. Add the interior angles together, 180 degrees. The other one is the line inequality. When you add two lines together, they will always be greater than the third line. And the other one is is the area quality of the triangle. When you know the length of the sides, you can create a square and then halve the square to get the area of the triangle. So these things must be applicable to a triangle. When you don't have length of sides and things like it is not a closed geometric shape, when the definition of a triangle is that it's closed, then you have to be really specific, dude. Curved lines are not straight lines. That doesn't even appear in the definition of a triangle because they're always straight lines because we're dealing with interior angles, and angles are a separation of two straight rays or lines, right? So it's always this.
But the thing is, Jedi, it's just a triangle. I mean, this is we're not in high school anymore, are we? We've graduated, haven't we? I mean, we don't use it anymore.
No, we do. This is the thing. We
Where
do
do you
use
this?
All right, well, let's put it like this. When we have a geometric claim that the Earth is a sphere, geometry is going to apply, isn't it?
Well, I mean, depends on what you're going to use it for, isn't it? I mean, why do you use a triangle on a day-to-day basis?
For example, surveying the land or navigating. We can use triangles and angles to measure, let's say, for example, the height of an object or the distance to an object. We use this all of
okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so you use triangles to measure height, distance, and curvature, right?
No.
Say it. Go on, say it. Yep, height, distance, and curvature, isn't it? The magic. Just say it. Curvature. We use it for curvatures as well, Jedi. You know that as well.
Why? No, that's not true.
Yes,
Everything
we do,
that I just
Jedi. I remember. Look, bro, the mathematics.
Sorry, excuse me. Don't speak to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
Well, you are acting like a 5-year-old.
No, I'm not. You are. What the hell? And so, why do I bother
How am I
again?
acting like a
Shut up.
5-year-old? You're the one here trying to teach
Shut
me
up.
about triangles.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also trying to tell you how it's applicable to the everyday world. For example, when we navigate. Now, I didn't mention curvature. That would be the problem when using an angle measurement. Angles don't consist of curved lines. So, applicably, when we navigate across the Earth, we treat the Earth as a horizontal plane to gather elevation and azimuthal angles from. That vertical angles, that's upwards, and the horizontal, that's around us, all requiring a horizontal plane. So, curvature here.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to say. You use a straight line angle to detect the flat from the flatness, don't you? So the curvature is revealed when the straight geometry stops matching the predictions. Problem solved.
But it doesn't, though. That's the thing.
Well, prove it then. I'm just finish up a client real quick. Give me like 5 minutes. Let me finish up a client. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right. I've got a client to finish up. I'll be back. All right.
Sounds like he's gearing up to say, because you can, therefore it is.
It works in principle, right? Therefore, it must be true.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like you're saying that you can't use angles to measure arc segments.
He specifically said triangles to find curvature.
Yeah.
He's not allowed to use triangles. He don't know what they are, or aren't, I should say. He doesn't know what that is even means. So,
good point.
Maybe ask him if an angle necessarily makes a triangle.
What, by consequence of an angle, there must be a triangle? No.
My curved pizza crust says otherwise. You can make an angle, I guess. You can make a triangle using the chord. But if you eat my pizza crust, I'm going to smack you. You can use a triangle to get the diameter of a circle using Taylor's theorem. It's almost like a backwards Pythagorean theorem. Essentially, if you make a right angle within a triangle, within a circle, then the third leg of the triangle will pass through the center of the circle. So the third sides of the hypotenuse. Is that him? Is he back?
Maybe. I don't think so, though.
Michael Caine, are you there?
What?
I was just asking if Michael Caine was back.
Hello. My name's Michael Caine. Not a lot of people know that my name's Michael Caine, but it bloody well is.
Cocaine.
Nice.
Your cocaine, my cocaine.
My cocaine. I was today years old when I realised that. What the fuck?
Yeah, right.
That's funny. All right, so what's going on? It's been a few minutes, and I feel like we were waiting for something, but slowly over time, and because of my age, I've forgotten what that is. So what's going on? Are we waiting for something?
We ruined the Akuma guy in the chat. He cried. He saw. I gave him what satellites are now. He's mad.
Why is he mad? I thought he'd like to know.
AIDS fucking having piece of black shit.
Wait, what? Hi.
Yo, what's good, dude?
What's up? What's good?
Why is everybody sitting here muted? Is this what you guys do instead of go to a bar? That's fucked up.
No. Okay. What are you doing here?
Fuck
apart
up,
from
retard.
not going to a bar?
I'm here fucking straight up balling on you bitches.
Are you?
I got an
Another
N63
gay one,
twin
Jack.
turbo, bitch.
Did you notice
I
that,
pulled
Jack?
VMA.
Another gay one, Jack.
bitch.
They're always gay when they come in here.
You should hear him.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Yo, speak
Not
again
tough
for my
guy.
boy.
Yeah. We hear you.
Dude, you have the gayest accent
I think he's
on earth.
looking
You
for
got,
a
like,
leather
mad
daddy.
autism.
Ooh.
You got the biggest autism on earth.
You're looking for a leather daddy, tough guy?
Leather daddy, tough guy? That's me, baby.
Yeah,
I'm from
you're looking for a
Switzerland.
leather daddy, tough guy.
No, not you. You're small.
Where's his accent from? I want to know. I get his
Where's
American,
his
but what
accent
part?
from then? I can't tell. Hello.
East Coast.
Hello, bruv. How are you
East
then?
Coast. Like Boston way. It sounds a little
You're
bit
broke.
like Vlad.
Somewhere
You're
around there.
broke, dude. The average salary in the UK is like 30 grand. You're
Sounds
broke.
like Vlad. Shut up, dude. Sounds like Vlad.
You're broke, bro. Fucking
30
shit
grand.
I'm not. I'm actually not.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah,
you.
30 grand. Yeah, you are broke.
I keep forgetting I'm proper minted.
Yeah, you're proper minted. Yeah, bro.
Grand.
Yeah, bro.
Anyway, what the fuck do you want
Daddy
apart from to
issues.
get muted by the
Your
person
minimum
who's in
wage is
control of this
way too
conversation?
high.
You're about to get
Is that what's
muted
going to
when you
happen?
press it because we're trying to conversation.
It's not going to serve any purpose.
Get a gum shield for your fucking
Are you an
spitting
adult? Or
mouth.
are you still a kid?
Yeah, bro,
Like,
I'm
are you
43.
over
What's up?
18?
I got more money than you.
You're
No way, he's
14.
a grown man.
I know we all got stereotypes and stuff, but this is the type of American that doesn't look good. I love you guys and stuff, and there's British people as well that don't look good, and from every country. But this is a stereotypical American that just fuck me, just doesn't look good.
He's an asshole.
Probably doesn't have a dad. A guy in the chat. Geostationary satellites. Explain them, flat earther.
Oh yeah, so like 12 balloons all spread out. Now you can get signal. How you like that, dude?
I like it.
Geostationary, so Earth doesn't move. Cool, I agree.
These guys are having a hard time. What happened lately? Does this NASA thing really fuck them up that much?
Must be.
Holy crap. It must really be digging in their side.
You know, the funny thing is, NASA pays attention to us. You better believe it. They know we exist. They know that flat earthers exist and there aren't that many of us. They pay
They know
attention.
this channel
Not to you
exists,
guys.
for damn sure. For all the clowns that we get that try and they don't come back because we ruin them so bad they would look foolish. Although the anti-flat earthers that come in, they're like, please, I'll try again. Just let me try again.
NASA's like, oh, thank God 24/7 helped us screen out all these NASA applicants.
They're sitting there thinking, how can we get a couple of those guys on our team?
Gotta go, be back later.
That's right, they're like, I think we found our next Don Pettit.
Yeah, is the triangle professor still there?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, you
Oh, yeah.
failed. Yeah, you're not even allowed to say the word anymore.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy, Jedi. I don't want to talk with you. You're toxic.
No, I'm toxic?
Yeah, yeah, you're toxic, man. You're bad faith, bruv.
Whoa, what's bad faith? Did you go ask somebody? Did I hurt your feelings? Jedi, are
What's
you
going like
here?
that, man? I mean, you're childish, man. You're acting like a 5-year-old, man. What's wrong with you?
I asked you a triangle question and you got it wrong, dude.
Who cares? It's just
That
a
was
triangle, man. What's wrong with you?
What do you mean it's just a triangle?
It's understanding
I swear.
geometry, right?
Are you guys really
According
that
to
delusional?
triangles, you gave you the test, and according to that test, you failed basic geometry. I was trying to tell
No,
you
because
why
it's not.
it was relevant to a geometric claim of the shape of the Earth, and how things like
Right.
triangles and spheres can only be
Yeah.
utilised in very specific ways together.
Yeah. I just finished up my client. I was going to continue speaking to you on that subject. Let's talk about it, right? Professor Triangle can like calm down a little bit. I will talk with Jedi,
Professor
and he's
Triangle
more
can do what he
intelligent. He's
wants.
more intelligent. He's thick.
No, Professor Triangle can do what he wants. You can spend less time talking about Professor Triangle and the subject that you want to bring up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
homie, if you don't want to talk to somebody, the surefire way to prove that you don't want to talk to them is to not talk to them. Duh.
Exactly. I'm not talking with him, obviously. Am I
Okay,
talking with
then
him now?
don't.
No.
Then don't talk to him. If you don't want to talk to somebody, don't talk to them. This should be very easy to follow. That's not difficult of a concept.
Yes, I understand. If you don't like someone, you don't talk with them, obviously, right? Why are you being so sarcastic?
Because we spent like the last 10 minutes you talking to somebody you said you didn't want to talk to.
Okay, anyway,
Asking
never
if you're
mind.
even. You're like, hey, are you still here? They're like, yeah.
Okay, but
And he's like, I want to
look,
talk to you.
I'm angry because I failed that test, all right? That is D is not a triangle. I'm saying it's not. Look at it. I'm looking at the chart right now. It's not a bloody triangle. So don't play with me, all right? I'm not stupid.
No, you got that correct, but you failed to answer B and D.
You can only
still
pick
doesn't get
one. I
it.
mean, what we got to? How many
No, it
can we?
didn't
No,
say
it
pick
said
one.
it said
That's why it's an
figures.
IQ test. We need to see if you know how to read. It says which of these, not which one, but which of these. There's multiple selections there you need to make, and you failed that. So you failed now comprehension and geometry.
Yeah, don't feel bad. I failed it too. Because I said this was a triangle.
All right. So does that make us retarded or something? Are we
No,
retarded
it
now? I
just
mean,
means that I didn't think about. I did kind of made the same mistake you did. I said, which of these figures below are not triangles? I'm like, okay, well, A is a triangle, B's not a triangle, C is a triangle. I go D. I mean, I guess like an abstract way is because it was framed as an IQ test. So you want people who can think, like multiple different levels. So I'm going to say B is a triangle because I'm thinking it's a graphic representation of the music instrument, a triangle. But it turned out that I was wrong. That's not the right answer. It's supposed to be, because it says triangle. If you look the way a triangle, a music instrument triangle, it's a little bit different than that. You see, because there'd be
opportunity.
like another, like a little thing that goes with it, or there'd be a little hanger on there. There'd be some other graphic representation to demonstrate that being a triangle.
yeah,
Music
because it's broken, isn't it? The triangle's
Some things
broken.
Yeah, like the image that Crit posted in the side chat of the triangle. For all intents and purposes, right, it's triangular. It doesn't fit the true definition of a triangle. But we have triangular shapes and we can like see them around and finish the angles, and if that line wasn't curved, it could be straight. And we can conceptualize these things and make them triangular. But ultimately, there's a very specific definition, as there is in with all geometry, right? Whether it's a square, if it's a cube, if it's a circle, if it's a sphere, or if it's a triangle or some kind of pyramid, for example, right? They all fit very specific definitions.
Yeah, the main lesson here is not that you failed the test, but that you learned. Did you learn the definition here? So now when you see this test again, or something similar to it, you'll be able to spot the triangle and not think too much into it or not think too little. Because your go-to was, as long as you've got 3 lines and 3 angles, it's a triangle. That is more
Well,
to
I mean,
it than
obviously,
that.
that's a triangle, isn't it? Well, what is a triangle? I mean, what do you expect? What do you think it is?
Yeah,
Do you
well,
think
B
it's
is definitely
square?
not a triangle because that's not those 2 vertices there. That's a curved line, which is not an angle. So you've got one angle only, not a triangle. That'd be 3 angles.
So is C a double triangle? Because it's got a little triangle inside of there as well.
No, that's showing
That's
that's
kind
a
of the
right
hypothesis.
angle.
Right angle triangle, because it has a right angle triangle indicator in the center where the little square is. That indicates it's a 90-degree right angle triangle
That's
or
all.
right angle.
That's because also the definition of a square, right? Interior angles are all 4 of them. All of them are 90 degrees. So this one denotes 9 degrees because it can't be anything else. It's a frigging square. This is how you also figure out the area of the triangle by turning that triangle into a square because you've got 2 length of sides disregarding the hypotenuse. So you can do some mathematics to figure out the area of a square and divide it by 2 to get the area of the triangle because the triangle is a fixed area because it's a closed geometric shape. Like with regards to the triangular picture of the triangle that Crit posted, and that is option A, B, C, D in the chat. In the question, I believe, where it's an open line. It's not connected.
I just wanted to say, warning: the deflectors are here. Number 1 is probably up there. They
That's
made
okay.
it. I don't know what you're doing. You call them right out, like you call them right out of the woodwork. So, so Jedi is going to ask you something here. You see those 3 pictures I posted? Do you notice anything that could be wrong with any of those?
I mean, the first one, obviously, because a ship can't go to space. It's not possible for a ship to go to space.
Do you actually think that that's what we're trying to demonstrate in this image, dude?
I mean, what do you
Come
think
on.
it is? Look at it. It's a ship in space, bruv. Look at it. What do you think it is?
Do you remember the thing that we're talking about? The triangle. Do you see where that triangle is? Do you think we're talking about a ship having to graze the earth as it was flying by? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Seriously, I hope
Well,
you
what are
have
you
got some
talking
intellect.
about? I
Could
mean,
you
what is that?
please
You tell me.
stop?
What do you think it is, Jedi? Look at it. What is it?
Dude, it's a triangle that can't be applied to a curved surface, as demonstrated in the second one. Because the definition of a triangle, option B within the test, was the line was curved. Understanding the definition of a triangle, or indeed just an angle, because it's the intersection and meeting of 2 straight lines, and it's the measurement of the separation of those 2 straight lines. Like, for example, the 2 lines within the 90-degree angle. So this is why we talk about geometry, because only certain geometry can apply to certain things.
Oh, I learn something new every day. Thanks
Really?
for that.
You
I'll
didn't
use
learn this
that.
at
I'm going to
school?
use that tomorrow. I'll
This is
use
new
that
to you,
tomorrow.
Ty. Hold on,
Definitely.
I'm in shock. This is new to you.
What do you mean? It's not. This was back in how many years ago? Back in high school, it was. We don't use it anymore, do we?
You just said you
I don't
learned
use it on a
something new
day-to-day basis.
today. I could only
Well,
go
okay,
upon what
yes,
you
but I forgot
fucking
about
say
it
unless you
before.
can't
Now I
communicate
learned.
correctly.
I learned it today. I mean, okay. I mean, when I say that, I mean like it popped back in my memory. It did.
Okay, so
I remember
maybe
it back in
try and choose your
school.
words better to convey what you're thinking and trying to portray.
What are you, as like an English teacher or something? What's wrong with you?
Trying to help you use your
Am I
words,
disrespecting you?
maybe.
Well, thank you. I
No,
appreciate that, but you're not my English
wait,
teacher, all
listen,
right?
dude. No, I am a deprogrammer. I'm a globe deprogrammer, so that's why I might sound really harsh and mean to you, because what I say is really hurtful to you.
Nah, you're just American, man. It's all right, man. Come on. Just the way you guys
I know.
speak. No
Yeah,
offense, man, but
absolutely.
yeah. I mean, no offense. I'm sorry if I said something bad to you. I mean, when I get angry, I say some things I'm not supposed to say. I'm sorry if I broke your heart, but if I
Oh, you don't bother me at all. I actually, that's part of my job, is I try to get that out of you, because once I wear you guys out, then you finally break down, and then these other guys come up from the background and they take you on a journey for about an hour because they have patience for that, and you sometimes guys don't ask good questions, and then you don't
you
get good
like
answers from me.
you like to piss people off. Is that what you do for a living? Are you
Turns into a fucking metal Mickey all of a sudden.
fuck the head? Like, what's wrong with you? Can you help?
Danger, Will Robinson, danger. You turned into a robot, dude. Maybe you want to leave and rejoin because I don't think your internet or Wi-Fi connection is helping you out. Maybe you can sort that out for us, because no one understands what you're saying.
I got him so mad he walked away from his Bluetooth.
Can you hear me?
Better now, yeah, it appears so.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I said,
No
is this
problem.
guy's like this? Yeah, this Professor Triangle, right? Like what? Does he just like what? Take the piss out of people every day? I mean, he's got
Well,
mental
did you not
problems.
want
What's
to
wrong with him?
engage with Professor Triangle but wanted to speak about Professor Triangle the entire time you're here?
Did you learn anything
No, it's
about
not that.
triangles today? Did you learn anything
Yes,
today about triangles?
I did. I did.
So you learned that you cannot have a triangle on the surface of a ball, correct?
Well, let's see if he can actually answer the question, right? Understanding these definitions of triangles and angles and what they are and so on, can you measure an angle? That's two straight lines that meet at a point and measurement of their separation. If one of those lines is curved, is that an angle?
If it's curved, no, it's not an angle. If it's curved, isn't it? No, you
Cool. So
can't. You
that's what
can't
those
measure it.
that's what those pictures were trying to demonstrate to you. Right? On a
Yeah,
curved surface like the Earth would be kind of not fitting the law of the identity of an angle to measure an angle from a curved line.
yeah. But how
Yeah.
does the first picture prove? I mean, look, that's why I said to you, there's a ship in space. I'm just trying to understand it, right? Because I'm
Right.
looking at the
Well,
picture now, right?
it's showing you. I'll help you. Right. This is a boat. Let's say it's trying to navigate using. Let's look at the sun. Now, what it's actually doing is it's measuring an angle from the Earth. That's an elevation angle upwards. So from the horizontal baseline, the angle upwards for the hypotenuse to meet the sun. Now it can figure out, for example, its geographical position, the sun on the floor, for example, and calculate its distance. Now, this is
So
kind of the easy process of what?
you can like using a sextant. You can use it like yeah, because I see sextant pictures now. Professor Triangle's putting sextants on such.
Yeah, exactly. So when
So
we
using
navigate using this angle measurement would only be appropriate to straight lines, not appropriate to a curved line, the Earth. So question is, are we navigating the Earth if it was a curved with angles?
That's a good question. What about if we don't use a sextant and use a telescope instead?
To do what?
What are you going to look at with a telescope?
To find the edge or whatever it is. I mean, like just go to the beach, right, and use a telescope.
Okay. Why? Is it because you can't understand this point? You've decided that you don't get it, so let's talk about something else. I admire your courage,
No, it's not
Steve, that you
that.
still
I
want
mean,
to be here.
I'm
But do you
recommending
understand why this is relevant?
Yes, I understand why it's relevant, Jedi.
Okay,
I
so why is it
understand
relevant,
that.
dude? Why is it relevant?
It's a thing to find the thing, not the curvature, you know, whatever's the, I don't know the word for it, man. I've lost my words. Bloody hell. So why are we using text in the first place? You tell me. You're the Professor Triangle, you're not me. This guy's not speaking, bro.
What do you want to gain from being here in your conversations with us? What do you hope to walk away with?
I'm here to have a conversation and just try to understand your way of thinking.
Okay.
He came in to tell us that he flew in space. That's what he said.
Yes, I did that. I went to space and you say no.
All right. So again, danger. Will Robinson, voice of the robot. You're roboting again, dude. You seriously need to sort that out, please.
Like, sit still. I know I put you in panic mode. Drink some water. Sit down.
Stop, that's my internet, bro.
Now Jedi's going to come in with a candy bar, and he's going to be good cop. So just you'll be happy.
Bro.
I just do the part like ruin your dreams, and then I let them deal with the fallout.
Okay, so you brought up a telescope to see the edge of the Earth. Ah, dude, you like seriously? I want to speak to you, but your connection's shit.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Pantheos. So until you sort that out, waste of time, dude.
Hey Jedi, I have some good news for you. If it's okay for me to talk.
Good news? What, Man United have found a decent manager? What's the good news, dude?
Credit TK for the specs of the theodolites that they were using for the Great Trig survey. We spent like 2 hours last night looking it down.
I got to ask. Sorry, dude. I got to ask, but is the robot because of me, or is he roboting for everybody else? Because I'll leave
Yeah,
and rejoin if it's
everyone.
me.
Yeah,
Okay.
NASA's trying to shut this guy down too.
Yeah, he's roboting.
Like all day,
Roboting?
these guys who want to step up and take up where NASA fell, they're just keeping them silent. Poor guy. I mean, come on, NASA, stop suppressing these poor guys. They just want to like explore space for the betterment of humanity already.
Sorry, can you hear me, or are you talking about the other person?
No, you. Yeah, it's like all these challengers all day with the bad news that there's a $7 billion shortfall. That
I think you're coming through better now, though, mate.
Yeah, it's like they each time when you guys come in to try to pick up where the government failed, all of a sudden you guys start roboting just out of nowhere. Like they're suppressing you. They want to keep you. They want to keep the man down.
Go ahead, tell us the good news.
So when we looked at the specs of the Great Trig survey of the equipment that they used, they were using these 1,000-pound great theodolites, and they are basically azimuth circles that were the whole point of
Sorry,
the
I don't want to interrupt, but sorry, when you said £1,000, you mean cost or weight?
just like the weight of the actual instrument itself.
Thank you. Sorry, because I'm British, so we talk in pounds. But yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, do apologise. Yeah.
You realize our contention is not the equipment, right? It's the method.
Well, it's both because they're using the method. The method
Alan,
was built
you're
after
still
the-
roboting, dude. You're still roboting. You got to sort out your Starlink or whatever.
Yeah, you gotta go tell NASA you're not a threat to them.
Let me even go back real quick.
No, the equipment issue is because of him. That he still can't do this. Like Talon, you said that you would be able to do it with any level equipment, but you can't because this equipment doesn't exist anymore. But there are better replacements that you still can't use.
But all the equipment employs planar geometry anyway. I was reading about it last night.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, yeah, that was very helpful in helping us all understand at least what the measurements and calculations actually meant, and how they took the measurements and calculated the shape of the Earth with those measurements, because the measurements had errors in it, deviation. So what it is used these great theodolites. That way there were never any errors in the actual
Jeez Louise, dude, you're
Yeah,
still
you're
roboting.
roboting. And again, I'm going to ask you, how did they know they had errors? How did they know they were wrong? What was the standard they were using?
Just type your Talon. Type your
Yeah.
responses in text chat. Just type your responses because it's not going to work.
Almost sounds like
Yeah, it's
almost
not
sounds
coming.
like he has some info that's useful to us actually, but he can't get it through because of the roboting.
I mean, it's
Okay, hang on.
crazy.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
he's saying,
problem
there were
is-
errors. So they took measurements and went, oh, these measurements are wrong. How would they know that?
Right, they keep throwing them out. The reason why they claim these measurements to be wrong is because they're using a reference ellipsoid. How do they use the reference ellipsoid, Talon? Why don't you explain?
Because they had an independent reference to the ellipsoid.
Yeah, how did they use the reference ellipsoid?
Yeah, exactly. The celestial sphere. So they had a second ball that they could.
No, how did they
match
use the reference ellipsoid is the question.
Yeah, they used it to compare the measurements and see whether or not it was lining up. So it was like a puzzle.
Right.
They were trying
So
to
they
find
can't
the
do
puzzle
it without the reference ellipsoid.
Yeah, you need a reference to match your measurements.
So
you
the
can
reference
see whether or
ellipsoid is
not
a
it's
conceptual
deviating.
model.
So it's not conceptual because the tool that they used was incredibly accurate. So there were no errors
How did they
in
get
the
the reference
measurement.
ellipsoid in the first instance?
The changes were isolated specifically to the environment. So that way, the only thing that would change the measurement.
Yeah, listen, you're just
would
blah
be
blah
the
blah. Listen,
air,
they
the
discussed
atmosphere.
they discussed in the paper two specific ellipsoids were mentioned in the paper. Aries and
Okay.
Bessels. Are you familiar with that?
That sounds familiar, yes, because we understand that they
Yeah.
used independent references to confirm.
Right, so they couldn't do it without these ellipsoids. So the question is how did these
There was another one
ellipsoids
too.
themselves come to fruition?
Well, that's what you want. That's
There was
why
another one
do
like
the- that's why you do the reference.
Diamondre or something. I can't remember how to pronounce it. I read it. You'd be
That's the whole
familiar with it,
concept of
Amish?
that's the whole concept. Yeah, the whole point of having an independent reference is that you don't have to compare the measurements to itself. You have something else to compare it to.
Well, no, they couldn't do any calculations on a ball without a reference ellipsoid. Because what they're doing is they're taking physical measurements using planar surveys and planar math, and then they're bending them using the prescribed method. They call it a mathematical reduction in the paper. And they describe how they take flat measurements and they bend them to a model.
Yeah, you want to get rid of the spherical axis. You bend the angle into a curve.
They didn't.
No, they create the spherical axis.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. The measurements, because the
They
measurements
didn't
are
measure
planar,
any
so the
curvature,
concept
bro.
of being planar
So
is what
whenever we
creates
asked for
the
whenever we asked for Earth curve measurement, and you present that, you didn't present it. You didn't present any Earth curvature measurement.
It's a bad faith question because you calculate curvature. You can't directly measure it, and so
Yeah, right. So we're asking about
Welcome to
measurement.
Flat Earth. Yeah, you can
still
join our
measure the
side now.
angles. Yeah, you measure the angles. It's because that's the whole point. That's the difference between the
They're not
great
measuring
theodolites
spherical angles, dude.
Is they were angular. They were measuring angular measurements, and then they took those angular measurements and they calculated the curvature, and then they took that curvature and matched it to the celestial sphere, which was the independent reference, and they lined up perfectly, and all the errors disappeared.
The independent reference is what they calculated it to.
Right, because you can use because we've used different because you independently verify the curvature of the celestial sphere without
Well, they didn't do that.
The trig survey. It's the other
But
way
they
around.
didn't independently verify this.
We have an independent reference of a spherical object.
They only used
or
a
spherical
reference
concept with
ellipsoid.
The celestial.
They had no
math
other spherical
bars.
measurements or spherical math than the reference ellipsoid that they chose. They did not have a sphere in any other way except for the reference ellipsoid.
Right. No. Yeah. Well, no. Then they have the measurements. The measurements create the sphere.
But they didn't measure they didn't measure
It's the direct
curvature.
measurements. The planar measurements contain the dropover distance greater than 180 degrees, and so they use.
No,
that.
they don't.
So like when they
No,
use
they
that
do.
curvature,
No, they
when
don't
used
contain that.
3,959 miles at the time, because it was like still pretty like close, but it was
Their
and they
measurements.
once they used that radius,
You
it
guys,
matched up
you guys think
perfectly
that
with
they
the
have these
independent
triangles
reference.
that don't close.
No, there was perfect closure. That's the whole point.
Right. Okay. Good.
The
Yep.
triangle's closed.
What are the 3 points on the triangle? Remind me.
Yeah, that was the polygon, the series of triangles closed. So like whenever they
Okay.
whenever they
Where are the
presupposed flatness, it didn't
where
show up.
where are the
The
triangles?
measurements were not flat.
You keep saying celestial sphere. I'm asking you where the 3 points on the triangle are, just for clarity. Because
In
my
what on
friend
the
just
Earth
said
or
that
the sphere?
my
Celestial
friend just
sphere?
said that the lines don't close. So I know where this is going. Do you understand what he means by that?
No. Well, I mean, no. I'm not clear. It's not clear what he specifically means about closing triangles.
That's your whole argument. You mean you don't understand why you're saying that the internal angles didn't add up to 180 degrees? This is your argument.
Right. Well, that's
Do
that's fine. Yeah, that's fine because there is closure. If he claimed that there wasn't closure and they didn't
I
close,
didn't
but they
claim
did.
there wasn't. I'm asking you if
Okay.
they did.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So what they do is they take their planar measurements.
Yep. And close, and then the
They take a
triangles
whole
close
bunch of them. They keep going back day after day, multiple hours, and they have an idea of what they need in order for this triangle to work. They have an
Right. And so
idea, and how
just
they
going over
get
and over
spherical
again.
excess is not in the azimuthal angles or elevation angles that they take in combination to the surveying rods or other theodolites. It's in their plumb lines.
The theodolites. That was the whole point. They took principal triangulations and then they did the grid, and so they saw that the curve on the latitudes was consistent, and then when they went the north and south, the curve, the ellipsoid, increased.
Yeah, the spherical
when you
excess that they
compare the
claim to
independent
have
reference.
is in the plumb lines, not in the azimuths.
Yeah. Well, that's right, because the plumb lines were perfectly accurate because they were 1,000-pound theodolites, so you can't fuck around. Like nobody could argue that the theodolites were not accurate because they were 1,000
Do you think
pounds.
that the
So like
plumb bottoms were
obviously
hold on,
1,000
brother.
pounds?
every time.
Hold on. Well, listen, if the plumb lines were
Yeah.
perfect, then why'd they have to curve them after the fact?
Because of the Earth was curved. It was the globe. Because they knew because that's the whole point of the 1,000-pound.
That's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer, bud. Sorry,
Okay,
you got the wrong answer.
Explain. How is that the wrong answer? Like, what do you think they're we're
The wrong
measuring
answer.
the Earth?
Oh my God,
Because the
dude.
plumb line, the plumb line is
Hey,
like,
Talon,
that's what they saw.
hey,
Because they
bro.
knew if the plumb
All
line
right,
was different, it was because of the environment. Because the theodolite is perfectly accurate.
brother. When you ask me a question and I'm starting to respond to you, that's not your cue to just keep on yapping. Okay, so I'm gonna unmute you and you're gonna restrain yourself so I can answer. Okay? Sounds like a deal? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, bro. The reason is because if they assume the plumb line is a radial to the center of the circumference or radius that they assume, then it doesn't line up with the celestial sphere. So it's not true that these things just perfectly lay out. They have to then reorient that location. And then they say there's some kind of weird gravity pocket or mumbo jumbo. And then they do a bunch of math until it all fits. That's how they actually do it, bro.
Okay. That's what I said. That's the
You forgot to tell us about their pendulums.
So let's follow through on that. So I understand what you're saying. You're asking how, like, they did not assume the gravitational pull or the plumb line. The 1,000-pound theodolite, the specs on the theodolite were disputable because it was 1,000 pounds. So that plumb line, like whatever it was doing, it did it. Okay, so like when you're on the mountain, the plumb line was slightly off to when we were not on a mountain. And so we, like, even in the 1800s, you can safely assume that something's going on in the environment, because if the plumb line is different on the mountain than it is on the in the jungle, then the environment is different, because that was the whole point of having the great theodolite, is that it was indisputable. The plumb line could not lie. The plumb line was always right. So if it was fucking like if it was slightly off of like perfect, like whatever, like was wrong or had the error, they knew it was a difference in the environment, rather than the theodolite, because it does not matter where you have that theodolite. If it could be on the mountain or it could be like in a jungle or in a city, it's going to give you a perfect exact plumb line, and you're going to know exactly where you are with your angular position, because it's this huge fucking steel circle, and they were like using a microscopes to look at exactly where the plumb line landed within the compass of the theodolite, because that's at the end of the day is what it is. It's a giant compass with a plumb line. So it's this huge, heavy 1,000-pound circle that they could measure their angular position relative to everything else around it.
Yeah.
And
So how they
so that's
determined the
how they
plumb line
established.
was wrong?
Right. Well, no. It wasn't wrong per se. The environment changed how the plumb line was suspended
Yeah. What
in
does that
space.
mean? What does that mean then?
So when it's on a mountain, there's more mass underneath it, and so it's going to measure differently because of gravity, and so the gravity is going to pull on that
Relative to
1,000
what?
pound
Because
plumb
that is
line.
their dude. That is their reference. The plumb line is their reference. How did they figure out their reference is not plumb? It's not like they hang one plumb line next to
Well, that's
another.
the celestial. The celestial. Well, yeah. I mean, it's either plumb or not plumb, and that's why it's accurate.
Well, I mean, how did they determine that their plumb line was not plumb?
Oh, because it was the theodolite. It's measuring the plumb.
No, it isn't.
Theodolites don't measure plumb.
It's using a plumb line, right? Like a plumb line tells you whether or not you're perfectly vertical or not, right? Okay, so like the theodolite, they set it up on a mountain exactly the same way that they set it up when they're at sea level, and the plumb line was different. This plumb line was not the same plumb.
How do they know that
measurement.
it's different? Different from what?
It was like
Different
off.
from what
It was
standard?
like degrees. It was like a few degrees different.
From what standard? No, listen.
From,
I'll
like,
tell you what
plumb.
the answer is. Okay,
From, like,
they
center.
use what's called astrogeo. They use astrogeodesy. They use a nautical almanac. They assume that their plumb lines. Hold on a second.
So I mean, if we're on let's if you want to talk about the plumb line of the theodolite, then we have to go over that like in detail. Let me bring up the my assistant ChatGPT, because we're going over that. So how do we know how? Like I'm gonna ask, we got to know how. What you're asking is how do we know the plumb line on the
Right.
theodolite?
So as I was saying, that what they do is they have an astronomical almanac, okay,
rather than
and they look for a star above their head where they think it should be at its apportioned time. And when it's not, they say that gravity must be deflecting the plumb line, because they're imagining themselves hanging a plumb line from the star.
Yeah, because they had to figure out what was up and down. They needed an up. So they knew the plumb line was different because up defined by gravity didn't match up defined by geometry, and the mismatch changed systematically near mountains but not at sea level. The reference was the stars, not any model. So they used the independent reference of the celestial sphere to figure out what was straight up on the geometry, and then they compared because they knew the stars were straight up, and then they matched the plumb line, and so they knew the plumb line was different because up defined by gravity didn't match up defined by geometry, and that mismatch changed systematically on mountains but not at sea level, and they used the stars as the reference.
Wild bullshit out of your ass, Alan. Amazing. You're back after a year, and this is what you've got.
I mean, that is correct. That is correct. That is what Amish just said.
So yeah, we're on the reason why we have the plumb line is to determine up, straight up, versus going north and
up isn't up.
South or west, left, right, east, north,
In other
south, east,
places.
west. Because it's a compass. That's what the theodolite is. It's a big circle.
Wow, so Colin, you're still trying to convince yourself the Earth's a globe, huh? That's impressive.
Convince myself. I'm globe Jesus. I've become one with the globe. I am the globe.
No. You were saying
and
that
we
like
are,
a year and
all
a half
globers.
ago, remember? And then you just
one.
stopped coming by because you gave up on it.
I globe for your sins.
Yeah, you gave up on the globe, remember?
And
so
I
you're
give
back
up on
at
the
it.
globe. I've been reincarnated as globe Jesus. I died for 3 days and then I came back.
One, not even yourself. You just kind of disappeared.
because you were in here every day
I
for a
told you,
while.
I'm back. I'm Globe Jesus now. I'm here to.
But
I'm the second
Talon,
coming.
you're back out again because you
I'm the
apparently you
second
left.
coming of
So
You
Globe
found
no
Jesus.
the
evidence.
reciprocal. You found the reciprocal zenith angles. You
Plus our
just
Saint
read it
Peter.
out loud and found out that it's using the stars as the reference for the plumb bob. So there's no diverging of the plumb bob now. It's just in reference to the star. So you got to get back out.
The plumb line was different because up defined by gravity didn't match up defined by geometry, and so like you're physically measuring.
What does that
like
mean? What does that
plumb
mean?
lines.
What does that mean in practical reality?
So like yeah, so like you know how like when you stand up,
Amen.
like can you define up?
Yeah.
Well, can
I
you?
mean,
Because
I
this is what
can
we're
do.
waiting for, Colin. That's what you were
I
asked.
can.
What does
I
that
can
mean in
define up.
reality? Well, now you're asking us,
Perpendicular to
us
So you have
horizontal.
two
questions.
ways. There's two ways to define up. You can define it
means
by gravity, and you can
perpendicular to
define it by
horizontal.
geometry.
Well,
The
I don't
Means
easiest
that
way,
the
like a 90 degree
coordinates,
necessarily,
perpendicular.
because
the
gravity is
ground
a
coordinate.
fake thing designed by
Yeah,
the
shush,
government.
shut up,
I
bro.
don't know.
Nobody cares about you.
So which way do
So
you want to define it, T?
Are you saying nobody
yeah,
cares?
because
Yeah,
they're
Perpendicular to
then
asking
you
you,
should
horizontal.
stop
they're
talking
asking
because
you what they did
people
in
don't care
the.
about
Who is this
you.
other guy talking?
Beast
Yeah,
bite,
mute
Jimmy.
that fool.
Please wait your turn.
Yeah,
Thanks,
so
zombie.
they're asking you what happened in the field in order for them to have been able to determine that that's the case.
Yeah, exactly. That goes back to the specs of the Great Theodolite. It's a 1,000 pound instrument where they had a perfect plumb line that could not be disputed, and
That's
that's how
vertical.
they knew up and down.
So vertical.
They had up and down, and then that was able. So like once they had up and down, then they could take the trigonometric measurement with they use the trigonometry for the reference, and they use the plumb line as the up and down. So they were able to always take a perfect triangle, no matter whether or not they were on a mountain, whether or
You're
not
missing
they
out
were on.
steps.
Like that triangle is always going to be a perfect triangle from the point that where the theodolite is to the
Thank
heliotrope.
you. Thank you.
You're leaving out details because it was to do with
Thank
the
you for
zenith
calling me a
of.
Detail
thank
would
you
you
for
like?
calling
I
me a
can hit
perfect
any detail you
triangle.
need.
Stay
Any detail
call
you
me
need.
perfect Professor
They used the
Triangle
zenith.
Perfect.
instead of just a
They
perfect
used
triangle.
Yeah.
they used the
Yeah.
zenith
He's right.
sector. They used a zenith sector, which can
Okay.
measure the angle of a star relative to vertical with great precision. Apparently,
Yep.
that's the claim.
So the
Right.
star
So
was
when
the
the star
independent reference.
wasn't at the predicted position, right, and wasn't at the correct angle, they knew something was off. Right.
So you're asking how, like, why were we using the star as an effective reference for up?
No, they had a predicted position of the star. It should have been at a specific angle, maybe even perfectly 90 degrees, but it wasn't. It was off, right?
Okay. How did they know it was a perfect 90 degrees with the theodolite?
Was that the
Great
question?
theodolite.
Yeah, no,
It
you need
wasn't
to.
even the
Who are
question.
you following? Are you following T-Dub? Because I want an answer to that question.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to follow T-Dub. Let's see. Because you.
No, I was just trying to help Cyclone out
Let me
because
try
you
again.
weren't.
All right, what was your question again? Go ahead.
Cyclone's original question
was.
My question. Well, yeah,
what does that
you said
mean?
something like, I can't remember what you said. You said something. I asked you to elaborate on what that means in reality. You said the vertical geometrically versus the vertical something else.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to elaborate on how the theodolite was able to establish 90-degree vertical.
Have you ever used a theodolite, by the way?
Not physically, but like I understand how they work, and
All right, just
like I'm an Eagle
mentally
Scout, so
in your mind.
I've done map and compass, like traveling and stuff like that. I'm an Eagle Scout, so I understand maps.
But your belief in the globe relies on.
No, it's not a belief.
The
It's a trained skill.
No. Your belief in the globe. I mean, that's based on this
Taking geometry
theodolite.
class. Well,
claim.
I do believe globes exist in a geometric as a geometric shape, so I understand like geometry and trigonometry is used to
you believe in
measure
spheres, you
curves.
mean, as a geometric shape.
Right. So we're establishing what
What
the
does that,
shape of the
what does
Earth
that do?
is. That's the whole point.
Are you?
Yeah, that's the whole point of the
How are you
excursion that
doing?
we're having
How are
here.
you establishing that?
By walking around and
By
living on the
walking
Earth.
around.
That's the
You
premise of
establish
the
a shape of the ground by walking around.
discussion. That's what we're discussing.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't hear you establishing any shape of the ground.
No, I wanted your question. I'm elaborating on the reality of the geometric vertical of the plumb line of the theodolite. Okay, so I'm gonna hit that one, and so we'll talk about it because we want to talk in plain English what it means for the theodolite to like be on the mountain and establishing 90-degree vertical. Does that make sense to everybody? What a plumb line really
No, they
is?
didn't use theodolites for that. They used zenith sectors.
Right. Oh, sorry. It's the reason why we're up a mountain
Okay.
because of its altitude, right?
So it was used to like gain the trigonometric views from like the 30 to 50 mile. They needed to be up really high, so they used towers and different types of and like vertical and like higher elevations, like hills
Why
and
did that?
mountains and stuff,
Sorry.
so they could see
Forgive me if
farther.
you've already said this. So they could see further. Is that what you said?
Okay.
I
So
thought
like
we
the
were
plumb
just
line
measuring.
is there's no such thing as like an incorrect plumb line. It's never wrong. A geometric vertical is never wrong. They answer different questions. And so like a plumb line is just telling us where gravity is pulling, and then geometric vertical is where up should be on what would be considered a
Well,
smooth
plumb is
Earth.
just
So it's like
setting your
we assumed
vertical in
that the Earth was
relation to
like
horizontal.
perfectly 306. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Can I just finish real quick? As one quick point. So the finish of the conclusion and the answer to the question is that the plumb line, like once you have a plumb line, it's telling you exactly where the gravity is pulling, and then the geometric, and then we can also have an independent reference to
So
the plumb line as the geometric vertical. So you can compare the geometric vertical to the plumb line of the theodolite and get the differences. And so if it's different,
and
then
all
something is
and
happening. And if it's like the same, then they know it's
okay,
like a
I got
perfectly
you.
flat.
Thank you. And all the while we're on a sphere when we're doing
And
this,
so
right?
it's telling, and so like, yeah, and then yes, that
It's a
would explain,
celestial
and that
sphere.
being on a
Gravity's
sphere would
pulling everything.
explain the
Sorry,
measurements.
Talon. Just so you
Yeah.
understand my point, there's a celestial sphere. Gravity's pulling everything to the center of a sphere. This is all happening on a sphere.
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. So you're already assuming that you're on a ball with gravity when you're doing this.
So we're not assuming anything. We've
Well, you said
established
gravity.
the plumb line. So do you think is a plumb line an assumption, or is it an actual
No,
like
no, hold on,
measurement?
hold on.
No.
So I said this.
Okay.
Right, the plumb line. The reason why we have the plumb line is because of gravity, right? In one
Okay.
of your examples. So gravity is pulling everything towards the center of a sphere.
So the plumb line is a physical object on the theodolite that is being pulled towards the center of the Earth. Yes.
Yeah, okay, so the center of the Earth being a sphere in this example. Yes or
you're
no?
assuming the sphere.
The measurements establish that. That's what what happens. Like
The measurements are establishing this.
yeah, the plumb line is
Okay,
because the plumb line is never
because
wrong.
the plumb line is never wrong, so it's always perpendicular to horizontal.
No, it's always pulling where gravity is pulling towards the center of the Earth.
So it's always towards the center of the Earth, so always down then.
So well, you have to define. That's the whole point. Is that we're trying to define up and down.
I know. This is why I'm trying to lead you back into what you're trying to demonstrate. But so
I'm
far,
not
you're just
trying
showing
to
us this
demonstrate.
isn't.
That is what is being
So
demonstrated.
far, you pointed out, and you've already told me it's an assumption, right, here, because of gravity
No.
pulling everything towards the center of the sphere. What predictions are you making? Any predictions?
So we've predicted. We made every prediction. We tried flat Earth. We tried curved Earth. We tried like Velociraptor Earth, Apache helicopter Earth.
Sorry, hold on. Because I want to take you serious, Talon. Before I want to take you seriously. Who's the we that did this on the dinosaur Earth? Show me that.
Human beings. And yeah.
What on the
I'll get to
dinosaur
that.
Earth?
Well, I was joking. That's a joke. That was a joke.
Okay, so I want to take you seriously.
Let me
So
explain.
please don't throw jokes in there.
Okay.
Thanks.
So theoretically,
you're
and
saying,
so like I can use that as.
So you're saying they said we're testing for flat Earth or globe Earth in this example.
Okay, so the cool thing about these measurements
Not
is
gonna
that
answer.
you can independently verify what shape they make when you use the reference. And so, like, when you take an independent reference, you can assume anything you want. So you can do perfect sphere, you can do an ellipsoid, you can do flat, you can
And you're
independently
assuming a
reference
sphere.
anything you want. So, like, as long as
You're
it's like
assuming a sphere.
as long as it's matching like the actual miles of like for India, for example, because we like to use the Great Trig Survey, the GTS is for short. So for the GTS, we like to use
Matching
the
the
continent
miles.
of India. Yeah,
Hold
Matching
and
the
we
on a
miles.
second.
independently reference.
Did you mention trigonometry on Earth?
Right.
Matching the miles.
Ooh,
That's the
Jesus.
GTS. Okay, so
So
anyway,
that Earth
so
is
we
flat
go,
then. At
and
least
so
2
when we're
miles
talking about
flat.
plumb line, yeah, so when we're talking about the plumb line, we're using the plumb line to verify where
He did say
what
yes,
is up and
folks.
down based on gravity, whereas the geometric vertical is what would be
What do you
is
mean when
like
you say gravity,
that's the
Talon?
assumption. So the
Talon,
plumb
just to
line is like the
clarify.
real up and down, like because it's like the actual
Talon,
physical theodolite
Talon,
measuring
when
it,
you say
and
it's
then the
being pulled
geometric
by
vertical is what we
gravity,
assume.
what do you mean by gravity when you're saying it's pulled
So,
by
like
gravity?
a geometric vertical just means the 90 degrees perpendicular to the center of the Earth, for example,
Horizontal.
right? Like,
Oh,
we don't
center
need
of the Earth.
Earth to even
What
like have
center of
that.
the Earth
We
do you
just
mean?
know that's a
Hold
concept.
on. What center of the Earth are you talking about?
The plumb line, the one the plumb lines point being
No,
pulled
the
towards.
center of the Earth.
Yeah,
Where's the center?
it's
How do
the
you know
plumb
where the
line.
center
It's
is?
right. It's going straight from plumb toward. Yeah, like we're all being pulled towards plumb line. Like we're all on a plumb line basically all the time. Like that's how we.
Who told you
Yeah, so
that?
you're
Remember,
just
we're
assuming a
on a
That's
global
what
sphere in
one.
this
gravity means.
example.
Like your center of gravity when you're standing up and down, and you can almost fall
Yeah,
down.
you're just assuming you're on a ball, though,
We're
Talon.
actually
You're
just like
begging the
walking
question
plumb lines.
already.
Why? Sorry, I'm confused again. Why is 90
Okay.
degrees perpendicular to the center of the Earth?
So that's a
Degrees to the
that's a
surface of.
geometric vertical. So yeah, so
I hadn't
geometric
finished, dude.
vertical.
It's like I hadn't finished, so I don't understand why you're asking. Right?
Okay.
Why is it not 90 degrees to the surface?
The geometric vertical is 90 degrees to the surface because that's a geometric vertical.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. And then
So the
the plumb
surface of
line.
the Earth is horizontal, perpendicular to the plumb line.
So that's what we were getting. That's what happened. So the plumb line. So that's what you have to like. That's why we have to come to a mutual understanding that the plumb line is never wrong, because if the plumb line is not 90 degrees to does not match the geometric vertical, then we know that the environment is not perfectly smooth.
What are you talking about, Talon? You're
It's
spazzing out.
slightly off. So
Yeah,
like
he's
a
just
perfectly
saying shit
smooth
now at
Earth.
this point. You guys fucked this
Okay,
guy
this
up
is where
a
we
long
get to.
time
This
ago.
where, because you know how like we were always talking about corrections. We actually have like taken we've made progress on what it means to
Talon,
have
please stop saying
corrections.
we. You haven't done anything.
He's talking about ellipsoid versus geoid.
The ellipsoid versus the perfect perfect sphere, 360-degree sphere.
Well,
You don't
like
have an
when the
ellipsoid.
all
when the
right,
plumb
okay,
line,
ellipsoid.
yeah. So the plumb line would have
I'm
matched
They'd
confused.
already
the
decided
geometric
it wasn't a
vertical.
perfect sphere, bro.
So
They already knew that. They claimed they knew already that it wasn't a sphere. Perfect.
let me just
Perfect
talk.
shape.
Let me just talk to
That it
Jedi
wasn't a
Cheetah real
spheroid. That it
quick.
wasn't an ellipsoid. But they used ellipsoid
Yeah.
models, right,
So do you understand
in
what?
their calculations. But they were aiming to determine the geoid. That was their aim.
So
Okay, that's
Jedi,
what you
when
were
I'm
going to
at,
say
so like let me
earlier,
tell you, so
Vegeta.
like this is where I've learned, like gotten a new understanding of the GTS Jedi, and I want to talk to you about it because we've talked a lot about the issue with the GTS having corrections in it and the deviations, and like thanks to 20 and me and 20 did a really good discussion last night on learning why William Lambton and George Everest were doing, like, we're figuring out what was wrong and right about their measurements of the GTS survey of India, and then the rest of the geological and geodesic surveys that followed. And so the question is that when we look at the measurements of the GTS, which had to be correct, and in order to correct it, we had to independently verify with an independent reference
What was that?
the difference between whether or not it was perfectly spherical if it was an ellipsoid, or if it was
Well,
whatever
we've
shape.
already checked that, Talon. You're all right.
So
We've already
okay,
checked
so we did
that.
that.
Right, you're
So
chuck,
we did
Dave,
that by yeah. So
you're
we did
chucking
that
in
by
the
so like
whatever
when you
shape.
get so
T-Dub's
when you
already
go to a
pointed this
location.
out.
Yeah, so when you go to a location and you take your great theodolite with you, and you go and then you start and you set it up, and you have your
The
1,000
holy
pound plumb
theodolite.
line, and it measures a deviation. I think it was deflection to the vertical. I want to look. We're going to talk more about that. We ran out of time because it was so it's such an advance, and we were so like deep into it that we had it went on forever. And so what we're doing is that the measurements are perfectly correct. So that plumb
Pound
line, if the
plumb
plumb line
line.
is not,
Who the hell
so if the
uses
plumb line is not
1,000-pound plumb
geometrically every
lines?
time
What?
so
What?
let me just finish. I'm this is my conclusion. So in conclusion, every time the theodolite took measurements at a position and it was wrong from geometric vertical, like that means that the environment was different, not the measurements. The measurements were always perfectly the same, and so every time they took so they had all these plumb line measurements all across India, and they were able to match and start to use that to form a shape and a model per se, and then they use that to independently and then they use the celestial sphere to independently reference the matching shape with what we could, like we had the celestial sphere to match as a sphere to match our sphere that we were standing on, and that's where it began to become clear that the
Okay, that's enough,
surface we
Talon.
were
That's
standing
enough.
on was
You're
not
spazzing out.
perfectly 360
I'm
degrees
going to mute you, Talon.
spherical, but an ellipsoid, and
Yeah, I'm
that's why
going to
they
mute
call
you
it.
then.
So they
Okay.
call it the
5,
Everest ellipsoid
4,
because
3,
George Everest.
2, 1.
Yeah, so
No,
Talon,
they
what
call
did
it
you
the
mean by
Everest
in
spheroid.
summary? Or
Okay,
in
comes back.
conclusion? When you said in conclusion 5 minutes
He
ago, what
said,
did
in
that mean?
conclusion, I'll start over and start everything, saying everything again. In conclusion.
Yeah, like you just talked over my conclusion, like right
Yeah,
there.
it's okay, Talon. Talon, if any of that was true, then we would have curving lakes. We've checked. We don't have curving lakes. So what you've just said is not true. Simple.
I don't even think he could repeat what he said. He made that up so fast.
Don't challenge him. He'll paraphrase himself.
The GTS of India gave birth and rise to the modern day form of geodesy by measuring gravitational anomalies. This is just
it's already
this is
assuming
their
ability.
rhetoric, not mine, right? Like this is just what I've read. So it gave birth to isostasy, which was so Aries and what's the other guy's name? They had competing theories about the gravitational anomalies that they find, and one said that that it would differ depending on mountain structures versus plains, and the other said no, it's going to be crustal. It's going to depend on density underneath the surface, right? So, and that's what ended up winning, right? And accounting for the massive changes, because one predicted, like in one instance, they predicted an angle would be off by 15 point something degrees, and it was actually only off by like 0.5 degrees or something. So yeah, they went with whichever model was going to explain it the best, and yeah, and so it revolutionized geodesy, that whole survey. It's interesting history, like from their viewpoint. If you read about it, but it's all a load of bullshit. They used planar geometry and then just made inference and assumptions about the Earth's shape from their planar geometry, and their incorrect predictions. Right? They predicted, these stars should, based on these measurements that we've just taken, these planar geometry measurements. This star should be above us at this point in time. It's not. It's off. Like they had all these incorrect predictions about star positions, so they had to make the Earth all wibbly and wonkily and say that there was gravitational anomalies due to displacement of density underneath the Earth's crust.
Well, do you have any new people in? Got questions? I'd like a Glover's take on steel manning, what Talon was just arguing there. None of these Globers know this stuff, and none of them actually believe the Earth is a globe because of this claimed story from India. It's the NASA cartoons. That's why they believe it.
Yeah,
But
but
they're
they're
trying
not
to
going to
dress it
use
up as
NASA
something
anymore.
fancy.
You know that, right?
Exactly. They don't want to use them, so they have to pretend that it's because there's a story about some guys with a great theodolite in India in the 1800s.
Wow.
Or some guy swung a pendulum, or some guy swung some balls in his shed. And they pretend that that's why they believe it, because they think it makes them sound like a scientist. Retarded. Anyway, see if there's any new people in, or continue whatever that was, at least so there's some chat. I'm going to head off. Good chat, boys. Funny stuff.
It just looks like we keep turning more Globers into flat earthers. Getting thin now in here.
Yeah, we were discussing it after. A couple of us were talking about it after Talon left a few hours ago. For me, last night. And just about the scale of the project was massive. I mean, it involved a lot of time, a lot of labor. It was like apparently, like Travis looked up, hundreds of towers, brick tower, like say masons. A whole team of masons were employed to build towers across India. There were chains constructed. There were these 1,000-pound equipment, instruments designed and made that had to be calibrated and and everything prior to field work, and then they would have had been constantly checked for precision throughout the entire process. I mean, like it was a huge undertaking covering thousands of square kilometers and like thousands of hours. I mean, it was a huge thing that they did. This was no small task, right? A lot of money would have been involved. Like this a crazy amount of effort put into this, like just to be able to say that, oh, Earth's a space potato.
Yeah, I honestly don't know why Talent presents it as anything, because basically, like I said it earlier, but I'm kind of just thinking about it. Like they already had their geoids and ellipsoid models, right? Everest was using them as reference, right? Is using to make predictions. This is why he, plus the celestial in conjunction with the celestial sphere model, right? So they'd say that, well, at this time of night, a star should be at this particular coordinate, right? Latitude, longitude, right? And it wouldn't be, right? Or whatever. It'd be mismatch. And they'd say, well, the measurements are correct, right? There's nothing wrong with our instruments. We're doing this correctly. The instruments are precise. So there's something else is amiss, right? So they put it down to that the Earth's predicted shape was incorrect. So these previous geoid and ellipsoid models were incorrect about positions and orientation of the surface, right? So a mountain, right? They're on top of a mountain. They're looking up. Star should be above it. It's not. It's off by a few degrees or whatever, or even less than a degree, right? They were talking. This is the sort of precision they're talking about. So they'd say that so mathematically, right, to make it fit, they'd reconstruct the Earth's shape mathematically, and they're building off these previous geoid models. They'd reshape it a little bit so that it fit, and explained why the predicted positions of stars were off. So instead of a mountain pointing directly straight up from the center, it's pointing a little off a little bit. Like it's not perfectly in line. So and this is how they get their potato geoids, right? Potato shaped geoids. Mathematical redistribution of the assumed density and mass of local areas of the Earth. Because what else was interesting too, Jedi, you'd be interested in this, is that based on measurements, right? Degrees per, between latitude positions wasn't the same in India as it was in Europe. But the measurements were correct.
Okay. Say that again, exactly as you just said it. The measurements in Europe.
The degrees of change, right, per latitude, of distances between latitudes, right, wasn't the same. What should be equal, right? But it's not. It was different.
Okay, so just so I understand, the distance between the circles of equal altitude, the latitude, got more and more distant the closer you got to the equator, or more and more distant the closer you got to the North Pole? You said they were different in Europe and
I'd have to look at
India.
it. Probably the former. Because that's what they claim, right? Everything's bulging, right, towards the equator.
Okay, yeah. Now I follow. So because everything's bulging, that's why the lines of latitude are getting further and further apart where they should be equidistant.
Right, but they were saying the distances between degrees were not the same. So not 69 miles per degree.
Yeah.
Right.
I was talking to somebody about this a couple of months or weeks ago. But yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying, DJ. It's not equidistant. Circles of equal altitude are not equidistant pole to equator. Interesting shit, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Well, no, Yoda speaks a bit about this for sure. That's why I was interested in what he said and earlier when you were talking with Talon. I'm glad you brought it back up because I get it, but I can't always explain it well.
Me either, man. Like, because like I have, I read this stuff and then I have to ask, something, I'm lazy. Look, I admit I use AI to help explain it to me like I'm a dumbass because I'm a dumbass in that respect.
But yeah, this is, I guess, like you said, why they come up with the equatorial bulge. That's how they get away with it. Or not get away with it, but explain it away. I forgot, was Talon muted for a reason? Is he staying that way or we let him off the hook?
No, you can talk to him. He gave like a 15-minute speech on, I don't even remember. That's how interesting it was.
Thank you for letting me back out.
Sorry, buddy, I forgot you were there.
That's all good. I had finished
And
my.
I don't mean that rudely either. I just generally forget.
It's really funny because like I'm on my last sentence and he's like 5, 4, 3, and he like so he knew I was ending my point, but he was still like counting down over me, and it was just like rude.
Oh man,
But
I hope you talk about this for 15 minutes. I'm gonna go to the
yeah, the cool.
bathroom and clean up the kitchen a little bit.
Yeah, I mean
And if I
it's
come
nice,
back
but
and you're
like
still talking about it, I'm
I still
gonna
made my whole.
ban you forever. So I'll be back.
Oh, no, it's cool, man. It's cool. I'm here to like have a mutual understanding and have a good faith conversation because I understood the complication of like explaining like how corrections worked, and we did we've been having really good conversations since I've been back, and that's why I like to give
So,
good news to Jedi.
so basically, the correcting of preconceived ideas when trying to establish vertical on a sphere.
Yeah, exactly. That's really like the breakthrough is like we have to establish vertical on like just our position. Like it doesn't like us like not even like dealing with like what the shape of the actual surface of the Earth is, but like yeah, what vertical actually is even defined by. We had to use and then at the time the GTS needed a 1,000 pound theodolite, the great theodolite, to even get there.
Yeah.
And then they used it to angle, and then they went with angles from there on. So once you get that vertical, then they could do the perfect geometric vertical, and they did the trigonometry from there. Because once you have that vertical, then you can do the triangles and do the trigonometry and start measuring. That's why, like, because George Everest is now, because like we were talking about William Lambton for a long time, but he actually died in 1920. So he was just the guy that built the giant theodolite, and then George Everest, the guy that they named the mountain after, apparently, is the guy who actually went and, and then obviously like the huge team, it's probably like a huge group of people that like did the physical trek across the continents.
Forgive me. What was Lord Everest the guy found Everest or measured Everest, or did he do both, or was it just one of them?
Both. Yeah. See, because that's the thing. It's like
Okay.
he did all that shit. Yeah, I think like George Everest is probably unless it's no relation, but Lord
How
George
did he?
Everest, is
How
that
did
the
he?
name?
It's the same
How did,
guy.
Same guy.
yeah.
Gotta be.
How did he measure the height of Everest?
Well, it's the same thing, trigonometry. I'm sure. I think it's a different equation and calculation, but it's the same type of like reference triangle. But like actually measuring the surface of the Earth is way more complicated than just measuring the height of a mountain. But yeah, that's what they use the mountains for. Is like once you get the elevation, then you go do your vertical, get your geometric vertical, and then you can shoot your shots onto all the because then they use giant mirrors. That's why they were using, or they didn't even. It's not even they didn't even need giant mirrors. They just took like an 8x10 sized mirror and then just beamed the great theodolite from a different location, and then they take the theodolite, and then they moved it around and did all the
They took multiple, from my understanding, and I remember this is multiple measurements from southeast and west around Everest and the surrounding area, right? Because they wanted to measure the different faces as well, the north face in particular. It wasn't just one measurement I'm pointing out, right? There was multiple.
Yeah, I don't know if they took the 1,000. I don't think they took the 1,000 pound theodolite to the top of Everest.
No, they didn't. They didn't do that one with the theodolite, but to establish the height of Everest. Because around this time there was around this time it was still the time of like the explorers and so on. So there were, especially from my country and from Europe, these people going out and exploring like the unknown worlds and trying to geometrically establish different comparisons, like the length of a river, for example, or the height of mountains. So the way that they did, they didn't take the 100-pound theodolite up to the top of the mountain. They did it in the way that you said, right? They took things that were reflective to places, and then from around these places, they took different measurements from established distances, basically just utilizing the right angle triangle. The assumption of this happening on a sphere comes later with calculations, but the general premise of just measuring the height of a mountain is trigonometry, triangles do.
Right, that's where all the spherical excess shows up, is because when you're standing above the surface, there's like just the gap between like the actual ground. Like you can't put a theodolite right up like perfectly against the ground. So like there's always going to be a deviation from like just because the theodolite is 5 to 10 feet tall, like that automatically even like creates an error in the like the measurements, because you're actually measuring this, like the air above the actual surface. And so you have to calculate out that gap between the measurement of the space above the ground with the actual ground itself. And that's how we get more accurate measurements of the actual surface of the Earth, is by calculating out the errors. And so that's what the whole point of the great theodolite is the theodolite is perfectly calibrated.
If you're ignoring me, dude, it's
precise,
crazy.
and then
I need to know why you need to redo
errors.
Sorry.
So like does that make sense? Triangle.
It makes sense to me. But
I definitely want to shorten my explanation, and this is how you guys are helping me shorten it.
Yeah, this is exactly what I began with, though, right? Calculating the errors to.
Yeah. So do you understand that all the errors are due to the outside environment and like the surface of the Earth, not the instrument. The instrument is always perfect.
Oh, whoa! I mean, I understand that we're trying to establish absolute premiums and empirical standards, right? With the 1,000 pound plumb block. Yeah. I understand that.
Right. We're cutting out assumptions. That's what and so like I've tapped in the ability to figure out where they were making assumptions, to guess what, like when they were guessing, we know when they were guessing, and we know when they were getting empirical data. They were doing all the same guessing that you guys are doing now. They did all this.
Yeah, they're just trying to correct from a terrestrial horizontal to
they did all the same skepticism that we're doing now.
Yeah, measuring from a horizontal plane, but correcting from a celestial idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether that's perfect celestial sphere or some kind of disformed geometric shape.
Yeah, that's how they knew that their measurements were incorrect, quote unquote, because we already had the celestial sphere, and so we were actually reverse engineering a different model.
We already had the curvature in the sky. Right. Yeah.
This is what I argued with ChatGPT.
You got muted before, dude. You started rambling and like you think you make sense.
Well, this is what I argued with AI about. Like I said, hang on a second. The celestial sphere is a
Sorry,
conceptual one.
Overlord
It's not
or
an
Google?
actual sphere.
Sorry, T-Dub. AI Overlord or Google?
No, sorry, Google. Yeah. I said,
Fine,
yeah,
cool, sorry.
because it mentioned this, right? And I said, hang on, that's not an actual sphere. And it said, yeah, that's right. It's not conceptual. Absolutely, just a mathematical construct. But they treat it like those points of light are on a fixed infinite surface, which is surrounding the Earth as a sphere, right? And and those are the things that are moving, not the Earth, right? Too, like that's how it's treated.
So like we're the center of the celestial sphere, right? And like
Well,
there's
it's
a sphere
so
around us.
it depends. Right, I'm going to point this out to you. It's observer centric or center of the sphere centric, because it's a sphere, right? But it's
So like
observer
yeah, but
dependent.
it's always like
I want you
exactly
to
correct,
understand
right?
this. Right? I genuinely want you to understand this. It's observer centric, right? How we see the world, the sky above a horizontal plane, and how it appears to arc from one horizon to above our heads to the other horizon, like we were standing with inside a protractor. With the numbers on the outside of the celestial sphere, we could count them as stars, right? The one above your head at 90 degrees, your zenith. The one closer to the horizon at 5 degrees above the horizon, or above the horizontal plane the observer is standing and making the measurements from.
So like
this is
I
all
see. So you guys
conceptual.
assume
Hold
that.
tight.
Okay.
This is all conceptual, dude. It's not real.
Okay, so your concept of the celestial sphere is a dome,
No,
and it's like
dude.
sliding across, and like the plane and the flat
No,
plane is sliding underneath the dome.
No, it's got nothing to do with physicality. Arc in the sky. The
So
arc
those
in the
lights are
sky
above
is
us,
only.
right?
Please don't interrupt. The arc in the sky is only perceived by the eye. The stars aren't actually curving around you or getting closer to the floor with distance. It's just how the eye sees. That's why I said it's observer dependent. It depends because you're navigating how you see the world locally and how you can use that to navigate. In this instance, you can conceptualize you're standing inside a protractor on the horizontal line and you can measure the angles to things in the sky. Doesn't mean the sky's a dome curving.
Right, and they reified that curve, right? They reified that curve into existence, right? Not by giving the sky the physical structure of curvature, by giving the Earth the physical curve. That's how they reified that perspective, that concept of the protractor of the curve, right?
It's conceptual. And like Tito just pointed out, the curve of the Earth is in the sky. And there's no actual curve in the sky. It's just perceived with the human eye. I'm going to write that down.
Hello. Yo, what up? Anyone in the mic?
So the arc of the celestial sphere is not a physical curve, but the angles measured on it are real, and those angles change with position in a way that only a curved Earth explains.
Only a curved Earth explains. No, it's just you moving along things.
Because like when we're talking about
creating an
corrections,
angle from the horizon. For
like
example,
when we're
the
talking
star
about
that converges with the horizon, that as you walk towards the horizon, separates. Then you can measure that angle. You can do the same
it's
thing
a
when
conceptual
you can do the
reference
same thing.
surface.
You can do the same thing with the lights on your ceiling. Let's say incremental lights down a corridor.
But you don't need it to like navigate your room. Like you don't
But
need
can I
that.
just, sorry, Talon, before you go on, I need to correct
You can
you.
get around your room pretty easily without the stars, but it's
I
like
need
way
to
more
correct you,
difficult
Talon.
when you're traveling thousands of miles.
Can I
You
just
can
quickly
use the
correct
same
you?
premise for terrestrial
Like in
navigation.
order to know where you are in the ocean,
The Earth is round.
Talon,
and you're not in your
you
room.
can use the same premise for terrestrial navigation,
Right.
utilizing the stars. It's the
Right.
same principle as Everest, right?
So
The triangle, the angle measurement, every single time, because this is what a sextant does, right, or theodolite, right? The same principle
Right.
applies. The
'Cause the
measurement of
angles are real.
angles.
The
Yeah,
angles
they're
are
all
real.
angles. Yeah, they're all
Yeah, the angles are
angles.
real. Yep.
But not, dude, everything's conceptual. But for this premise, yeah, we're utilizing
So,
an angle measurement, specifically above a horizontal plane.
what?
If you want to be
Right,
more
and
specific around you, go on. Sorry, Tito.
I just want to correct him because he said it's best explained by a curved Earth, but not really, right? Because the intention of Everest was to best explain it by using a geoid model, right, or an ellipsoid model, but more specifically, which ended up becoming a geoid because of the misshapen, right? So there's curvature on your geoid, right? But it's not like it's a perfect sphere, right? It's all over the place.
No, it's not all over the place. It's an ellipsoid. Not
No,
all over the place.
it's a geoid. This Indian survey, this survey of India, it gave rise to modern geodesy, bro,
Yeah, that's my point.
which is a geoid.
Oblate spheroid.
A geoid.
Right, and a geoid, which is shaped like an oblate spheroid. Do you
No,
not know
but
your
it's wibbly
geological
and
terms?
wonkily, bro.
You got to know your geology, bro.
You've got dips. You've got dips and bits and
Valleys
pieces all
and
over the
mountains.
place.
Yeah,
but
it's not flat.
But
Curved.
overall, right, an oblate spheroid, right? But
Wait,
they were
you
trying
guys believe the Earth is flat?
No, it's not a belief.
Wow. Do you also believe in heliocentrism?
Yes.
Don't let that dumbass interrupt.
Wow. Well, do you also believe that heliocentrism is false? I'm assuming you do.
What? Sorry, can you define heliocentrism?
The linguistic definition, I got you. It's the astronomical model, like where the Earth orbits around the sun. It's a concept.
Okay, so yeah,
Uh-huh.
sorry. So the Earth is a sphere within this model, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I deny that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, you deny that, but you believe in heliocentrism?
Heliocentrism, that's sun-centered, again. Don't
Wow,
believe in
man.
heliocentrism if the Earth is a sphere in orbit around
Wow, you're
Helios.
actually retarded, bro.
Because, not Helios, that's the sun. Sun at the center.
He's blown away that you can't believe, you don't believe in that a flat disk, his mind is going around the sun. That makes he thinks that's reasonable or something. I don't know.
Why would the flat disk be going around the sun?
That's what he thinks is reasonable.
Well, he left anyway.
Oh, fair enough. Good.
Yeah, no, I do agree with Tito that it's a geoid, but a geoid is a vague term. Geoid can mean lots of different shapes, and so that's just like its shape and term.
Bro, it was the ellipsoid that got the prediction of the positions of stars wrong. So it wasn't best explained by that. That's why they corrected it.
Wrong, and that's what the flares.
He's just talking to himself now. What'd you guys do to him?
Trying to think about it. I gotta think real quick. Okay, so the ellipsoid did not get the stars wrong. The stars were measured first, and the ellipsoid was adjusted so its geometry matched.
Jedi.
Sorry.
That's what I just said.
Holy crap!
So
I'm gonna go. Hold on, wait. I'll be right back. I got to get a bag of potato chips.
Okay, so
Yeah,
the
because this
celestial
goes back to the
sphere.
plumb line. The
Callum,
remaining tiny mismatches weren't star errors; they were local gravity tilting the plumb line.
The celestial
forming a geoid.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with you. It's a globe. An oblate ellipsoid is a geoid.
What's the celestial sphere?
The celestial sphere is the frame of reference that we use to navigate the globe.
Okay, who uses to navigate?
The 1860, like everybody for like hundreds of years, for like centuries.
We
People use, like,
used to navigate with the human eye.
sailors,
This is just
navigators,
how the human
explorers,
eye sees the world.
Eagle
Why
Scouts.
do you keep missing this and reifying into actual physical existence?
Yeah, like I live by a lake. I can't see Michigan from Chicago.
That's not
Or
addressing what I
curved lake.
said, though, Talon.
So it's real in real life. I can
You
see the
say
curve.
the stars were measured first. So we
Yes, but yeah.
reified, we reified this, right? The
No,
celestial sphere, which is
no, you
observer
don't,
dependent, based on how we observe the sky.
Jedi.
We
You don't
reified this
reify.
first.
We
Here we did.
didn't reify the stars
You
with
said
the
you
because
measured
the
it. You
theodolite.
measured the
No, no,
celestial
Jedi.
sphere first. What is
Wait
the
a minute.
celestial sphere? You've already explained that.
Let's
I like
just
it when they
square up.
start calling my fucking name. I used to hate it, but now I like it.
So the celestial sphere was a frame of
Okay.
reference. It's a
Frame of
spherical
reference, what? Observer dependent.
concept. It's a spherical concept. So we knew it was
It's a
like
concept.
position
It's a
wise.
concept. So why are you reifying this concept into reality?
So it was just we took those angles of the stars, and then we used the theodolite to take angles of the Earth, and then we compared the angles of the
You don't
Earth with
have
the angles
angles
of the
of the
stars.
Earth. You don't have any
Right.
angles.
We took
If we
so we took
had
the theodolite.
if you had you have curved angles on the Earth.
So we took the theodolite, which
You
measured the
said
angles
yes.
of the Earth, not without without the. So we finally had something without the stars to measure angles on the Earth, which was the great theodolite. And then we had because we had the sextant for the stars for a long time. What we didn't have was how to take the angle measurements of just the Earth with like from point A to point B. Right? Yeah. Thank you, Travis. Just so like when we were able to compare. And that's why they're independent. That's what we mean by independent references, because we have the stars as a concept. We have the angles, which are real, of using the frame of reference of the which is just a concept. And so we we built the frame using our human brains, and then we had the real angles of the stars, and that's how we knew where we were based on the celestial sphere. And then we used the theodolite to take the angles across the surface of the Earth, and then we were able to take the deviations with the plumb line, and then the angles of all the different environmental different deviations and the distances and whatnot, and then now we have two references for what the shape of the Earth is. And now our position is not only clear because of the stars, but we are also clear relative to the other positions on the planet, and that shape matches up when it's we both call those things spheres.
Yeah, when you assume the question that the vertical me.
We conclude it's a conclusion. It's not an
It's
assumption.
not a conclusion. It's begging the question.
Two different ways.
It depends. It's begging the question when you utilize the geometry in this way.
It's not begging a question. It's having two
Yeah,
frames of reference.
Sorry, where do the vertical lines meet?
On the plumb line.
Let's say you've got one at the North Pole, and let's say, for example, you've got one at the pole, one in the equator. Where do the vertical lines meet? Or do they meet?
Well, they either meet or they don't meet, and then when they don't meet, then we can correct for that, and then match it up.
Good.
And then when they,
the
only time they meet is when it's curved.
Okay,
Is when you
so they
curve
either
both
do
things.
or don't meet at the center of the Earth. Conversely, do they or don't they meet at the star?
Right. They will meet at if you curve it, then if it's always curved, then yeah, they meet. They close.
Sorry, in celestial navigation, the lines meet at the star.
Well, it's just a frame of reference, and so it just depends on where you are, where your position is.
I know.
That's how you know where your position
this
is.
earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
remember,
I'm asking you. It's a close-ended question. Do the lines meet from the line of sight, including the vertical, at the star?
Do the lines meet at the vertical?
At the star.
At the star.
Yeah. Two measurements.
Yeah. Angular lines meet at the star, and then physical vertical lines on Earth do not. The distinction clears up the confusion.
Sorry,
so what
do the lines meet
meeting
at
the
the
star
star?
actually
Yes
means?
or
Yeah, so like when you're actually meeting the star,
yes.
what you're meaning
He
is
said
like
yes.
when
He
you
said
sight-
yes. Yeah, he said yes. Hold on, I'm going to stop you, Talon, really quick, because you like to say yes and then speed through something else. He said yes and stop. Now you stop.
Well,
That's it.
there's no gotchas going on here. So
No,
yes, angular
that's
lines
why I
meet
said
at the star.
stop talking.
I just need an answer to that question, so I don't need you to carry on after answering the question.
Two lines meet.
So the lines meet at the star. Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
What's the distance to the star?
infinite. They're
That's correct.
parallel, essentially parallel.
Essentially parallel,
we're so
so
far
they
away.
don't. So they don't meet.
Well,
Or they
it's
do
always
meet.
like I said, it's infinity.
Because infinite, I'm not taking infinite. All right, you need to give me a number value, a distance. Infinite's
Okay,
not a
I'm
number.
sorry, 4.2 light years. 4.24 light years.
So
Nearest
are
star.
you, dude? You understand the laws of a triangle, right? The three applicable laws: interior, sum, angle, line equality sum, and the area of a triangle. A triangle being defined as a closed geometric shape where all lines meet at 3 points. So if you're saying that the lines meet using trigonometry, you can give me a distance to the star. But you understand that they don't meet, do they? They're essentially parallel, so not a closed triangle.
The angle sum law shows that as long as they add up to 180 degrees, that's a curved surface triangle. A plus B plus C equals 180 degrees, and you got it.
Did he just say a curved
No,
triangle
no,
equals 180
no,
degrees?
No, a triangle is a
Well, that's for the Euclidean
two-dimensional
flat triangle, and then a curved
shape.
surface, triangle
Whoa,
is basically does not equal 80 degrees.
Talon. Triangle doesn't involve curves in it anywhere.
A
You know
curved
this.
surface triangle does. So, like when you take a
Yeah, but
basketball
we're
and
not.
you draw a triangle on it,
Sorry, where's
that's
the
a
curved
curved
surface triangle? Where's the curved surface triangle?
A basketball or a
Let's get down to basics, Talon. Here we go. Jedi's got a question for you. You're going to answer this. Jedi's got a question for you. Go ahead and answer that question that's posted.
Talon, you've done the triangle test before.
So I just want to know if we can draw triangles on a basketball. Can we do that?
Yeah, we can draw triangles on basketballs. It's interesting you didn't use the.
Okay, wait a minute. So can we draw a
It's
triangle on a basketball?
No, it's not a triangle.
Hold on. Not a triangle.
What's not a triangle?
The
3 points.
Drawing a triangle on a sphere isn't a true Euclidean triangle.
Okay, well that's now you're parsing words because you're talking about a flat triangle, but it's a non-Euclidean triangle.
Dude, specifically yes, because a triangle is a closed two-dimensional shape that includes straight lines, not curved ones. You would have to infer Alan.
Yeah.
You would have to infer other geometry, right? So it wouldn't fit the true definition of a triangle. We're now drawing triangles on spheres. This is different geometry now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Cool. So we understand that triangles do not include curved lines, right?
So wait a minute. What about I'm talking about? So he put the curved surface triangle on the in the thing.
It's all relevant from the center of the. It's all relevant from the plane in the center.
So the black triangle.
Yeah, that's not a triangle. See how it says not 90 degrees? That means it's not a triangle.
Yeah, that's a two-dimensional curvilinear triangle. It's got one curve on one.
There's no such thing,
dude. It's got two straight
what's the
sides.
definition of a triangle? What's the definition of a triangle? What's the definition of a triangle?
3 points connected, 3 lines connected to each other, and 3 points.
That's it.
Those lines, curved or straight.
That's all a triangle is. 3 points, 3 lines, 3 points connected to each other.
Those lines, curved or straight.
You get closure.
Those lines, curved or straight.
For the one with Professor Triangle in the chat, there's
how many triangles? Talon,
how many triangles
please.
are in the picture? Which triangle?
Which triangle? Follow what I'm saying.
Are you talking about? Which
triangle? Does a triangle include curved lines?
Yeah, you can have curved lines on a triangle.
Okay, I'll ask you this question: a square, does that include curved lines?
Yeah, you can have a curved lines with a curved.
No.
4 points.
A square has straight lines. A square has 4 interior angles, 90 degrees. Degrees being defined as the separation of 2 straight lines. It's interesting you trying to overtalk me to avoid your embarrassment. Why are you trying to do this? Is it because you're trying to shoehorn your sphere belief into geometry somehow? We're just asking you what a fucking triangle is and what a square is, and you got to include your fucking sphere belief. What an idiot.
So if you draw a square on a basketball, is that a curved square? If it's all the lines are equal?
No, it's not.
Length?
No, because
What is
the
it called?
lines are curved.
Or it's called a quadrilateral. It's still a quadrilateral. It's a two-dimensional geometric shape. A curvilinear.
not a square then.
not a square.
Quadrilateral.
So not a square then.
Well, as long as all four sides are the equal length, then it's square. A curvilinear
You have
square.
to have 90-degree corners.
It would be a spherical. Force like.
Won't have interior angles of 90 degrees.
You can't have that. You
side
can
is
only
bigger.
have. You can only make your magical triangle have 3 90-degree angles, and that doesn't equal 180, does it? So your spherical triangle's out the window, and then now you don't have a square because you lost a 90 degrees somewhere. So you're done, dude. Stop talking about dumb shit.
Well, the angle sum of curved triangles is different from flat triangles.
No shit,
how we
because
know the
they're defined differently. Thank you for finally agreeing that they're defined.
That's what I've been
Stop
saying the
arguing
whole
that
time.
they can be defined the fucking
Oh, you
same.
haven't.
So all triangle, not all
No,
triangle,
like seriously, you
all
actually
triangles
even
are
listen
still
to
just 3
the
points.
reprimand.
Curved or flat, they're still triangles.
It's not. It's like so egotistical.
That's just logical. Like you can
No,
call
it's not.
angles,
We're
like
talking
that
about.
Professor
Hold on.
Triangle.
Hold on.
Like, is that
Hold
90
on.
degrees? Do you agree that that's
Logical.
90 degrees?
Alan, shut the fuck up.
So
Logical. One of those laws of logic would be a law of identity. We're identifying these things as differently. You keep trying to shoehorn the fucking same, doing some kind of sleight of hand magic trick, right?
Well, it's not
Logically,
magic to draw
our
a
identity is
triangle.
different.
So as long as we're talking about the basketball triangle, or all
You need a
So
glover
straight lines
to
and
correct you.
curved lines, are they the same thing, logically? Or are they identified differently?
So what do you call a triangle on a basketball?
Not a triangle.
It's not
You
a
could call it a
triangle.
curvilinear triangle or a non-Euclidean triangle.
Call it a talon. That shape is called a talon.
A what? A triangle?
The shape is called a talon.
Non-Euclidean triangle?
It's called a talon.
A talon. Yes, name it after me.
That's what it's called.
They call it a triangle for want of a better term.
No, I don't give him the benefit of the doubt for anything. We're not going to allow him to have to twist the name and definition of the word triangle into a fucking sphere. Otherwise, we may as well just shut the servers down.
Yeah, I know. It's not a triangle. Even Matthew Lyons agrees with this.
Right,
Matthew.
he's talking about two different things. There's a triangle and then there's a spherical triangle. They don't overlap despite the similar names.
Because they're similar, right? They're both triangular.
Hey,
No,
thank
one
you.
is a triangle and one is a spherical triangle.
We have this
One is a
conversation with
Spherical what? A
One's
triangular.
one's called a Matthew,
sphere?
Talon. The other one's called a Matthew Talon,
So
right, Matthew?
Well, is it okay? Well, Matthew, that's because I would like to ask Matthew, please. So, is a spherical triangle a triangular sphere or a spherical triangle?
It's neither. It's its own thing.
Well, how can it be neither and its own thing at the same fucking time, dude? That's not gonna make any sense.
A triangle has straight lines. A spherical triangle has curved lines. They
Okay,
don't
but what?
overlap.
Like, how do you like? But how are you like? Why are you keep saying the word triangle?
Right.
Why?
because they've got 3 points.
Why is the word
Hold on,
triangle
they've got 3
coming up?
points and 3
Are they
lines.
both
That's
a
where
type of
tri
triangle?
comes from. Where does tri come from?
3 points.
3. It's got 3
Yeah.
points or 3 lines.
lines.
There's 3 of them.
Three
For
angles,
our ease
actually. That's a triangle.
conceptualization, these
can't
things
have a
can be
triangle without
treated triangular. Talon, please don't talk. But they have different identities. Matthew, the maths teacher, is trying to point them out to you. You seem to disagree. It's like you have a disagreement with straight lines and curved lines. You understand that difference,
Technically,
don't you?
It's technically like in the paint programs. It's called a 3-pointed shape. How do you like that?
Oof.
That's what I said. That was my point. Thank you.
So not a triangle. Thank you. My point is, you always prove us right. I don't know how you do it every time. How you do it every time, and then you don't remember that you do it every single time. You prove us right.
You just agreed with me.
A three-pointed shape?
Yeah, is what?
Yeah, try.
It's a three-pointed shape. That's
A
what it's
triangle.
called.
A triangle.
No. Triangle has three angles and three straight sides, and the interior adds up to 180 degrees.
I mean, every geometric shape is a. Or wait, every
No,
three side.
no.
Yeah,
You
every
see,
triangle
if
is
a
a
shape
three-sided shape.
doesn't, hey, listen, bro. If a shape does not match the criteria, right, of what Professor Triangle just pointed out, then it's not a triangle. It must adhere to those specific details, that criteria, to be called a triangle.
Hey, put it into
Right.
that
But then, like,
fancy AI that you have,
a
Talon.
curvilinear
Ask it.
triangle would need curves to be a curvilinear triangle. You wouldn't call a Euclidean triangle a curved triangle, right?
Talon, that fancy AI that you use, ask it. Ask it, can a triangle have a curved side?
It's the only thing you'll believe, so you might as well. You won't believe anybody else.
Okay, hold on. I got you.
Don't ask the question in such a way that you can deform the answer.
He's gonna
I
ask
can
in a
ask it for him.
triangle.
I'll ask it for him if he doesn't know how to ask AI. I'll
I said
ask it for him.
we're on a triangle as being straight and or curved. I asked if a basketball can have a triangle on it. How do I clarify?
So he didn't ask it right.
Well, I mean, I can I just want to hear. See
Dude,
what
just
they
keep
say.
it simple. Can a triangle have a curved side?
So a basketball can have a triangle on it, but the sides are curved
Can a
arcs on the
triangle
surface,
have a
not straight
curved
lines through the
side?
air.
Okay, ask it what the total interior, sum of the interior triangle is with one curved side. See what it gives you. See what the angle it comes up with, the total.
Do we want? Okay, so
Since you're insisting it's called a triangle, that means it adds up to 180 degrees. So it still has to add up to 180 degrees, even if one side is curved for you.
is a curved triangle still a triangle?
You're telling it the answer. You're saying you're telling it.
He's giving it. He's telling what to say.
Yeah, you're saying
You're
like, isn't
asking
this
every
triangle
question
still
but the one
a
I
triangle?
asked.
Well, what
Yeah.
okay, what was your okay? Okay. I just wanted
I'll
to see
just
what.
type it in. That way, he doesn't know how to use AI
I just wanted
anyway.
to catch
Fuck
up
it.
on what I was thinking,
No,
and so now
I'll type it in for you since you don't know how to type shit in. I'll type it in. Okay. Can a triangle have one curved side? Enter.
Perfect. Got it.
A
Yes,
triangle
but it
cannot
depends-
have a curved side.
Yes, but it depends on what
Copy
geometry
it.
you're
I'll
using and
copy it
what you mean by
right to
triangle.
you. Yeah, I'll copy it right to you. So
So
I'm
clean
going with the cannot have a curved side. And then after that, it wants to tell me about triangles, other shit that you guys like to call triangles.
You're changing one of the identities. The straight lines are now curved because we could put a triangle, let's say it's in the form of a sticker. We can put the
Yep,
triangular
ChatGPT said
sticker.
something different.
Yeah, I know. We all know what a fucking triangle is, dude. We all understand the difference between straight and curved lines.
You cannot fold any flat. You cannot fold any flat shape around a sphere without making any creases. So that no longer is that shape. As soon as you try to smash it down around the ball, like a triangle, you try to smash it, or you lift it off the ball after you drew it on it, you no longer have anything that will work. It will tear. It will be torn if you try to pull it off, or you will make wrinkles if you try to lay it on the surface. So you don't have anything. You can't work with that. Sorry.
What if
So this
the
is a
Earth is a
definition
donut,
clash.
though?
Oh, someone else. Pardon me? Oh, hold on. Pardon me?
Okay, so I would like to explain to.
Not you.
I would like to
Not you.
respond.
Not you, Talon. Just for a second. What, did
I
somebody
was saying,
interrupt?
what if the Earth is a donut, though?
Then you would still measure curvature over the surface of the.
And no curve, no donut. Plus space is fake anyway, so you can't have a donut.
True.
You'd
If it
still
was a
need
donut, I
measure.
would have eaten it by now.
All right, thanks for playing.
Okay,
I
back to
think
our
God would have
originally
eaten
scheduled
it. He would have
programming.
just took a big bite out the Earth.
Okay, thank you very much for playing.
Earth.
Ready.
So we understand that triangles are specific, and when you stick them on basketballs, they don't fit the identity of a truly.
I have an idea. I'm ready to go when I'm with permission, please.
Okay, go on.
So let's go with, rather than arguing over what the definition of the triangle is, let's agree on what
Yeah.
triangle means. What is triangle? Let's just agree. Okay, so
Of a triangle.
this is a
What it
definition
means.
clash. We're clashing with definitions over what triangle means. So
Dude, we have
This
a
is fun.
professor of
so you're-
triangles in here. Let
I
him give
agree.
us the definition.
So I agree in Euclidean plane geometry that there are no curved. That is not a triangle. In Euclidean plane geometry, it's only talking about triangles. But the triangles I'm talking about are geodesic triangles on a curved surface.
Okay.
No one asked you about those anyway.
Well, that's what I'm using
So
as
you
a
were
reference. So I'm also. So we're both right that you can
No,
like talk
you're
about
not right at
Euclidean
all.
plane
You're not
geometry all
right.
you want.
The
You can.
question was
I'm not arguing with you.
triangles, not
Yeah.
the question was
Geodesic triangles
Talon
are
Matthew
the topic.
shapes, talon shapes. The question was not about talon shapes. It was about triangles. Period.
Okay.
There's only
Yeah,
two
in
on that
standard
button on the
Euclidean.
test. Yep,
So in
it didn't say.
standard Euclidean
That's where
geometry,
you use that term triangle is in
so
Euclidean. That's where it
are
comes
we
from.
using
So
are we
that's it.
using Euclidean
Triangle. Yeah,
geometry?
of course. How else do you do it?
So for determining what the surface of the Earth is, we are not using Euclidean geometry to explain
No,
the
we
surface
are.
of the
Yeah,
Earth.
all the way. We have to.
We are not. We are using it to
Yeah, you
measure the
have to.
surface,
Planar
but we are
surveying
not
using trig,
using.
straight lines and triangles the whole way.
That doesn't
That's
match
how you
up.
know you're making
All
a
it does
straight
is
line.
it creates error. You
You
create
shoot a
errors.
triangle 100
You're
miles long, and then it's called the line in the middle of a desert.
yeah.
Shoot all these
Your flat
triangles straight
triangles
together,
are
and then you build a building all the way. And guess what? They made it flat and level as far as they're going, and it's going to be straight, not deviating left or right. What do you think of that?
You're talking about the line?
Yeah, not curved.
It's not,
100
it
miles.
doesn't exist. It's only like tiny. It's only like a tiny.
Yeah, how
amount.
big?
All they did was dig a ditch.
Yep. How big?
Okay. A big what? A ditch?
How come they haven't been
ditch.
talking about how they calculate for the curve of the Earth for
They're
it?
not. It's not gonna. That line is not. It's not coming, dude. You haven't
How
seen
come?
how behind. You haven't seen how behind they are on that shit.
Yeah, I know they're full of shit. Those people. It's just
Okay,
they're
so
all
why
for
are we talking about
show, dude. You're the ones who
So-
believe in that shit. Anyway, you have to cut your line flat and level for those buildings to connect. There you go.
So we're talking about two different triangles with two different geometries. We're using
Nope.
surface
We're just talking
geometry,
about
not planar geometry.
regular triangle with 3 straight sides, all connected, 180 degrees in the middle. You got a problem with that?
Yes, it's full of errors. You're like you don't have a correct model with all those flat Euclidean triangles. Your
Well, then we
triangles are
can't do
not-
any surveying, so we can't do
they don't
anything.
match up
We
with
can't.
the
We
celestial
can't. We
sphere.
can't measure the height of mountains. We can't measure the height of trees or anything. You know that, right? You just
Yes,
threw
we
it all out.
do. No, that's no. That's again.
Yes,
only
you
if
threw it
you-
all out, dude. I'll
only
prove
if
it to you.
deliberately ignore geodesic geometry. So
You
you're
just
basically
threw it all
ignoring an
out,
entire.
dude.
You're pretending
You
that
threw out.
the
You
geodesic
threw out
geometry doesn't exist.
mountain. You threw out mountain. Right? You threw that one out because you're not happy with that. You threw out trees. You can't do that.
So I'm totally fine with talking about the difference between a Euclidean triangle and a geodesic triangle.
I'm not. I don't give a fuck about the difference between them. How's that?
Well, that's okay. That's a you problem then. Then you're
No,
just
it's not. We're not
willfully
here to
ignorant.
talk about the differences in triangles. That's not what this
willful
is about.
ignorance.
Nope.
That's willful ignorance.
No, it's not, because we're not here to talk about differences in triangles.
I am here to talk about a different triangle than the one you want
No.
to talk about. You want to talk
You
about
can't
one
make
kind of
one.
triangle.
Yeah, you can't make
I am
one.
saying there's
You
more
don't
than one
have
kind of
anything
triangle,
measured
and
like
we're going
that.
to use the other one.
You don't have one to use.
A geodesic triangle has the ability to have curved sides because sometimes surfaces
What's
are
the
curved.
interior angle equal? Ask AI.
What was the question?
What's the interior angles to some of the interior angles of your triangle that you're describing?
The sum of the interior of the angles of the GTS.
The Earth is round.
So there isn't a single fixed number for like the GTS survey.
Fuck, so you're done.
The sum of the interior of the angles is slightly greater than 180, and the excess increased with the size of the triangle.
So you're done. The end.
So no, that was a spherical. That was just spherical excess. That's what I'm talking about.
Nope,
how
there's no such thing.
Your Euclidean
No
triangles are
such
full of.
thing.
Earth is round.
Because the typical GTS
Pizza's
values
round.
were, 1 to 5 arc seconds off of 180. It was measurable, repeatable, and predictable from Earth's radius.
But we want to hear the alcoholic prove
if
the
you'd
Earth is
use
a
any other
globe.
model, it
You're
wouldn't.
boring.
It wouldn't work. You wouldn't
We're
get.
still
You would
going
be
on
full of
about this.
errors, and you would be incorrect any other model.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying the Earth is round. Okay.
No,
Why?
you're not.
Why are you saying
Pizza's
that?
round too.
If you tried to use flat, it wouldn't close.
Callan,
Like your network.
take a hint,
Let me get
dude.
rid of him. Let me get rid of him. There.
There we go. Why'd you say the Earth is round? Very depressingly.
It's round like a dome.
A
Round
dome?
like a dome.
What the fuck?
Yeah. It's round like a dome, dude.
Okay, so a dome above a horizontal plane?
Like if you take the Earth, right?
Yeah.
It is flat, but it's a circle.
Mm-hmm. It's a flat circle. How do you know it's a circle?
Listen, it's a flat, round surface. It's a dome.
Wow.
It's a flat.
He
So
said, he
it's
just
like,
said, Jedi, he said domes are flat, round things.
yeah,
So he's even confused.
Yeah.
Well, when you have a
When you
dome,
say-
right, it's like half of a circle and it's kind of flat on the bottom.
Okay, so that's what I mean. So you are standing on a horizontal plane within a dome, or that's how you see the sky?
You are standing in a horizontal plane
Mhm.
where the edges are not rectangular. They're circular. Okay.
Okay.
And
So
what you
why
think,
are they? So I'm asking a question. Why are they circular? How do you know that there is a circumference to the Earth?
well, there's a center of the Earth.
How do you? Where's that then?
Well, some people say it's in Utah. Some people say that it's in the Arctic.
Okay. So,
Wow.
but where is it?
I don't know where it is. I don't know. I just know that from our observable, you could say universe, but our observable
for
plane of the Earth.
example, I want to follow along. So you're saying wherever the center of the Earth is, the Earth shape is equidistant from that point.
Yes.
Okay. How do you know where that equidistant point is? How do you know
I
where that
wouldn't.
circumference limitation is?
I would not know this.
Okay. So if you don't know this, why would you claim it?
Well, you can make claims on anything. I make claims because I'm a human being. I have the
Okay.
ability to speak.
I mean, that's
why I make the
fine.
claim.
That's fine. I appreciate that, but I've kind of elucidated that within your claim, you've got no real knowledge. I appreciate the speculation, though. Thank you.
It's still round though.
No, it's not still round. You haven't verified that. You've also got this idea that there's a dome in the sky. I asked you earlier, is this physical how you perceive the world?
Listen, we never landed on that moon. Number one. Number two, there's
That's
a
not
dome.
addressing
There's
what
a
I said.
firmament.
It's
Oh,
like,
he's having
that's
a
the
meltdown.
hugest sidestep I've seen today.
He's having a
It's like,
meltdown, Jedi.
what the fuck?
Hey man,
I
I'm
asked
just
you
one
specifically the
more
dome that you
person that
think's
you
in the
can't convince.
sky.
That's what I am.
I don't understand anymore.
I'm powered by the sailor man.
Convinced of what?
You did say that the Earth is a globe originally, and then you changed it to a circle, and a circle requires like a radius, which would be like the center point, but you don't know where that is.
No,
To
I
then
never
say
said it was.
the
I
Earth.
never said it was a globe. I said it's a dome. It's a circular dome.
Yeah, eventually you said that, but yeah, I mean, if listen,
Does
it
your
could be true,
circular
like you
dome
said, it's
float in
speculation.
space? Does your circular dome float in space?
I don't know where it floats. I don't think anybody knows
so
what
it does float. So it does float. Interesting. So yeah, LARP Earther.
Big
Thank
cosmic ocean.
What can
sounds
what
like
can we know? Alcoholic, can we know anything about the Earth?
we really don't. I mean, we don't even know our ocean, for crying out loud.
But we know it's there, right? So we know that.
Yeah, of course we know it's there.
Okay, so we can know things. Okay, cool. Had to figure
But
that
we
one
don't
out
know
for
what's
myself.
underneath it.
Thanks.
Do you believe that there's a core of the Earth?
A core? Well, like the center. What do you mean by core?
That's exactly what I mean. Like, do you believe that when you drill in the dirt, that there will be a mantle, like 2 layers of lava or whatever they want to claim it to be?
I have no idea what will happen. Different places, for example, I can't say it will be everywhere. I have no idea. When you say core, do you mean like the core of an apple, like the core of a sphere? No, I don't think there's a core like of an apple of a sphere of the Earth. No.
Neither do I.
Like an all-day sucker.
We also
You'd have
don't
to have
know.
some kind of, you have to have some kind of justification. Alcohol. You have to have some kind of justification or reason for your belief, and then that's what we're looking for. A little
It's
bit.
called faith. I have faith that what I believe is true.
Faith.
Yeah, but that,
all right. Are we okay?
In this
even
room,
faith is
serious,
dependent
right?
on something. Yeah, you can't be.
Yeah. We only deal with empiricism in here, so your beliefs or our beliefs, they're irrelevant right now. But thank you for your
That's totally fine.
speculation.
The point, there's a firmament, is all I'm saying. That there is something that we don't know.
All right, thank you for your
Your best bet.
There's something that we don't know.
All I know is that we don't know.
There's a firmament and there's something we don't know. Oh,
There's
okay.
nothing
Well,
that we
bye.
know that we know of already.
I'm still here.
There's a firmament, man. There's a dome. The Earth, there's a dome above us.
Okay.
What's your
Why
justification for this?
Space is fake. Space is
Hold
fake.
on. What's your justification for the dome?
We have never left. Okay, we've never went to the moon. We can barely get outside the atmosphere before anything blows up. Like, we've never been to the moon.
What? Okay. So your claim to the firmament in the sky, which is to use the biblical reference, is like a beaten out molten looking glass. So a physical structure. You're saying the reason why you believe there's a physical structure in the air is because we haven't been to the moon, and when things go beyond our atmosphere, they blow up.
No, what I'm trying to say here, dear, is that there's a firmament on the moon. Okay, if you look at there's a firmament, there's a
firmament
dome,
on
and the
the
moon is
moon?
in it. Okay, listen to me there, sweetheart.
It's getting better.
Listen,
You started
listen,
that
honey.
sentence with
Listen,
you
listen,
idiot.
listen.
There's a firmament on the moon. That's
There's a
hilarious.
firmament. There's a firmament with the moon. We're in
You're
it. We're
talking
already
in the
there.
mirror
Anyway,
right
the
now,
point I
aren't
was
you?
going to make is that
Hell.
we don't even know, bro. We don't even know.
So we don't
know
even
what
know
the-
that you're going to tell us what you think.
Jedi, when have we
Exactly.
gone outside? When have we ever gone to the moon, Jedi? Do you believe that?
Have we? What? As in
No.
all people? Has any one person been to the moon? I really don't know, dude. I don't
Well,
think so.
hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, is it possible that you could have a situation where nobody's been to the moon and there's no firmament?
We go from like Talon, who's just pure ChatGPT, to this alcoholic who needs ChatGPT. I think to ground him in something.
Listen,
I
here,
just want to see.
don't rely on
I just
AI.
want to see. I just want to see if he can follow that question I asked. In a
No, the thing is
hypothetical
that we're in a
situation,
firmament,
can you
okay?
have no firmament and nobody's been to the moon?
We've never been to the moon. Never happened.
I'm asking you hypothetically.
No, we can't. We can't have that.
You can't not have a firmament and nobody has been to the moon.
We've never been to the moon.
Can't there be no firmament, right? And we've simply just not figured out how to get to the moon?
No, we've never been there.
Okay, yes, you keep saying that. I understand. That doesn't necessarily mean there's a firmament.
The moon is within the firmament. I'm telling you that right now.
Oh, what's your basis for that claim?
If it's not there, okay. If it's not in the firmament, right?
So the
then it wouldn't
firmament's
be-
three-dimensional then.
If it wasn't in the firmament, then we wouldn't be able to see it.
What if it was between us and the firmament?
They claim it to be. This is not my claims. This is not my beliefs. This is what they say. I personally think
Who are
that
they?
the firmament is something that we can't even grasp. Like we can't even conceptualize it. Like it's something greater than us. But they
Okay,
believe
well,
it's another layer of what they call a hydrogen pairing.
Who's they? Since you can't hear Jedi,
I can't hear. Do I need to turn them up?
maybe.
yeah, who are
Who
they?
is they?
Yeah, let me
Who
turn them up.
is
Hold on.
they? Yeah.
Okay, Jedi, ask your question.
Who are they?
Okay. Who they are
Hmm.
TikTok Reels. Okay, that's who they are. Okay.
So
Oh my
people on
god.
TikTok make claims.
Wow. Wah 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 wah.
You got to keep going when you do the
Not
womp womp womp.
not like
It's like two-
not like a certain theology, not like an ideology or a belief system like a Christian or Jewish belief or nothing like that. Not a Vedic
Whoa!
cosmology.
I'm not
People on
Jewish.
TikTok.
Oh, don't call me
No,
Jewish. I'm not Jewish.
no, I'm not calling you anything. Right? Is there
Are you
anyone
calling me a
else
liar?
better? Because I'm going to
Yep.
plead for your
Oh.
better
You're
nature.
calling me a liar.
Please.
Wow.
The
What'd you
LARP
do
is
to this
over.
guy? You guys are on fire tonight.
Love you.
Thank you.
Oh shit.
I didn't want to say it back, that's for sure. Because that would have been really weird. That's like that's the odd one. Oh well, thank you. What?
I'm glad you said something.
I love you. Thank you. What? I posted pictures for Talon because his name is We Landed on the Moon. I showed him the set that they use for filming. He doesn't like that. Here's Mars. Finally figured it out what this one is for. Not really that big. It's only, what, 18 feet tall, 16 feet tall maybe? Regular size machine.
What's the easiest way to explain to someone how the celestial sphere was constructed? I mean, if you're in a warehouse with 1,000 lights and they're high above you and you have a hypothetical marker that's super long, so you can mark a dot at the farthest point you can ever see, right? Eventually, you would have drawn a hemisphere around you, would you not? Because those lights at the end of the warehouse, they're going to look like they're down on the floor,
No,
basically.
It's going to
no.
be a
No.
flat plane above you.
Yeah, it is a
Yeah,
flat plane. I know, but
yeah.
because
It's going
of
to look like a
human
hallway.
tradition,
Dude, it's going to look
right?
like a hallway. You won't see it. You
It's,
won't be able to draw a dome with that.
I have the
yeah,
answer
there's a
for that
choice
question.
there's a choice that's made. But if you choose that example, like Professor Triangle pointed out, you'd have two parallel lines, the earth and the ceiling, or the floor and the ceiling, sorry.
But our
Because there'll
vision,
be an absolute height from the floor, and you'd
Yeah,
be
but that
measuring triangles.
so you would always know where you are in your room if you had
Yeah,
that in
because
your room.
because you would be able to measure the distance ground
Right, so it's the same thing outside when you go to when you use the celestial sphere as a repeated repeated relative observations of each other. Like you didn't need like it just worked.
Wow.
It didn't need an external reference.
Can you get an angle from the surface of a ball to something in the sky?
Yeah.
How? So I'm going to go grab a basketball and a golf ball, and I'm going to hold one above the other, and I want you to tell me how to get the angle to it from the basketball, okay?
The angle from the observer using the sky as a
No,
direction
from
reference.
yeah, from the observer. I'll pretend I don't know, where I live. I'll just kind of tilt
That's
it and
why,
make
like,
a center. Yeah, and then I'll
that's
stand
why
there,
longitude and
and then
latitude is a
and then I
360
want to
degree.
get the angle to Polaris, which I know what it is.
Yeah, right. That's how we know where we are on the planet. Well, because what was his question again?
How do you make an angle from the surface of a ball, though?
Oh, because he asked how the celestial sphere was constructed. How was
That's from the sky. It's in the sky.
right? But if it's in the sky, like how did we get the angles? Because how do we know
You
our angles
pointed at the
between?
sky because you had a flat plane to stand on. That's how.
It's like
That's how.
you need to go through the protractor example again.
You also had nature's reference to horizontal, that being the surface of liquid, or the horizon, a marine horizon. Nature's
So
reference
early
to
astronomers
horizontal.
measured angles between the stars, angles between stars and the horizon, and the timing of star rising, setting, and culmination. So no distances to stars were assumed or needed. These were purely local measurements.
Yeah.
There you go.
So the local measurement was from a horizontal plane. That was the Earth, right?
It was the angles. It's an angle. It was between the stars and the horizon, and when they were
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's
So the
perfect because it's a big
horizon.
system.
Yeah. Okay. So the horizon represents one point along the adjacent. You at the other
That's
end
the
of that
angle.
adjacent.
That's how
It's
you
like,
create
why
the
are you
angle.
I'm trying to clarify, and you're jumping in. Why?
I'm helping you. I'm clarifying.
But I'm still speaking. I'm clarifying for my fucking self.
Yeah.
Don't
and I'm
need
helping.
you
I'm
unless
helping.
if I'll call on you.
Okay.
Cool. So the angle is measured between the two lines, the hypotenuse and the adjacent. The hypotenuse from the observer to the star in question, and the adjacent from the observer to the horizon, right?
Let's find out.
The adjacent.
Yes, exactly.
The adjacent is along the surface of the Earth. Between those 2 points, all the way, right?
Yes, the angle is measured at the observer between two sight lines. One sight line to the star and one sight line along the horizon, or another reference like vertical.
Yeah, cool, awesome. So that adjacent is along the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
What if it's dark and you can't see the horizon?
And then you use another. Then you use vertical.
So I'm pointing out. You said locally in this methodology, the Earth is measured locally as horizontal.
Well, this is a simple geometric term, because you think of the observer as the vertex of an angle, and one ray from your eye to the star is often called the hypotenuse.
It's like, dude, I do fully get this. I don't need you to explain. I need you to show me the.
Yeah, it's measuring the opening between two directions at you.
Okay. So along the surface of the Earth at eye level, right?
Yeah. That's
Cool.
the adjacent.
Awesome. So where's the curvature of the Earth in this example? Because so far the adjacent's fucking a straight line. Has to be for you to measure your angles.
So at eye level, the Earth is locally flat. The curve is in how up changes as you move, not in the surface or under your feet.
So when we navigate around the Earth using stars, right, the Earth will be measured flat locally when we move around locally using stars that can have positions on the Earth up to thousands of miles away. So locally, in this instance, can be thousands of miles.
Well, locally is locally. It's the one position that you're in.
No,
It's your
dude,
point.
if we're measuring stars, the one above your head will be where you are. The one at 45 degrees will be what? 1,500 miles in that direction?
Okay. Well, it's infinite.
Cool. So 1,500 miles then.
Well, no, it's how. Okay. I mean, I don't understand what you're talking about with the star distance. It doesn't matter.
Why are we measuring angles to stars, dude?
To find your position.
Okay. Based on its position relative
Based
to
on
the
the
Earth.
based on the observer's position.
Yeah. You want to find your position based on position.
Right.
You know
The
its
observer's
position because
position.
it changes throughout the day and throughout the year.
Well, your position doesn't change. Your position's your position.
It's like are you purposefully misunderstanding what I'm saying? I'm obviously not saying that, you fucking idiot. I call you a fucking idiot
Sorry.
because you're failing to follow along.
That was very fun. I know you're right. I didn't mean to say it like that.
Dumbass. So all of these are angle measurements from the horizontal plane. That horizontal plane, the adjacent in this angle or conceptual triangle, is the surface of the Earth locally. Cool. Where's the curvature again?
Underneath you?
No, it's in the sky.
No, the angle. No, that's just the angle. The vertical
No.
changes over distance. So, like, yeah, like this when you keep doing when you compare the vertical of one position and then you move 50 miles to the next position and you take that vertical.
It's the
It's never the
consequence of
same.
being at the observation point at the center of radius. This is how you perceive the world, right? There are
No, this is
two
just how it
angle,
happens.
dude. There are two angle. I know it's just how it happens, right? There are two
Well,
angle
that's why they had the
measurements.
microscopes. They had microscopes because they needed
Now he's
microscopes to
talking
see
about
the
fucking
curve.
microscopes.
That's what I'm saying. Like when you go from when you only move 50 miles from one position to another, and then you check the vertical, you literally need a microscope to see the change in vertical because it's so minute. Because the curve is so subtle that when you're at a local measurement, you need a microscope to see the curve. Ta-da! Welcome to the globe.
So what?
That collapses your whole little oh my god, can you see? Why can't we see the curve when it's so close? Because you need a microscope, dude. You need a microscope to see a curve when you're in a single position. Because we're tiny. We're only 6 feet tall. The Earth is the curve is thousands of miles, and it's only like centimeters, millimeters, and changes over vast distances. And then over time, it will curve a great deal. 24,000, 3,000 with a radius of 3,963 miles.
And that's not even true. I mean, over 10 miles, we have 66 foot of curvature. What are you talking about? Thousands of miles. That's crazy talk. Stop it.
How much do you think the Earth curves in 50 miles?
Average is 24K. Only 20. So yeah, you're right. It's only 24,000 miles. Across
24,901.
This is geometry. At the end of the day, it's geometry, and then we use trigonometry to measure geometric.
Hold on, please don't sit here pontificating to us about geometry. Please don't do that. We had to point you to Chat GPT for you to finally figure out what a triangle was. So don't pontificate to us.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I was right about what a triangle is.
No,
you're not right, you idiot.
My geodesic
Right.
triangles are still just as valid triangles as the Euclidean
not.
triangles that you speak of. They're both triangles.
No, we don't use your triangles to navigate
I'm sorry, I said the
We are
fucking
using
word
my
again.
triangles to study a curved surface. You have to have curved triangles.
Wow. Did you get me? Oh, so there's no interior. They don't add up to anything, so it's not a triangle. So why do you keep saying that?
I don't think I've regretted saying a word so much for such a long time. As soon as
You
I
can
said
measure a curve
triangle,
with you measure a curve with an arch, not with a triangle. Like a protractor is an arch, not a triangle. Measures curve.
Yep.
What do you think? What do you think, Guardian? You're new to the room. Who do you think won that one?
I just stepped in, so really don't know. But I was observing the fact you guys got new little icons next to names like an FE and flat. I was like, oh, cool. Can I get one with a globe?
Sure, go to a globe server that makes tags like that.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta earn it. You gotta prove. You gotta know you live on a globe, and then you can get the globe
What you
tag.
can do is, since you can make your own server, and then when you get enough traffic, you can make your own tags like that, and then like have like name it 24/7 Globe Earth, and you should probably get like around 1 million people. I would say nobody's tried it yet. I mean, we can't hardly get anybody in here. This is the max we ever get.
Hey.
You just want to be part of the globe group, or why don't you want to be part of the flat group? What's wrong with the flat group?
Oh, I just go with the crowd.
Yeah, that's why you should make a globe server, and you could probably charge like $1 a year. Could you imagine having 1 million people at $1 a year? How much is that per year? He's going to ask
At
AI.
$1 a year, that'd be one. What was the number of people I had again?
Oh my God, we are losing them, folks. We're losing them left and
Sorry, I
right.
think you said a million, but I could be.
Yeah,
That'd be $1 million
yeah,
if it's $1
yeah.
million.
$1 million a year. If you made a server called 24/7 Globe Earth Proof, and you only had to charge them $1 each, and they can come there and get the actual proof to defeat us, you guys, you'd make $1 million a year, and all you have to have is a Discord server. Can you imagine that?
Oh no, imagine. Anyway, I thought I'd just jump in and say hi. I do know you guys from about a year or two ago. I was in here regularly, but stopped coming because I kept getting, muted and blocked and other things. So, you have a great day, guys.
You got any
All right,
globe
Guardian.
proof? That's a no. Talon says, I know his name. All servers are globe Earth. So he's saying everybody that works in a restaurant and that's a server are automatically globe Earth. And I think that's racist, Talon.
I'm sorry, it's
What do you
just
think?
a fact. I can't help the facts.
So I don't think I know anybody that's a server anymore because I'm older, but I never considered them globers.
It's a really good question. I
My
wish I had a
daughter
globe.
was when she worked at BW3. She was a server. Yeah, she.
I want a globe
I think
channel.
she didn't consider herself being a glober.
I want a globe server for a girlfriend. It's like perfect girlfriend. A globe server. Glober server. I wonder if the if Doobie could give us a globe.
So people want like a globe sticker, like they want to wear a NASA patch on their jacket.
Like a top Maverick cap jacket.
You want me to send you some NASA patches?
Hell yeah.
What'd you do with them?
Throw them onto my bag.
Why?
NASA's cool.
Keep the girls away, probably. Right? You want to keep all the girls away.
Oh,
Throw those in
that's
your bag.
kind of like how you wear garlic to keep vampires away. You just wear NASA gear to keep chicks away. I get it now. That's why dudes do that, and they're always with other dudes.
It's a good way to pick up dudes.
I was gonna say, dude, I got like.
Oh, well, I didn't think of that. Yeah, that makes sense. It probably is a good
You don't
way to
think I
pick
get
up other
bitches
dudes.
without with like without like my NASA. Dude, I fucking ride a Razor scooter. I get bitches all the time.
Wow, and wearing
I
that
scoot.
shit, you're
I scoot
hot,
to I
dude.
scoot to your mom's house every night.
Whoop whoop.
Get him. Slap that ass. Good into them DMs.
Here, let's see what AI said when I asked to analyze the picture. Some Glober drew.
You want to talk about some geodesic triangles some more?
Look at the picture and tell me how to get 90 degrees on the surface of a ball. Accurate eye said the image shows two vertical lines, one on a
So
curved
that's the one thing
surface
I do want to
labeled.
like.
What?
Professor
What?
Triangle, if I could. I want to like agree with you. Like I do want to use like Euclidean triangles to measure and then correct to a curve rather than like
What do you
taking
have
the
to
curve.
correct to? You don't have. Okay,
Like I don't want
I'll
to.
let you do that, but you got to measure the
Yeah.
curve first, so we know what numbers to use.
Like
So
I
measure
agree.
the
Like
curve
I totally
first.
get you. Yeah. Like
You
I do
get me,
understand what you
right?
mean by like a Euclidean triangle is different from a non Euclidean
That's not his
curvilinear
point.
triangle, and then also like
That's
a
not his
curved
point.
surface triangle. Like those are
We got you.
different. They're
That's
all
not his
considered
point, bro.
different triangles, and like
We got you. That's
they
not his point, bro. We got you. We
Are you saying
understand
that
that.
like a curved a triangle with a curved line for a side is
No,
not a
that's not
Euclidean
his point.
triangle? And I agree with him
No, but we went past that
because
because
that's
you
like the way
already
to say
agreed
it
to.
correctly.
No, hold on. We went past that because you already agreed that you can't do that. So if you say you want to basically use it to still get a curve because you said there's a correction. So his point that he's making right now is that where did you measure a curve in his first instance? So now you
Yeah,
have to have a
I'll let
measurement.
him use that, but we got to get the curve first then. So now
Right.
you want
So
to do that, and you've
right,
invoked the curve.
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
get the curve measured first, and then we can apply it to straight lines. Okay?
So I can't agree with you on that one. And if I could ask
Why?
regular Joe something, I would like to ask Joe something, but I really just need
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
clear. Ready, Joe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So do you know like yes? So are you familiar with the GTS, the Great Trig Survey?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm empathetic of what you're saying because yes, look at the globe Earth right angle. We are agreeing that that is not 90 degrees. We are as globers deliberately lift the triangles above the surface of the Earth so that way there cannot be a curve, right? But we do want is the angle between the triangles as we cross the surface of the Earth. And so we are
Got
deliberately keeping
can
like
you
we are
stop me?
deliberately removing the curvature, removing
You
the
got
even possibility of curvature
okay.
in our measurements. We only want flat measurements
You
for
missed it, bro. We
our
missed it.
measurements. Do you understand that?
Okay. Listen, you
Okay.
missing it, bro.
Okay.
We already on the same page. We already on the
Okay.
same page that you cannot basically get measurements or using flatter lines trying to measure something that is curved. Because that's basically what you're saying. It doesn't matter how you put it. You basically saying the same thing that he's saying. But he's saying
Mm.
if you're going to make a claim that the Earth's surface is already curving, you're going to need evidence that is independent to the angle measurements. Because whenever you're using those angle measurements, using an angle, you only measuring something that is horizontal and straight, just like you already approve of. So if you're
So wait a
saying
minute.
that
If you take
you're making, hold on, dude, I let you go.
yeah,
So if you are saying, listen to this part. If
yeah,
you are saying that you're actually you deriving it from a curved surface, you will have to independently prove the curved surface first. Can't take the
yeah,
flat measurements and say, I'm going to prove it with flat line measurements. You will have to use the curve measurements in order to basically have that in the first place, or else you will be begging the question, bro.
yeah. Because we had the celestial sphere first, and then we reverse engineered a new model with only flat lines, so we could measure the angles between the triangles that were flat. So we took a bunch of Euclidean triangles, and we triangulated our positions across the continents, and we figured, and then we used the celestial sphere to then calculate and correct what we knew was incorrect, which is a perfectly flat Euclidean set of triangles, which we knew the Earth was not made of flat Euclidean triangles. We knew that there was a curvature because it
You're not
didn't.
getting it, bro.
The model that we created, yeah, like when you
You're
take
not
like
getting it,
perfectly
bro.
flat
You don't have
triangles,
a
you're
model
creating a
yet.
model.
No,
You
you
understand?
don't. You're not creating a model. You're trying to see whether or not the Earth is flat. You don't need a model. The
Yeah, well, no, we're
model.
just trying to figure out
Hold
what
on,
the
hold
Earth
on,
was shaped.
listen to what I'm saying. First off, you guys is not
Yeah.
even doing that for Globers. You're not doing that. You guys already have mathematical points on the ellipsoid, and y'all correct it with a geoid, which is also mathematical points. Those are two mathematical models that correct each other. The only thing
Yeah,
that is
that's
actually
the
being
good thing.
measured. Wait a minute, dude. Let me go. Let me go. The only thing that is actually being measured is the angle measurements, which are horizontal and flat. That's the only thing that is being measured in reality. Now, if you're going to say that there is a correction that is needed, you will have to independently have an observation that shows that the surface is flat, not the celestial bodies. The celestial bodies, you don't know what they are because you're not in the sky. You're not physically doing nothing in the sky. You don't know where the star. You don't know physically where the stars at. You don't have no accurate measurements to the stars. So you basically saying you're using a celestial sphere. That's a celestial body, and that's not where them stars actually at. It's not like the stars is an actual celestial body because that would be you begging the question once again. And even when you are using those stars as a celestial body, you're still using angle measurements to measure from there. So that's still measuring the Earth actually flat on the ground to even use the celestial body in its first instance. What you need in order for you to prove, right, in order for you to say that this is a corrections for the curve, because you already invoking the curve in its first instance, you would need an actual observation or a physical measurement proving that the Earth is curved without the flat measurements. Do you have that?
Yeah, that's the celestial sphere. That's the independent reference.
How do you measure from the celestial sphere?
So the celestial sphere is independently referenced with positioning instruments, and and that's how we know where we are on the Earth. And then you can
No,
take
you
your
know
angle
where you are. You know where you are on the Earth with
So they're two,
using
yeah, they're two
GE.
sets of, right. You're right, Joe. You're right on the cusp of having the understanding that you have two
No, I'm right,
independent angle
period. This is
measurements.
coming from your textbook, bro. I'm right, period. This is coming from your textbook. Do
Still
you
using the
have a
planar geometry.
do you have your physical measurement or physical geometry showing the curved surface? You don't need a celestial sphere to do that.
Yeah, not the celestial sphere. Not looking for
That's why we have
curvature
the
in the
great
sky. We're
total
looking for
estimate.
curvature on the ground.
Oh
So
yeah, let me
that's what you
send you. Hold on, I'm going to send. Okay, this is where I have to send you the link for the Great Trig Survey, because that is what.
No, bro.
That
He's
is
talking
the
about direct
physical
measurement of
Yeah,
the
hold on, I got
surface,
you. Hang on.
not inference. Talon,
All
he's
right, let
not
me send it
talking
to you.
about
Let me
inference.
send it over, Greg. I got you. Is
Talon,
it
he's
is
not.
it okay for
He's
me
not
to DM?
talking about inference. Talon, we've already established that within that there is no physical measurements of Earth curvature. That's agreed upon by your side. Yes, it is agreed upon, bro. They didn't physically measure Earth curvature. They inferred it through measurements of other things, like star positions.
Angle measurements are
And
real.
listen,
The
you do
angle
know the
measurements are
celestial.
planar geometry. That's like Reg just pointed out. That's measuring the Earth flat.
And then you correct the planar for curvature.
No, you said they were precise. They were correct. They didn't need corrections.
Planar. Yeah, that's the whole
Yeah, they
point.
don't
Is
need
you go back and forth between
listen.
planar to
It's the
curve.
other dude. It's the other way around. They're
No, it's not.
they're actually using the celestial sphere. Yes, they are. You even said it. They're actually pulling the celestial sphere, right? Which is mathematical points of what a star apparently is supposed to be, because the stars is in apparent positions. It's a mathematical point from where your position is linked to the stars. And the only reason why they say it's a celestial body is because you are getting angle measurements with a horizontal reference baseline where you actually deriving your measurements from. So you basically saying that you actually take your flat earth measurements and then you're changing it from the other way around and converting it to the globe, when actually what you had described earlier was that it was the other way around, which is the correct way, is the way
Polygon was
that
not
I just
flat.
explained it.
The polygon that was measured with the Great Theodolites and the Great Trig Survey is not flat.
The polygon using
individual,
The
like, it's
face
like
of the
not
polygon is flat.
the
whenever
actual,
you
like,
use the
relative
are you
curve.
taking angle measurements, bro? Are you taking
Yeah.
angle measurements, bro?
Yeah, like this goes back to like we have to get into like what you mean by planar and flat and
Listen, are you or are you not taking angle measurements, which is measuring, which we're having a horizontal reference? That's what it is.
Yes.
Right. So those are flat Earth horizontal measurements, bro, by the very least.
Okay.
Right. Now listen. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Me and you agree on how they take the measurements. Me and you also agree that all of the GPs that you get with this model that you're talking about is a mathematical model. Do you agree with that?
The model that they measure is a mathematical model, or the actual model of the surface?
There's
It's not a
already
math thing. The actual model is the surface.
every GP is a reference. Every GP, which is a reference point, is a math point. They even say it in your textbook, bro.
Well, it's a position.
Yes, they're mathematical positions based on something that is already invoked of you guys' radius value. That's where you're getting your corrections from.
Well, a position isn't like, I mean, I guess in and of itself, it's a mathematical point, but like you need to like add like more math to it to become like
No. The math is already done in the
like
mathematical
you said,
point.
we're on a plane.
Hold on. The measuring only come from the elevation angles or the measurements from where you at from that GP. The measuring is not you navigating to the GP, it's where your position is from the GP, from the mathematical point.
Right. That's what
Which
I'm
you
saying. It's
guys
a
say
network.
that
It's a trigonometric. Yeah, you have
which
to
you
survey
guys,
across the surface. You can't
hold
just
on,
pick one position.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. Stop it. This is you guys' own textbook, which you guys actually take at a plane. You guys actually utilize a plane. You're not utilizing the curved surface. You're utilizing a plane to take those measurements. You call it the equatorial plane at Earth Center.
No, we use a precise instrument called the Great Theodolite to take the measurement.
Okay, and what did the theodolite do?
The theodolite takes an angular measurement and with precise precision.
Post it for me. Let me see this great thing, this great device you got.
precision.
Dude, yes.
Precise
Okay,
precision.
Post this great device. Yeah, post this great device.
20, I think 20 might have the specs. He's got the picture of it, dude. It's
I
so
don't know.
dope. It's like 1,000 pounds.
And how is the theodolite taking degree angles?
How did you move it around?
Because it was a giant circle that had a plumb line and a telescope and a microscope, so they could see the difference in vertical from the plumb.
And the plumb lines use perpendicular, correct?
And then, well, it depends if you want it. It depends on like what you're measuring, the vertical, geometric vertical, or the plumb line.
Right, exactly. So, do the plumb line relies on perpendicular, correct? Because they say the Earth don't have an actual down.
The plumb line relies on gravity wherever the plumb line is hanging.
Yes, it relies on gravity because Earth don't have naturally a ground, far as they model. They have to rely on gravity to know where their true down is, correct?
No, it's not.
Which would
Not
be
towards the center.
right. Earth towards the center. Basically, what I just explained to you
That's
earlier.
not.
Where do you think the plumb line's hanging, dude? Why is the plumb line
No,
going
that's
straight
why
towards
they
the
got deflection. If it was to the center, then it'd be in conjunction with the celestial sphere, but it's not. My
It's
God.
You guys just say it is based on your mathematical model, bro.
No, it's the theodolite, the plumb line.
But you're actually only taking angle measurements on the surface, bro. That's it. At sea level,
Right,
at
that's all you
best.
need.
Yeah. So ideally, on his sphere, his plumb line would be to the center, but they found that. But
I want to
when
see
they went
this
and did
magical 1,000-pound theodolite that you just pack in your car and go.
when they did field measurements, they found out that the ideal wasn't true.
Right, so we just went back. So we just went back into this circle again, where you just explained it to us how the Earth is measured flat. So, can you give us any independent evidence? Thank you. Can you give us any independent evidence where you're not measuring the Earth flat?
Yes, all my evidence says the Earth is not flat. You're the one who claims that
No,
the
no, no, no.
Earth is measured flat.
Independent
I am
from
not
the
saying
flat
that.
Earth measurements. Great, independent from the flat Earth measurements.
Hang on, let me send you this. I keep downloading it, then it's like I don't see it. Probably blind.
So real quick, this 1,000-pound theodolite was hauled around India and hoisted 75 feet up to hundreds of brick towers that they built to do this great trigonometrical survey. That's a little history
I
of
don't
what's
believe
going
that.
on. That's the claim.
Oh, well, I want to
75
see the
football
video for
towers.
it. Where's the
Yep.
video?
They didn't have videos cameras back then.
What?
They
Wait
didn't
a
have video
second.
cameras.
You
Add
just
that
said
in,
this
Reg.
was just done, right?
Reg, add that to the
This
chat,
was
please.
just
I cannot
done
do it
somewhere,
myself.
right?
Yeah, I didn't get it
1800
yet.
India.
That's DM'd you?
Yeah, I didn't get it yet.
Was it
I'll
1855,
Bill, if
wasn't
you
it?
can hear me, I'm going to try to send you the picture of the theodolite so you can help me out here.
Are you sending it to me or are you putting it in the chat?
Send it to you. I cannot put things in the chat. I am Globe Jesus.
Oh, okay.
I'm too powerful.
I mean, it would be more fair if you like put it in the chat, bro.
I would totally like. You're welcome to share. I want you to share it in the chat. Like I genuinely, I would if I could.
Okay, let me get into it.
Why can't you post in the chat? Are you hushed?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to
I am
post
Globe
it.
Jesus. I can only speak when allowed.
I ain't get it
I
yet,
speak my
bro.
pleasure of the mods. I'll hail the mods and Globe Jesus, or the Globe God.
Yeah, try
Yeah, I ain't
post
get
it in
it.
the chat now.
I
You
got. Hold on.
posted
Let me
it.
hitting Bill he with it.
Yeah, and give us a brief summary of what it's explaining, or how the Earth is measured curves without flat Earth measurement or a flat Earth method.
It is
Can
we
I
use
see this
trigonometry
device,
to
please?
convert to measure the
Okay.
planar trigonometry and then correct and
Trigonometry
convert
is
it
a flat Earth
into curvature
measurement, bro. We
degrees
just
and
agreed to that. Okay,
this
dude,
shape.
we just agreed that it was that trigonometry in its first instance is a flat Earth measurement, bro.
No, it's not. No, that is what
Yeah.
you keep like trying to crowbar
No,
into. Like you're
I
like
mean, you could
assuming that
use
being
it,
flat
but
Earth.
not in the way he's
Like at the end of the
suggesting,
day, like
right?
the flat Earth wouldn't even fit into the celestial sphere.
You could use it. You could use it in, but not in the sense that Talon's trying to put it. I mean, you
No,
could
he
use.
no,
You can use
okay,
a
T-Dub,
straight line, right? Essentially, because this is
T-Dub.
essentially what we do, right? Is use a straight
Okay,
line. Reg, we use a straight line to compare the surface of a body of water, right?
Yeah, when you use
listen to
you're
what I'm
using
saying, T-Dub.
1,000 straight lines.
Right.
Do you
That's
think
a
those
plane.
1,000
So
straight
that's
lines all
planar
match up?
geometry.
Yes, that's
Right.
planar
So
geometry.
Right.
if there
Listen,
was
I'm not
deviation
saying
from a straight line with the surface of a body of water, then you'd have your curvature. Right.
right, and
So
this is
you
what I'm
can use
saying.
planar geometry in order to determine that there's
Is
curvature and measure curvature.
T-Dub is secretly a glober, guys. I'm calling into question T-Dub's
But he's
flat Earth
not.
status.
But
He's a
he's
glober,
not
guys.
doing it that way.
Dude,
He's
So
not.
check
he's
this
been
out.
like
He's not
spitting
using that
glober.
methodology.
Oh my
Guys,
God.
I want like T-Dub. I'm not being like mean or anything to T-Dub, but everything T-Dub says is exactly correct. Like he's like
You
either
should
accidentally
probably
like
stop talking over people. Stop talking over people, and everyone stop talking over T-Dub when he fucking talks.
Yeah,
I like when
let him
T-Dub.
explain. Because now this is like between me and T-Dub.
No, I just, that's all I wanted to say was that we can use planar geometry in order to determine curvature of a surface, right? But he's not using that particular form, right? He's
What am I
using
using?
he's using, like you're saying, but they're basically establishing that the Earth is flat, and referencing sea level, right, to gauge elevation changes, then doing a bunch of azimuthal and zenith triangulation, right, across the surface to map out the shape of India, right, and then calculating based on errors, because they're errors because they don't match preconceived modeling of either an ellipse, or actually it's an ellipsoid and the celestial sphere in conjunction, right, to
Gotcha.
then
I see what the difference is.
insinuate and calculate
So wait a
the
minute,
shape
Reg,
of the Earth. right?
Joe, let me
And
put it
get
this
a
way.
spheroid.
Yeah, let me give you my understanding, and this is what I'm challenging. And let me make it in previous. I'm gonna try to make it as plain as possible. If you take like an object, like in basketball or something like that, you guys love to use basketballs, right? If you take an object, it's already preconceived, a natural observation, right? And a natural physical measurement that the basketball is curving before the planar is even used for correction. So there's already a physical observation of you are measuring a basketball, right? It's already a physical observation of that. So of course, whether or not you're measuring a curved surface is not even in question. In this instance, when you're measuring the Earth surface is curving or not. If you only utilizing wait a minute, if you're only utilizing planar measurements within its first instant, without the natural observation that the Earth is actually a curve, in its first instant, you only utilizing the Earth's surface to be a planar because that is what you are using for in order to get those measurements. So if you're only utilizing trigonometry without an independent measurement showing that the Earth is actually curving in its first instance, or a physical observation showing that we actually living on the globe in its first instance, then you only giving us flat Earth measurements, bro. You're only giving us planar measurements. If you don't want to say flat Earth measurements, you're only giving us a measurement of a plane reference. You're only giving us a measurement of horizontal. You're only giving us horizontal lines. You're only giving us flat measurements. That's it. So do you, again, because I keep on asking the same question, do you have any evidence or observation showing that the Earth is a globe physically, but with any physical measurements showing so? Do you?
Okay, so
Can't start with
step
flat Earth
one,
measurement.
we have we have two major issues to deal with. Step one is the way that you keep saying that we are making flat Earth measurements, flat Earth measurements, flat Earth measurements, flat Earth measurements. You keep saying over and over again, flat Earth measurements, flat Earth measurements. We are not taking
Well,
flat Earth measurements. We are taking angular measurements. Okay, can you get that? Can you like say angular measurements, Reg Joe?
Angular
Angular.
measurements are utilizing the horizontal baseline. You can't get an
You don't
angle
even
with a
need to
curve.
say that, Joe,
Wait,
because he said angular.
step
That
one.
means it's a flat. It's flat. It means it's not
So, like,
curving.
you're
Yeah,
focused on the shape. So you're focused on the
yeah,
lines.
he,
You're
Dude,
focused
you're
on the
just
actual like
confused.
planar geometry of the
Dude,
triangle of the
you think you
triangulation.
can stand on a ball and make an angle from the surface of a ball. So you really have a mental
We want to
issue.
know the angles between two triangles. So every time you talk about one triangle, you're not even talking about what Globers are talking about. The Globers are talking about no less than two triangles. So until you actually are able to count to two and understand what two triangles is, you don't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
is you talking to me or you talking to dude?
I'm talking to you,
I don't
Joe. Do you know
know.
what two triangles does? When you make an
Ooh, he's
angular
big
measurement,
man.
you get an
Ooh,
angle. Do you know what an angle is, Joe?
I know
What's an
exactly what an
angle?
angle is.
Can you
Talon's
get an
getting
angle from
sassy.
a flat line, Joe?
Oh my
No,
God.
you can't.
Are you or are you not utilizing the flat line, bro?
We're using two flat lines. You
Are
goddamn
you
idiot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult. I'm really sorry. I mean, I'm retracting that.
Exactly.
I
So
didn't
here
mean
we
to
go. Here
insult
we go.
you.
Here we go.
I just
Here we
said
go.
count to
Here we go.
two,
Here we go.
and then
Here
you're
we
back
go.
on one.
Here we
You got to get
go.
to
Here we
two
go, bro. We
lines.
got to
What
square
do
one.
two lines do when they're not
I
flat?
answered the dude. Check this out. I asked you a direct question, bro. Just answer
Yeah.
the question directly, and then I'm gonna go ahead and speak my piece. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
ahead and speak my piece, and I'm gonna let you go
Yeah.
again. I'm not like that,
Okay.
bro. Check this
Yeah.
out. I asked you a question. I said, "Are you utilizing the flat line?" You all you had to say was just yes.
A flat line. I
And
said
then
no. I said no.
okay.
I answered it. No,
Are
I'm
you okay? Then I'm
utilizing
gonna ask
two
you this.
flat lines. Two.
Okay, you could have
Two
just
flat
said no.
lines.
Are
Not
you
a flat
utilizing?
line. Two flat lines. The A word, like the word A,
Is
is
he?
not compatible with what I'm
ooh,
saying.
sassy.
I am
Talon's
saying
getting
two flat
sassy.
lines that make an angle. That's the words I'm
Check this out,
using. When
bro.
you say a flat line, you're not talking about
Check
what
this
I'm
out.
saying.
You playing semantic? Dude, chill out for a second. You're playing semantic. I'm not saying just one line. I know what an angle is. I know you need two straight lines. So
Okay,
you can
2 straight
stop it.
lines. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm asking you, are you utilizing, when you are referencing a triangle, are you utilizing one of those lines to be horizontal? To make it easier, bro.
To the baseline. And you need
Exactly. So that would be the
you really need,
baseline.
yeah, and
So
you
when
need
I'm
3
talking
lines to
about
triangulate.
it's a direct question, bro. I mean, I
Yeah.
answer your direct questions, so shut the fuck up. And not to be disrespectful, bro.
Well, the
So when
question
I'm
needs to
talking
be
about,
less
so when
official of
I
you.
said, dude, stop it, bro. So when I'm talking about an angle, me and you are talking about the same thing. I'm not putting words in your mouth and saying that
Is an
you're
angle a
talking
flat
about
line?
something different. Dude, listen, when I'm talking about an angle, me and you are already talking about the same thing. Me and you already came to an agreement about the same thing. Me and you have already came to an agreement of how you actually
I don't
measure
agree with
these
that.
angles in the first place. Now,
I
for
don't know if we
some
agree.
reason, here we go. Can I please finish, bro? For some reason, you're saying that I'm only utilizing one line. I didn't say that. Not at all. I didn't say any of that. Assuming that you already know how to actually take an angle measurement in the first place. Now, if you basically somehow trying to say that that line could be curved, can you show me in the dictionary where angle measurements would have curve?
Why would it be in the dictionary?
Why would it be
Yeah,
in
where are we
any
at, Joe?
textbook?
Have we gotten to 2 lines yet? I'm just waiting for you to get to 2 lines.
Already got the two lines, sir. You got one
Okay,
vertical,
so
one
2 lines.
horizontal. Correct?
Okay, now we're at an angle. Okay.
One is horizontal, which is the horizontal line I was talking about, which is referencing the surface that you're standing on, and then you
Yep.
got one vertical.
Yep.
Correct?
Well, they all
So
the
that
points
means I
have
did
that.
know what it is. So that means I did know what an angle was from the very beginning, and you was just bullshitting me, right? Let's just get that out the way. You was bullshitting me, right? You was poisoning the well a little bit, trying to make the room believe I ain't know what an angle was.
I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying to talk to you in good faith, but when you keep saying
Yeah.
flat Earth measurements and a flat
Are
line,
you,
like that's
are you
really
trying to talk
defeating
to me
like
in
the
good
purpose of what
faith?
I'm trying to say.
Wait.
Great.
Talon talking in good faith?
Let's keep going. Let's be nice. Like I said, let's
Be
be
honest.
civil.
Were you trying
So
to talk to
Joe,
me in good faith? Because honestly, it seemed like you was
right?
trying to tell everybody that I didn't
So
know what an
we're
angle was.
triangulating. Like Joe,
And
do you
you
know
was
what
telling
triangulation
everybody that
is?
I was
Because
trying to. Wait a minute. Hold on. Earlier, you was trying to say that I didn't know what an angle was until I identified it just now, and you was trying to tell everybody that I was only utilizing one line, which I wasn't.
get to
Is that good
triangulation,
faith
but
or that's
we're working on working our way up to 3 lines, and then we're going to triangulate from there.
Great. Because in order for you to do triangulation, you would need 3 lines. All of them straight, by the way. Right?
Are you guys talking about
Okay,
horizontal
so all
angles or
3 of those.
vertical
So
angles?
yeah, so now we've got a triangulation of 3 straight lines, and we have a triangulation. So not only do we have our position of 3 points, we've got the relative elevation between the 3 points, and so we have. So now we know whether or not the angles of the 3 points. And you know what we do next is we add another triangle. So now we went from 3 lines to 6 lines. So now you've got to like use your brain even more because we've got to double the lines to. Well, it's like technically, because I mean, technically, we only need to do 2 more lines, so that we're 3 plus 2 is 5. And so now
You
we're at
said you
5
have
lines.
elevation.
And so
Can
those
we
5
focus on the
lines
elevation part?
now give us an even better angle, and that will tell us
Yeah,
if if the Earth starts to become flat or not flat.
Okay, can we focus on the elevation part?
Yeah, he's confused, T-Dub. He don't even know what the second triangle is even for.
You said we have elevation. Is that an elevation angle? Or is that
What is
an
this?
actual height, like in meters or feet? Tell us.
And again, where's the curves? Where's the independent proof of the curved surface? Because we still referencing the horizontal. We still referencing the horizontal triangle right now.
Yeah, I'd walk away from the computer and ignore my question too.
Referencing the vertical, Joe.
Yeah, we can reference
You
vertical as
can
much as you want.
independently.
As long as the horizontal baseline, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Because the baseline isn't, because this is where I went back. Like you were thinking again. This is where you think like we're measuring with
They
a flat
didn't
line.
only.
And the straw man is assuming that globers are thinking that the flat line is exactly like the Earth, and that we can't like use a flat line and put it down against and use it as a reference to measure the
How
relative
rigorous do you
angle
think that they were in checking that the theodolite was level? How rigorous do you think they were? Did they just use a plumb line?
The theodolites were 1,000 pounds.
And
so that's how they knew it was,
rigorous
like,
do you
perfectly-
think they were
They had
in
microscope
establishing
and-
that the theodolite was level?
Yeah. How do you think? How do you think they found out?
I don't know why you keep trying to. I don't know why
Not
you keep
only
trying to.
through. Do you think that they just hung a plumb line and went, "Yep, it's good"?
No, they had a 1,000-pound plumb line.
Yeah. Do you think they just hung that and then went, "Yep, we're relying on that only"?
And they leveled it.
Yep, it must be level. No, they double checked it with spirit levels, bro.
Yeah, how'd they do that? How does spirit level work?
God. They were checking to
pressure
see
and
if it was
water
actually
liquids.
horizontal, in case the plumb line was off, or they'd made an error in, a user error. They double check. They probably triple checked. They wanted to make sure that thing was fucking level, bro. Not just using one method, using at least two methods.
I'm just going to be honest, bro. I don't know why you guys want to keep this. I mean, I think this is the furthest thing that you have to prove that the Earth is a globe. If I was you, I would try to have some sort of observation to prove that the Earth is a globe. I don't know why you guys keep trying to keep these flat Earth methods.
Reg,
do, though, but
they'd
you
already
guys keep saying it's fake.
decided. They'd already decided during this Indian survey that Earth was a sphere, a spheroid, right?
But I feel like every single time you guys see proof, you just go, "Oh, that's fake."
This is not proof, bro. This is not direct measurement of Earth curvature.
Like pictures,
what proof have you
footage,
seen?
video, like literally pictures, footage, videos, all that. But you guys all think that's like CGI.
When you say picture, which one? Can you post the picture that you're
all
talking
of
about?
them, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Don't play dumb. You know what I mean.
Talon, can you stop interrupting?
I think that would be better evidence, though, right?
So,
Don't you
Joe,
think?
the evidence, Joe, the reason why we're able to use the planar Euclidean triangles on the surface of the Earth is because we're only measuring 30 to 50 miles at a time, Joe. So, Joe, what they did at the very first in the GTS was they were able
The
to
guy that
use the
said
planar geometry.
proof of evidence. What was the picture that you were talking about before
So, like,
Talon
the flat
started
lines,
over
what you
speaking?
say flat Earth measurements is just the planar geometry, like the lines that we use for
I have
reference.
to mute
were
Talon
only
because I
30 to
think
50
he has me
miles.
muted.
So we ignored.
Maybe we'll
centimeters
talk
of
to
curvature.
this other person. Is that other person still here?
Yeah,
The
he has
gentleman
me
that just
muted.
spoke?
That's why he doesn't hear me.
Yeah, this guy not getting
All
it,
right,
bro.
we're gonna mute Talon. Now, do we still have the new person?
Since he has me
that was
muted,
saying
just
that we
mute him.
deny pictures. Is he still here? Maybe a fresh conversation would be good. We can always come back to Talon later because he's here regularly.
Yeah, until he doesn't unmute me, just keep him unmuted.
Talon, you've got to unmute Gemsy, please, or you won't be allowed off mute. Can't have you having our moderators turned right down to zero. You got to at least be able to hear that someone is speaking, even if you can't hear exactly what they're saying.
T-Dub, just to let you know, he says he can't talk, and he said yesterday he's been like muted in the text chat, so he can't even like answer you. I think.
Oh, okay. I
If he
think
does that.
we should lift that. We'll unhush Talon for now because we have been speaking with him regularly in the VC and requesting from him information to support his claims. So I think it's only fair that we unhush him for now. We can always rehush him later if need be.
To be fair, the answer is basically no for Tower, that he don't have any physical evidence that the Earth is a globe, and he absolutely need the planar measurements or triangle measurements in order to prove that the Earth is a globe. But we can move on to somebody else.
Well, the other guys are saying that you guys ignored the evidence. I'm just wondering what was the evidence that he was talking about that you guys are ignoring. He said pictures, but what picture? Can he be specific? I guess not.
The ones they took in the space vacuum. I don't know, T-Dub. I just literally just think, you know, why try to force this? You know, why go so hard on it?
I mean, if it's quiet, and people are willing to discuss the topic with him, then, it's content, nevertheless. We've got an audience that can, for the most part, I've been finding this discussion interesting just from a historical standpoint, right? Like the processes, the timeline, the processes, the methodology employed, their reasoning, right? Even if it is illogical, right? That they used. Like, I want to know why and how they came to these conclusions in more detail. I had a really
Tell us that
rudimentary
he can hear
understanding of
me,
it
though.
before. Over the last day, I've increased that knowledge a little bit. Like, I understand it a little bit better, not to the degree of some people, but I think enough to be able to understand what Talon's talking about now.
He's talking about the same nonsense that Bev talking about, utilizing the horizontal in order to prove that the Earth is a globe due to elevation change and vertical.
I
That's
unmuted
what he's
Talon, guys, so because he said he can hear me, so there you
Right.
go. He's unmuted.
Thanks, Jimsy. But essentially, Reg, they're going to say that if the Earth was planar, even with topography, that at certain points between distances, latitude and that sort of thing, right, so coordinates, certain things should be the case and they're not, right? But so
Yeah, Reg Joe, you understand that like we're just using the trig
when they
to
make
form
sky
a model?
observations specifically, right?
So trigonometric survey, modeling the surface using planar triangles. We don't think that it's literally a set of like the Earth is literally surfaced with planar triangles, but it's easier to measure straight lines than curved lines, and so we use the trigonometric model to form a polygon, and then we can then use the independent reference of the celestial sphere to compare the ellipsoid that is underneath the trigonometric
No, you need to
model.
establish that there is an ellipsoid to
All right,
begin
what's
with.
the point?
Because I like the
And you
chicken and the
can't-
egg
and you can't
argument over
say-
like how do you get the
wait a minute,
sphere, and then
you
how do we
can't
go
say-
from like not
Where'd you
knowing
get the
anything
ellipsoid
to
from? Tell them where'd the ellipsoid come from. Where did the ellipsoid come from?
George Everest used all this data to
No,
come up
this
with
is what. So no, you
calculation.
can't compare something that you haven't developed yet. You can't compare your measurements with something that your base, which is made from your measurements.
Yeah,
It's circular
That's what I mean.
reasoning, bro.
The
Circular
measurements
reasoning.
were made. That's what
T-Dub,
he used.
they totally missing it, bro. It's the unicorn fallacy. They totally not getting it. It's your model proving your model.
After he took his
No,
first
two
measurement,
model-
right? Where was his ellipsoid? Where was his ellipsoid after the first measurement?
Right. No. So I just want to correct real
How
quick.
many measurements did he have to take before he had an ellipsoid?
It took thousands. They had to grid out an entire
Right.
continent to get it.
So how are they comparing the measurements with an ellipsoid that they hadn't formed yet?
They formed a perfect sphere.
They didn't finish the measurements.
They took all they had to do was keep every time they got like a bunch of measurements down, and they would go like they would get like 100 measurements, right? And there was like 100 times 50, so they'd go 5,000 miles. And they had they would go north to south. They went east to west. They went from they started on the west side and they went to the east. Okay. They would match it up against a sphere.
How
right?
can you form something by comparison to something that you haven't formed yet?
With geometry,
Exactly.
we use the power of geometry to form a globe.
Did you hear my question?
Yes.
He's comparing the measurements to the ellipsoid. You said he's comparing the measurements to the ellipsoid that he formed from the measurements. It's
Not looking
circular
at all.
reasoning.
No. It's modeling with models.
Yes, it is. Model proving a model. Circular
Okay, so
reasoning is
yeah,
the
so
same
Joe.
thing.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. So when you take a perfect 360-degree sphere and then you put the
He's not gonna
measurements
do it,
against
bro.
it, and the measurements don't match up to the perfect sphere, we know that it's slightly different than a perfect sphere.
Bigger the question again. Yes, you already have the perfect sphere already mapped out to compare measurements to. Circular reasoning,
No, it's
aka
not
begging the
circular reasoning. There's a
question.
puzzle piece. That's
Yes.
not. No, we're not using the same. We're not using the measurements to prove the measurements. We're using the concept of 360 degrees, which is
That's the P-Dub
perfect.
question. Where did you get the ellipsoid from before you took the
Yeah,
measurements,
and
bro?
so the measurement formed an ellipsoid. If like the Earth was a perfect sphere, because that's what they wanted to know. That's why we were doing this experiment, is to know if
How
it
did
was
the
a perfect
measurements
sphere
form?
or not.
Has he posted the experiment? Has he posted this yet? I'd like to have a look at
Right.
it.
Yeah, give me a second.
What he's saying is that they
Is he
P-Dub, what he's
unhushed?
saying is
Did that work when I unhushed him?
I
Or did I
unhushed him
rehash?
before.
Oh,
You may have rehashed
Oh,
him.
did I
Yeah, we had-
rehash him?
I know, it's so
Sorry.
fast, dude. I had like 2 seconds, dude. I'm like, no. I was like,
Hold on, let me
I
check.
saw it though. I appreciate that. That was legit. T-Dub is secretly a Glober. I'm throwing you under the. I'm giving away. You need to come join the Globers.
No, I'm not.
No, bro.
He is.
Yeah, it's unhushed now. So yeah, if you could post what you're talking about with this test, I'd like to have a look
Okay.
into it.
Check.
We can all agree though, the celestial
Yeah.
sphere came long before anyone even
favorite.
proposed the Earth could be a globe, right?
Facts.
Fudge. Okay, perfect. I got copy. That's the Bing, and then I get to put in, and so like basically what we're doing right now is we've got the specs, and 20 PK gets the gets the credit for having like the good questions and bringing in. So this is the tool that they use. They use this 1,000-pound theodolite, and so what you have to do is you have to zoom into the actual map of India, and you can see the grid. Like, because everybody asks, like, one of the best questions that I've heard from flat earthers is, show me the measurements. And so show me the measurement of curvature. And so it's kind of a trick question, but it's also an honest question at the same time, even though it's loaded, because it doesn't matter if you have to technically nerd out and calculate the exact degree of curvature with math and trigonometry,
You
whereas
don't
like you
have
can't
to.
take a tape measure across the planet and like measure it and see like, oh, this is 380 degrees or whatever. And so they did measure with these 1,000-pound theodolites to get a planar geometric model of the surface of the Earth, and then they went and then they from there they were able to discern the shape
So they
of
had a model.
the
So they
planet.
had a model. So you basically saying they had a model and they was trying to prove the model with other concepts.
Everything's a model because like we're standing on the plane. Like we can't like just make another. It's so huge that
No,
every map is a
dude,
model. Like
no,
we were
dude, math
modeling
is
the
crazy,
measurements
bro.
because we only took portions of India, right? Like we only had like the Indian continent to measure, but it was like big enough to where we had the land actually angled out. We had the degree of curve. It matched the degree of curvature that we found with all our angular measurements from different sources, and it matched the celestial sphere.
Dude, you do know that you do know we already explained this when you brought the theodolite up in the first place, right? I like
Yeah, every time
you literally just like just repeating what we're saying without actually talking about the actual method that they use when they use the theodolite in its first instance. You're only talking about the calculations part, but you literally saying the same thing what we're saying. The question is, you have a model which you guys reference called the ellipsoid, which is a mathematical model of the Earth being a sphere. Also, you have another one called the geoid, based on gravity and whatever. I could get you the definition later. I could post it or
What's
however
the
you want
geoid?
to. That also correct. Both. Wait a minute, dude. Listen, bro. Both are corrections that's supposed to be correcting one another. Both are concepts have not been proven yet. So it goes back, and I hope I'm not basically like taking anything away from T-Dub here. But the question that we are asking is, where was these two models established or formed in its first instance before you took the measurements?
And don't say he wasn't using an already established ellipsoid model to compare measurements with as he made the measurements, because he was. Right, he was using Bessel and other ones. Now listen. Also, just for context and Reg's sake, the two images I posted in the side chat, those are instruments called Zenith sector telescopes that were also used during this survey. They were used for establishing the positions of stars relative to local vertical.
Yeah, every time I jump back to this room, he's saying Talon's saying the same exact thing that's been explained to him like 3 hours ago when I was in the room. It's just crazy.
We literally just explained this very thing to him before he even brought this up.
What thing?
Yeah, this is what it was explained to him when I left the room like 40 minutes ago, and then jumped back in and him again doing it.
Here we go
It's okay.
again.
We're making progress.
We asked him this question, and then he just go back explaining the exact same thing that we explained to him, and then he just go right back into the circle again, go back into the reasoning. I'm not getting it, bro. That's why I say I do not know why you guys tried so hard to keep this measurement thing. You guys should be actually. I mean, it will be better for you guys to talk about Nadia. I'm sorry. It would be better for you guys to talk about pictures. It would be better for you guys to talk about boats going beyond their horizon. It would be way better for you guys to talk about that than keep talking about these measurements, because none of it is
Good.
supporting you.
This is better. This is better though, because this is like a precise and accurate measurement versus like just pointing a fucking
Flat Earth
camera at a
measurements,
boat.
bro. Yes, flat Earth measurements.
But no, you're saying that it's not. I'm not.
No,
I'm saying not flat Earth measurements.
You're
No,
using an angle.
You're applying an assumption, but no, it's just angular measurements.
Yes.
You're okay. But you got it wrong. You kept saying you're saying flat Earth measurement.
No, I don't. You can't get no curved surface on an angle.
Say angular measurement. Angular measurement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. You can't. Yes, you cannot get any curve, dude.
So what shape? What shape was the
Angular
angular
measurements is
measurement?
already. Wait a minute, dude. Listen. Angular measurements by itself, without an observation of a curve, are flat measurements, bro.
No, they're not. They're polygons.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Trigonometric survey is
They're
not flat.
referencing the baseline, like me and you agreed on
like
earlier.
on mountains, because you're going up and you're going all over the place. You're going up on towers and like churches, and then you go on a hill, and then you go down on the bottom sea level.
Yeah.
None of that is ever flat. It's always up and down. You have to get up really high.
Yes,
and take
referencing level.
You only need a clear shot for, like that isn't obstructed, an unobstructed shot, not a. It doesn't matter. Like
Yes,
flat doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's flat.
Right, and are you going east to west?
You're going everywhere. You're going east, west, and north and south, and
you're going
you're also
east,
taking
west, north, and south.
You're also taking long range. You can
Gotcha.
go from the highest points from mountain to mountain as like
I'm
high up as
asking
you
you a
can.
direct
The highest
question, bro.
points.
I'm asking you a direct question, bro. All you got to say is yes. Yes, you're going east to west, north and south, all linear distances, all flat Earth measurements, bro. You are basically measuring
No, they're degrees of
east to
azimuth.
west.
North, south, east, and west are degrees of curvature.
May I ask you a question, Joe?
Yes, so you say. Because I could do that too. I could play that game too. So you say, but you haven't yet to prove it yet. But you are using linear measurements in order to prove curvature?
Calculations to prove
Or
curvature.
using trigonometry that utilize a horizontal baseline, right?
Right, and then I measure the angles between the lines. You're like literally just avoiding the angles because you want to talk about the flat lines, which is not correct.
The angles that absolutely, yes, the angles that absolutely need two straight lines, yes.
No, they don't. No, it's an
Yes, they
angle.
do.
No, they do not. They do not add up to a straight line.
Yes, they do. You know, or it's not an
He's
angle.
right,
then.
actually.
It's 90 degrees.
Joe, may I
Right
ask
angle.
you a question?
I already went over. Listen, I'm not about to play this game. I already went over perpendicular. Yes, you do need two straight lines in order for it to be an angle. I'm not playing that game with y'all.
Oh, so you're giving up then?
I'm not about to sit up here and play that everybody hate QE game with y'all. Yes, you do need two straight lines. That's the definition of a fucking angle measurement.
Yeah, an angle.
Is it?
Yes. And if you
the two
reference
straight lines,
perpendicular, that is a 90 degree. So we're not going to
Joe,
sit up
two
here and play
straight
these
lines.
games. I am not playing that game with you, bro. And you already agreed with that. So stop. Your point is that you actually have an ellipsoid that you're measuring, that you're making comparisons or corrections from. So you're actually referencing to the ellipsoid where you're getting your GPs at, which is
Yeah.
mathematical points. Yes.
So you know what happens? Listen, you know what happens when you reference.
Don't say that the angle measurements are curve measurements. It's not.
So when you match up
I'm not
the
playing that. Oh,
angular
everybody
measurements.
game with y'all.
So when you match up so guess what happens when you match the angular
Right,
measurements of the theodolites with the curved reference?
And I got you.
All
If you
the
going
errors
back into
disappear.
the circle again, so it goes back to
It is
T
accurate
Dub
and correct.
and the question that I asked you earlier. It goes back to T Dub and the question that I asked you earlier. Where did you get your evidence
Stop
of
being
the
so
ellipsoid
triggered,
from?
bro.
Where was it formed in its first instance, bro?
Yes, the Great Trig Survey was able to find the evidence of the ellipsoid.
So using flat Earth measurements again, then.
You're incorrect. I'm using angular measurements. You're the one who keeps saying flat Earth. You have to provide the evidence that it's flat Earth.
Yes, angular measurements,
A
aka
flat Euclidean triangle is not flat Earth.
Whether you're doing it perpendicular or whether you're using triangulation.
Yes,
Still
triangulation.
representing the horizontal baseline. Doesn't matter.
Using triangles is
It
not
doesn't
flat
matter
Earth.
how many angles that you're using. This is why I don't know why you guys just keep trying to hold this. It doesn't matter how many triangles that you're using. As soon as you say that it's level, as soon as you're saying you're going north, south, east, or west, as soon as you say I'm measuring in distance in kilometers, as soon as you say I'm measuring in distance in miles, these are all linear distances. None of this stuff is proven curvature, bro. The only thing that you have is a
I believe
claim
it's
of the
arc seconds.
ellipsoid, which have a radius value, and you are making corrections to that. So you're using
arc
physical
seconds.
flat Earth measure. You're using physical measurements, which you are calling angular, which is actually referencing the surface to be basically horizontal at least. You don't want to say flat. That's cool.
Joe,
A
it's arc
horizontal
seconds.
at least. Yes, you don't want to say flat. I'm not going to say flat. You don't want to say flat, but it's at least referencing a horizontal baseline with a vertical intersecting with that in order for you to get your angle, which is basically referencing the ground to be horizontal. But you
No, it
want to
doesn't.
sit up
That's a
here and
lie.
say that it's flat because you have an ellipsoid mathematical point with GPs.
He's not. Can I
Great.
talk,
Great.
dude? Like,
And
come
that's
on, man.
fine. Great. That's fine.
Can
You
you hear
can
me?
do that. Where did you get the
Can you hear me?
ellipsoid from, bro?
Joe, can you hear me? We gotta so we gotta respond to each other, and so what
No,
happens
no, no,
is
no.
that
You
it's
gotta
not.
listen to
They
it. All right, then.
tried
Then you gotta
the
listen. You can't say
non-ellipsoid. They tried the
that.
sphere, Joe. Joe, they tried the sphere. It didn't work. Only the ellipsoid worked, Joe. The flat Earth didn't work. The sphere didn't work. Both those models did not
What do you
work.
mean?
You want to know which
Work
model
with
worked?
what? You need to
The
be more.
ellipsoid model
Hey, bro,
worked.
you
Oh my
need to be
God.
more specific. What? How
What
didn't it work?
didn't
Like
work?
worked with what?
There were no more error when they used the ellipsoid. The errors disappeared.
Errors with compared to what?
Environmental errors, like the theodolite is perfectly precise and accurate, and so whenever the environment or the gravity or the atmosphere changed, they were able
What
to
gravity?
determine what was
What gravity? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What
they were
gravity?
still
You
able
guys
to
are
determine what was
what?
they were still able to determine the
Oh my
accurate
God. Now he's
position
getting into gravity
to
talk.
vertical and
What
deflection of
gravity? You
vertical.
guys are okay. Listen. What environmental change and what gravity? You talking about? We talking about refraction?
Yeah, so like they had these baseline chains, which was like these thousand pound like really long chains, and they had them on sea level. And so when I talk about deflection of vertical, like they pick that one as the vertical, so it's kind of like the pole of the and like the baseline of the entire trig survey. And then from there, it can measure the deflection of vertical for the rest of all the other verticals on the survey, and so they can compare the angle, the differential between the angles of all the verticals across the continent of India, and then you can formulate and calculate the curvature from there because you're
What?
looking at arc
Compare,
seconds of
compare it to
curvature.
what? Compare it to what?
Well, in terms of comparing it, it's compared to the geometric model, like the geometric vertical.
So you're comparing it to a model.
No. They're all it's measurements, but what we do
How
compare
did
it to
they
is the
measure two
celestial sphere.
verticals? How
The
did they
celestial
measure
sphere
two
is the independent
verticals?
reference.
How did they measure two verticals to be intersecting?
Well, one was the geometric, and then the vertical, which is just 90 degrees to starboard, and then the plumb line was always the vertical.
How did they measure the distance between the length of the two verticals at various points along the verticals?
Length of two verticals at various points along the vertical. What does that mean?
That's how you'd establish that they're not parallel, that they'd have to intersect if extended out indefinitely.
Right, that's what we figured out. Like
how
from the baseline and plumb
And it don't
lines.
seem like you figured. I mean, and why you keep
Measuring with
saying
plumb
we?
lines to the baselines and using baselines.
Who specifically figured it out? I mean, we could play that game too. Because you saying we. I know you ain't do it. We didn't do anything. You didn't do nothing.
William Lambton. Yeah, we didn't do shit. Everybody, we let the people who actually
Exactly.
did
You
shit.
ain't do nothing. But I don't know where y'all guys always talking about we all the time. That's just annoying. But I'm not my bad, T Dub. I ain't mean to stop you. Go ahead, T Dub.
Yeah, the human race has the ability to do both. We can celebrate all our achievements together.
You didn't do nothing. Where that? Put it in there right now. That something that you did personally.
She bagged your mom last night.
Put it in the chat what you did. How you measured it.
She bagged your mom. Okay, Joe. So I was able to do research about what humans have done before us.
So you personally didn't do anything. You did research to look up what somebody else did.
Right. So I personally did research. That's something.
Great. So you didn't do nothing.
I did research.
So
That's
you keep
something.
talking about you. You didn't do anything.
I did research. I did something.
No, you did nothing. I did too. That
I
don't
did
mean I
research
did something.
I did research, bro. I'm a fucking millennial. I know how to go to the library and shit. I
Me
know the Dewey
too.
Decimal System.
I did research as well. Do that mean I went out and took measurements
Cool.
and everything and make claims like they mine?
So like you're welcome to go and take a theodolite out there and start taking trig
Okay,
surveys and telling me what you get. I would take your angular
you want to
measurements
stand other
and
people's
compare
work
them.
because you read about it. You ain't do nothing. Like you guys
There's
just say that because
Andrew
y'all want
Scott
to see what
Waugh,
the
James Thomas
Listen, check this
Walker.
out, bro. Okay, listen, I'm gonna let T Dub go ahead and finish his point. I hope he ain't lose it because it was a very good point, and I can continue down that path, but I don't want to go down that path with you. But you guys ain't do nothing. You and that guy in the background.
Well, I was waiting for him to say reciprocal zenith angles. But I don't know. Talon, did you really look into this at all?
Bro's cooking you guys while he's cooking dinner.
Yeah. Boy knows. Meat's back on the menu. We got turkey and stuffing. Put pants on.
Yeah, you're only a month late, a couple months late.
I mean, is we still waiting, T?
At least, right, Joe, I do like your questions of having an independent reference. That's literally what we've been talking about.
Yeah, where'd the independent reference come from?
The stars. Yeah. Next thing I'm working on is refraction values for 20K. It was too late last night when we started going on. About refraction values.
You guys talking about horizontal angles or vertical angles in this whole discussion?
It wasn't refraction values. We have the refraction values. It's the conditions, the specific values of the conditions necessary for yielding those refractive index values, right?
I mean, you don't know what he's talking about.
It just sounds like you're effectively asking me for like evidence that supports my claim, right? Like to be like the value.
No, that the conditions. So specifically, what conditions are needed to exist environmentally in order to produce the type of refractive index that you are saying is responsible for the Earth looking and measuring flat, right? And then providing the proof that those conditions actually existed in the specific instances where you will claim refraction is responsible for the Earth measuring and looking flat.
You really think that's a coherent question, dude?
How is it not? It's just
Like,
really just another way
you're
of
basically
asking.
like, because again, you're asking me for like weather reports from like the 1860s.
But
Like
listen,
it
though,
doesn't make any
you're
sense.
saying it's not a coherent question, but it's definitely relevant to the point that you made. So did you make a
It's moving. You're
coherent
moving the
point?
goalpost. It's moving the goalposts because now we went from specs to like how we measured, and now we're talking about whether or not the refraction values were accurate on the day that they took the measurements. I mean, they took thousands of measurements, dude. You're not asking for like specific like parameters of the refraction levels of the like good degree of humidity on the temperature the day of the February the 21st of 1861.
That's not even refraction that you
Like
even
that's literally
described.
Gishgal. That's literally the
Dude,
definition.
listen. Hold up for a second. First off, you're not even describing refraction because you don't know what the fuck it is. And then number two, you brought up these. You said that there are conditions that has to be met that we have to account for. You brought that up in order to take physical measurements out there. You brought that up, and you're saying that you guys actually utilized a model, which made that you had a model actually created, which you was trying to tell us that the model wasn't created. You tried to tell us that the model came for the measurement. Now you're telling us, no, we already had a model in place, and now we need to have these measurements explain the model. But because we actually had a flat Earth model for some reason, you had a flat Earth model, but the flat Earth model didn't work because of the conditions that the Earth had. You said all that, not so. Is he asking a question about something that you said out your mouth, and now you're saying that the question is not coherent? It's because you made a point that's not coherent.
I never said flat Earth model.
Okay. You said that you had made measurements and you said it is not matching up with the flat Earth. What do that mean?
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean because it's a curved Earth.
Great. So that means that you guys have a model in your head that the Earth is flat. It would be this, correct?
We have physical measurements that the Earth is curved.
Great. So you already have a model in your head. If the Earth is flat, it would be this. It would do this. It would look like this. Therefore, because of the conditions, because the conditions. I'm not done yet, bro. Because of the conditions, right? Because of the conditions of the Earth, the things that we know about, or the atmosphere, or whatever you're talking about. And, I mean, I guess you said refraction, and then you said gravity. And then I said what gravity? This is what you brought up. So if T Dub is asking you a question about it, he's not moving a goalpost. You are.
Yeah, I answered the question.
What was the answer, bro?
It's been answered.
Was refraction? That's all you said, bro.
No, I'm saying they corrected for refraction when they took the measurement.
So they corrected for refraction, and that's what got the ellipsoid?
Right.
Okay,
do that.
show me where they corrected for refraction and they got the ellipsoid, and that's where the model came. Saying that they took the measurements.
They got an accurate angle. They got an accurate angle measurement.
First off, they can't get an accurate angle measurement on the curve, bro. We already went through that. Stop it.
Yeah, they can get an accurate angle measurement. They have a 1,000-pound theodolite.
A theodolite is not a curved measurement, bro. Theodolites only measure perpendicular. Stop it.
Angles, an angular measurement.
Yes. Perpendicular, yes. Angles, yes.
Angular.
Need a horizontal baseline in this first instance, yes. We already went through that. Stop it. Stop it.
We're
So
not
even
thinking
then,
for angular.
you're debunking your own point. Even then, you're debunking your own point because you're saying that the dialylite is actually taking measurements of the Earth being flat, but you're going to say, but the Earth is not flat because of refraction.
Hey, Reg Joe, it's a refraction proof theodolite because it's heavy.
Correcting for refraction. Because they know the refraction
How?
is making it
How?
less accurate.
How did they account for that? How did they account for that?
Because they took it they made sure to take measurements early in the morning or late at night, and they knew
Oh,
how
so
much
there's no
refraction.
refraction early. There's no refraction. Oh, so is that
Low
how you measure
refraction. Yeah,
refraction?
it's
Time of the
different.
day.
Yeah. There's low to high. I can't remember which is which, but one is low and one is high, and that's how. And they know in high refraction to account for high at night, and then for low at low. You know, it's like whichever one.
No,
I'm not.
that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. That's retarded. It's literally a retarded thing to say.
And then you're not talking about refraction, bro. You're not talking about refraction, bro. You know that you're not actually talking about refraction. You're talking about like the grain optics, the grain system.
Yeah, it was a great theodolite. You got to remember, it's the one theodolite.
So the dialylite measure for refraction. That's what you're saying.
Because the theodolite is super accurate, and so they know that any like change in the measurement is due to refraction. And then if it was low, or because if it was morning, that means the refraction was low, or whichever one. And so they could
You have no idea what you're
account for it
talking
based
about.
on whichever time it was.
Change compared to what? Change compared to what?
Low to high refraction.
No. You're saying that the dialylite is super accurate as far as measuring angle, correct?
Right.
So you're saying that there's
any errors in the measurements were due to the environment.
Listen to what I'm asking you. You're saying if it's a change what? Dialylite don't have nothing to do with refraction, bro. So change what?
So that, like, okay, for example, let me tell you, let me say. So, like, when they were listen to me. Okay, no, I can explain, Joe. There's 2 points. They're trying to measure. One's got a mirror on one mountain. The other mountain they're on has the theodolite. They take the measurement in the morning. Listen, they take the measurement in the morning and they get the theodolite and they get the angle, and then they take it at night and they get the angle. When those two measurements are different, when one in the morning is different and one in the morning, one at night is different, they know it's not the theodolite that's making it different. Like, it's not the theodolite that's changing from the morning to night. It's the refraction because of the light and the atmosphere.
What? Like you keep saying, it's different. Changing due to what?
Like it would be different. Like, do you understand that they took the same theodolite in the same position on the same at the same but at different times, the measurement would be different.
So you're saying they're just guessing what the refraction is. When's the correct? How are they measuring for refraction? Like, you're just making up bullshit on the spot right now. It's embarrassing.
He just came up with this 5 minutes ago.
DJ, he's been using ChatGPT to debate us for the past couple of days, dude. Come on, give him some credit.
You don't get credit for that. You don't know anything about refraction, bro.
He's on Mattoon channel right now and he's repeating word for word with dumb shit Mattoon say I just
no, excuse me.
Change due to what?
I'm explaining how the globe works.
It's not the globe. You want the flat Earth measurement right now. And now you're saying that
you're the one who keeps saying flat Earth measurement. It's some kind of brainwashing when you should be saying angular measurement.
I'm not done talking. You're getting triggered every time I say this measurement is actually flat. Would you agree that it is? Would you agree that it is? Would you agree that it is?
I do not agree.
Now when I pointed out that it is flat, horizontal, straight, because you do a lot of straight lines in order to get an angle measurement. You're saying that the angle measurement isn't correct because of refraction. Okay, where did the dialylite account for that? Because you said the dialylite
calculation.
Accurate,
you calculate it. You use the math.
Why you need to use math and measurement?
Because that's how you calculate a curvature.
Great. So you need to calculate what for curvature?
The degree.
So the degree, and you need to correct it for curvature. Same thing I said earlier.
Well, you want the correct degree of
The same
curvature,
thing
right?
I said earlier, right? Remember you was trying to say I didn't know what I was talking about when I was talking about your model? The same thing I said earlier, right?
Okay.
Right. And you are accounting for what again? Because it would be the same thing T took.
Accounting for what? I'm accounting for errors
Errors based on what?
in the measurements based on refraction and atmospheric changes.
You already said this is super accurate due to the theodolite being super accurate.
Right, the theodolite is accurate. The environment changes.
So based on what, bro? Don't be
Oh my
an
god!
asshole.
You're not based on, what do you mean based on what? I just said it.
Based on what reference? Based on what reference that is calculated? You already said curvature, but it's not actually curvature, because that would be totally blowing it
Angular
away.
measurement.
But based on what?
Curved Earth
I give you that.
Curved Earth measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. I just want to ask Talon. Hold on just a second, Reg. Reg, hold on just a second, man. Okay, so what you're saying is the theodolite is a very good quality theodolite and it's very accurate. And if it doesn't match the prediction, then you know it's because of refraction. So you say there must have been X amount of refraction in this observation, and then you account for that so it fits your presupposition.
Point.
It's not a presupposition,
Exactly.
it's the algebra.
Now you just admitted that the presupposition was that it was.
You're not
That's our
presupposing
point,
because you
bro.
have the measurements. You have the
That's
angles.
our point, bro.
Because when you have the
So
angles, you know it's the same theodolite that it's going to be the same. That if there were
without
no
that
atmosphere at
presupposition,
all or no like changes in refraction, that it would be exactly the same at the same time,
what would it do?
at the same place,
Without
at
that
the same day.
presupposition, what would it do? And don't be a dickhead and say it wouldn't be flat.
Because they do it. They don't just do it like 2 days in a row and then leave. They do it like
So
for a
without
month.
that presupposition, what would it be? And don't be a dickhead and say it wouldn't be flat.
You got to be more specific. You can't just say what would what.
So without that presupposition, because you're saying that they calculating or correcting due to that reference point, which would be the ellipsoid mathematical model, match with the geoid mathematical model. So, but without those two, it would just be an angle measurement.
No, the angle measurements match the ellipsoid model.
It matched the ellipsoid model because you got to correct to it, correct?
Right, you want to correct to the actual curvature to understand the true shape.
Exactly. So you're correcting to that. You're using math to correct to it. It's not a measurement. It's a.
Do it. You correct and get that.
So without correcting, it would be what?
Incorrect.
No. Without you correcting to that mathematical point, and you just take the if you just take the measurements,
It would be incorrect and inaccurate. It would not be accurate.
Why not? Why wouldn't it be accurate?
Because it is not corrected for refraction. You're ignoring changes in the atmosphere and the environment.
Wait a minute. You just told me earlier when I asked you flat out, I said, hey, is the theodolite a measurement of refraction? You said no. But you said the theodolite is totally accurate.
Measure refraction. No. That's the thing. It's like modern theodolites actually do this automatically, but the old-timey great ones, they don't measure refraction. They measure perfectly exactly how far, what angle the position is, but then you have to correct for refraction.
Hold on, you made a claim, bro. Where is it explained that these new modern theodolites measure for light bending?
No, they correct. They're total stations. They have computers that do it automatically.
So they're calculating it. They're not measuring it.
Correct.
Right. So it's not them actually measuring light bending.
No,
they don't even know.
They still have they still have all the light. They're just lightweight, but they still do all the compass things.
They don't even know if light
measure
is
and then calculate.
So in other words,
there's a setting on the trading stations called auto that applies to VGS 84 automatically. It's stupid. I mean, this whole thing is stupid. You are correcting for a model that you made up in your head. It's like I can make up a triangle Earth and then just correct for it. It's dumb.
Thank you. I mean, thank you. He gets it.
What were you saying? I missed it.
Oh my
You're just making shit up at the moment, right? You should probably be banned just for being a liar, just for lying and just making shit up.
Going to work
All
in
right,
2 minutes,
bro.
but yeah, good luck.
Go off to work, man. I'm sick of your bullshit.
Yeah, he been lying for like a whole hour now.
Hey man, you gave him hell, Doug. These guys don't understand math. This guy literally said, "How does math have to do with measurements?" Doug, you're not winning. Bro said, genuinely, how does math have to do with measurements, bro? I'm dying.
Where do you even get the numbers from, bro?
Yeah, no.
Great. When you're measuring, you
Nah,
doing
no.
what?
Listen
Bro?
to me. I read this on the internet. Nah, this is.
I got you. When you're measuring, you're doing what, bro?
Bro, that's the thing. Like, if I have, like, how.
Hello? Hello? When you're measuring, you're doing what? Hello?
I don't know. I guess you're right, dude.
So you don't know, so you're talking shit about something you don't even know about, right?
Dog, I don't know how to explain that to you because that's like asking, like, why does the rock hit the earth? Why is the earth the rock?
What's the difference between calculating, right? What is the difference between calculating and measuring?
You got me there, bro.
Yeah, because you don't know that we actually talking about the method of measuring. We're not talking about, well, there's no such thing as measuring, basically recording numbers so much, taking a measurement. We're talking about what you actually doing, going out in the world is doing. Because measuring is part observing as well. Calculation on its own is just a mathematical concept, right? Which is supposed to describe something that you actually observing. So if you're saying that you have a model that you didn't observe, and then you're going to say that we're going to use this model that I didn't observe, which is only a concept, and we're going to use these measurements to prove this concept, it is basically using a model, taking a model that you already have first, and try to take something in the physical world to prove that model to be true, which is the begging the question fallacy. That's the only thing that we pointed out. So no, nobody in here said that measuring, it doesn't have anything to do with math. Silly. And there's definitely a difference between just calculating and coming up with models and concepts versus going out into the physical natural world and measuring.
Measuring,
Oh,
but I
ain't
measure
so
like
bright,
English words
ain't
with
so
my
bright
mouth.
are you? Ain't so bright are you? It's funny that I explained it, and when I asked you straight up what it is, and you didn't have no fucking idea what it, right? So that means you should like shut the fuck up.
Dude, I'm not
Like, I
shut the
see
fuck
people
up.
acting like
Calculation
you
is
don't
based
know
on
what it
perfection. If you
is,
have like a 10-inch steel bar and it has a
Oh yeah.
PSI rating, you can
right? That's what you
calculate
calling me like an
how
idiot,
much
right?
pressure would take at 100 inches, but until you measure it, you don't know if that's actually what it'll be.
Nah, I think this is just semantics, and I think this guy's just genuinely cooking you while he's cooking the turkey.
No, the
Oh,
difference between a calculation and
semantics.
measurement is real.
I'm making
Right? Like
chicken
you
right
could
now.
calculate if the turkey's ready, right? Like you could calculate, hey, we'll put the turkey at, it's a 10-pound turkey, 20 minutes per pound, 200 minutes. That's all calculations. But you still
Right.
stick the thermometer in the turkey to see what temperature it is,
No,
to measure the
Dude,
temperature.
he literally
Right.
said calculation measurements have nothing to do
Don't
with
follow the recommendations
math.
on the packet.
Dog,
you
I don't
can
even know how to
use.
process that because then like
Yeah, it's 15 minutes a pound. Don't do 20, you'll burn it.
What the fuck
Oh
is
my
going
god.
on?
I mean, dude, I'm really not about to go back. I'm really not about to take you back to elementary school to explain this. Just shut up and
oh
listen.
please don't do that. You know, like I'd see if you had like an education, like you had like a master's, but
Oh
like
my god,
obviously you don't.
dude.
Did you want to get in
Obviously you
Jedi?
don't.
You wanted to say something, Jedi?
You don't have any degree.
Yeah.
I don't even know what's going on, dude.
And when this guy literally said he measured it himself, he literally did research. You guys were like, "No, because I read it on the internet."
He
Semantics,
didn't.
dog.
He didn't
Semantics.
say that. He didn't say that. He didn't say that
You
at
should literally
all.
told
He
him
said he
research
didn't.
didn't exist. Or
No, he
something, bro.
didn't. He literally said, wait a minute, hold on, dude. That's why I said you're not listening. He didn't say that. He didn't measure it himself. That's why I called him out on it. All he said is, I'm a millennial and I did research. I said, dude, I just literally proved to you that I done way more research than you, because everything that I said out of my mouth come out of you guys' textbook. And everything that he said out of his mouth, he just totally made that bullshit up. Literally. And even T-Dub had to correct him on point. Literally.
Dude, if you read the textbooks, you know the Earth wasn't flat. Like if you,
And the thing that he was talking about, the thing that you laughing at, the thing that he was talking about right now, me and T-Dub was the one that explained that to him. He had to go back on ChatGPT to confirm it. So did he do the research? Or was it
GPT knows what's
actually
up.
T-Dub that did the research? And then he just basically had to backpedal off what we said to him. So he basically was piggybacking off of our information that we brought up, which was accurate. And then he wanted to basically pretend like he knew something about it and only had these ChatGPT points without any evidence supporting anything what he's saying whatsoever. And then when he was supporting something, it was something that we already described to him and came up with a counterpoint to it. So it's just kind of like, oh, we're talking about, let me put it in, elementary terms. We're talking about Dragon Ball Z and say Goku do the Kamehameha, whatever. And we say how Goku did it to Vegeta. And then you come out of nowhere and go get the goddamn picture of Vegeta getting his ass wiped out by Kamehameha. And then you're going to say you did the research. But I'm the one that brought it up to you. So did you do the research, or you just basically just listened
No,
to
I
what I
didn't.
said and came up with an
Yeah, I
argument
listened
for
to what you said, but I know I'm like comparing it to what I know, and that's how I know like you're wrong. But like, see, the difference
Sorry,
between
hold on.
me and you
I have a
is that
contention.
yeah. See, like he's did
Contention
like
with
he
you.
just kind of talk confidently, and that's what makes him like that's the difference between me and you.
Contention with the word no. When you say that you
Yeah,
know something. Okay. You
yeah, I
understand
know,
that.
but like I can't talk like you guys and talk like confidently like that guy does. That's the difference. I can't
Okay.
do that,
When you mean no, what do you mean?
bro. I don't, like I'm literally just a listener, like everyone else in
Oh,
here
okay.
listening.
Sorry.
I
You
got
seem to be talking an awful lot, and I was like addressing what you said. I
yeah. What the fuck, dude?
wanted to
Yeah,
understand.
obviously, because like a 6-year-old could tell you this, dude. But you guys wouldn't let a 6-year-old do that, no.
I'm
So I
still
gotta
trying to
be
figure
here.
out what you mean by no.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain to you. This guy, like, I don't know how to explain like math.
You talk like
This is the 1600s.
you
This
talk
is the
like
1600s.
No, but you speak as though you think that we never thought the Earth was a globe.
You obviously, honestly, bro, it was probably someone who told you. Like, I can't even process that
You
because,
don't
like,
even
if you
know,
knew
do
that,
you?
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I was a worser glober than you.
that's so cap. That's so cap. That's so cap. That's so cap. That's so
Really?
cap. That's so
How would
cap.
you
That's so
define? How
cap,
would you
bro.
define a glober? Before you spaz out, how would you define a glober?
Nah, dude. I think it's just the ego thing, man. But you know, we're not
Really?
talking about like that guy was
Do you
actually
not give a
talking about
straight
why the
answer
flat
to
Earth.
any question that's
Exactly,
given to
yeah.
you?
That guy, yeah, that guy who
Exactly.
was
Okay.
cooking you guys, yeah, he needs to. With me, I'm not even saying
Okay.
anything. I'm just throwing
What
the words
guy
around.
was cooking us guys? Who's
The
he?
guy who was cooking in the kitchen, he
Yeah,
was cooking you.
is he
That
gone?
guy.
Is he still here?
No, he
So why
left,
did
bro.
he?
Because this guy literally was saying math doesn't exist. This guy was
So
saying
why
numbers
did?
are fantasy.
What the
So
fuck
if
are
he
you
was
talking
cooking,
about?
if he was cooking us, why did he run out the room? Because he couldn't rebut any points that we made, and we had responses for everything he brought up.
Well, if he was cooking the people in here, can you explain the whole recipe from beginning to end to us? Go ahead.
No, he doesn't understand. He's just here to listen.
Jedi, it was Talon, and he was just absolutely like just making shit up and butchering every single thing that he was saying. But this moron in here that was listening to him that has no idea about anything that was being said in the conversation or what any of it means, thinks he was cooking just because the guy is a globe earther. So
I can understand that. It's
Talon
talented.
was saying that you can measure a fraction by the time of the day. And there's less in the morning and more in the evening. So depending on what time of day it is, that's how you'll know how much refraction there is. And that's what they did when they measured the globe.
No, he said the theodolite did it.
He also said that modern theodolites measure refraction, but the old ones didn't measure refraction. So, but he said because they weighed 1,000 pounds, the old theodolites were really accurate. and they were so accurate that when the measurements didn't match the predictions, they knew how much refraction to account for to match the
Which
model,
Yeah,
make it
and that's how they
anyway.
measured for the refraction.
yeah. He was spouting the same stuff for about 3 hours, give or take.
Oh my god, it was worse, Jedi.
I can imagine it's Talon. But we got this guy advocating for him, saying he was cooking us. Okay, that puts everything into perspective. Oh dear.
Well, when I was listening and when he told Joe, "Oh, Joe, I'm trying to have an honest conversation," I almost choked when Talon said he was trying to be honest there.
What was dishonest?
Talon, it's like a common theme for him, just to mess around and make stuff on the go during the conversation. Oh, they accounted for refraction because it was morning and they calculated that. Yeah, sure.
I mean, I don't think Talon even know what refraction is. I think he got it confused with something else.
Yeah, but
And I don't know why they. I mean, the only point that I was just trying to why don't you guys just give up the whole, you could get curve measurements with angle. I mean, why don't you guys just give that up? Like, that wouldn't even be like the first point that I would even try to concede to. The point that I would try to go, but at least when I was and like I said, I was a Glober myself, and I think I was a pretty good dickhead at it. But at least when I was a Glober, I will always try to find where the globe was proven in its first instant before I even go into measurement. But I know that you have to go into measurements and do it. But I would say like, oh, well, you know what? The tangent is actually justified because we know it's a globe because of this observation, because of that observation, which would take me into Narnia. So, so I really don't understand on why you guys did, because if you're only using angle measurement, saying he's only using angle measurement, and we have to correct these angle measurements using the ellipsoid because we know it's due to refraction. I said, well, that's a new one actually to me, because I never knew that the outer light even measured for refraction or correct for refraction. So that's a new one to me, but I never even heard of that argument. I mean, usually they try to go away from it, but
He's only half
I don't
wrong.
know why they want it. I don't know why they want that so bad. Like, why do they want the angle measurements to prove a globe so bad?
You have to. You have to. The only way to plot a curvature is with angles, dude. It's the only way. There's no other way. So, for example, take any object that is curved that you know is curved, and try to tell me what the curvature is without using angles. Good luck.
Yeah, but you would have to tell,
So,
but any object that is but any object that is a curve, right? That any object that is curving, you have to have a physical observation showing that it's curving first in order for you to basically take a measurement or a correction in this first instant. So that's the measurements that's the thing that I would be trying to prove first.
no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Why not?
That's not. Because all you need is to pick any arbitrary baseline as a reference and then pull measurements and angles from that arbitrary baseline to multiple intersection points on the other surface, and then recognize that there's a rate of change of slope, and then you have a curvature.
Great.
So
So
you
have they taken
need,
any arbitrary Great. So the next question would be, did they take any arbitrary baseline and measure the entire for that curved surface to be a change of slope in continuation for a radius value?
okay, that's fine, maybe not, but that's
Because
different than saying,
that would be you
okay, that's
utilizing
fine, that's fine.
a
Hey, Joe, I get to finish my sentences. Okay, thank you. Okay, you're correct in the last part that you said, but in the first two sequences, you weren't correct. You have to use angles to measure curvature. You can't do it any other way. Well, unless you template. You could do a template. So you could match a pre-existent curvature, like let's say a French curve, like it's an artist tool, and you could put it against a curve and then you'd be matching. But if you're going to measure it raw, you'd have to use angles somewhere along the line. It can't be otherwise. Do you understand?
Dude, check this out. Check this out, AI. I want you to listen very closely. That is not my point that I am making. I am not about to play these Nathan OP games with you guys in here. That is not my point that I am making. The point that I am making, and I need you to listen very closely. The point that I'm making, in order for you to basically say that you are measuring angles, but the surface is actually curved, you're going to need substantial observations and substantial evidence to prove that the curve is curved in the first instant. You can't take a mathematical model, such as an ellipsoid, and have that mathematical model correct for a G, and then say, well, these two mathematical models, we're going to correct for them, and then we're going to utilize these local measurements, which is horizontal.
Nobody disagreed with that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So,
nobody disagreed. Yeah,
what I'm
nobody
saying.
disagreed with that.
Okay. Now, if you're going to
Right,
say
but
you're
you
going to
changed.
use, yeah, okay,
You
okay.
changed what you said, dude.
No, I didn't. I say I
Yeah,
don't
you
know
did.
why they try to go for the angle measurements. I don't know why they trying to go for the angle measurements in the first instant and
They
say
have
this is
to.
using these measurements is going to basically measure it for a curve. Can't do that, bro. It's not a
Yeah.
curve measurement.
Oh my goodness, brother. You can measure an unknown curve, dude. It's physically possible.
Never claimed it
Now,
wasn't physically.
if you say I already have a preordained model of my expectation of a curve, and then I'm going to mathematically transform my measurements to that curve, then yes, you'd be correct. That would be an error. But if they're just
Yes.
taking raw measurement, okay, which to be fair, when you critique them, you find out they aren't. But if they were just taking raw angle measurements, they could prove that a surface is curved. That's the only way you could do it, beyond seeing it in its totality or using a template.
Because if it's not measured to be flat, then it's curved.
Where's it not measured to be flat and it's curved?
Before he answers that, Joe is before he answers that, Joe is in the right spirit, because when he explained himself correctly. I'm just pointing out that when he first started talking about it, he was just loosely, now we understood what he was saying, but loosely he was just associating angles and excluding them from curvature. Now we knew what he meant, but I just give him the opportunity to clear it up. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just saying exclusively angles alone. Because listen, well, I know what you meant. If I'm gonna put it in a long version, if we can say, well, we're gonna use triangulation, or which is basically angles, and we're gonna measure these angles and use them in a local scale, and we only using them in a local scale, and then say, well, it's actually going to make corrections, the ellipsoid, or make corrections to a mathematical, because we know that it's actually a globe, then that would be incorrect. That would be an error, right? And this is what the globers usually try to hold. Now, if they making a claim, such as people like Bev, where they say like, well, actually we did take the elevation angle measurements, and we actually measured elevation where the dip continuously to a radius value, I would like that evidence, please.
Yeah, you'd have to have multiple floating points that are measured from the same raw baseline. And then you have to plot those floating points and see that they make a rate of change of slope consistent with some type of curvature when you plot them out. But that's not what they do. When it comes to the plotting, they intentionally do a mathematical transform to plot it to the expectation of the curvature. Which is,
Right.
we know that because, now, Reg, real quick, we know that because, just like Comey admitted, they alter the plumb lines to match their assumption of the celestial sphere's integration to the surface. Which is exactly what you see in the diagrams when you look it up in the textbooks. That is what they do. All right, but I think we beat that to death, so I think that's fair. So hopefully, Bacon Sauce
Yeah,
has
that's
something
correct.
interesting to say.
Because their instruments are correct, their measurements, their methodology for using the instruments are correct, right? They're going to stand by that till the cows come home. And the celestial sphere model is correct beyond a doubt to them.
Oh,
To them, right?
Edub,
Those are their two standards, right?
I have one correction. I have one correction. Perfect, not correct. Perfect.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and listen. And to your point, AI. Check this out. When the guy was first talking, and I don't want to beat this to death. I said when the guy was first talking, I said yes. I said all that would be correct. I said I would give you the angle measurement. I said as long as that you admit that you are using right now locally, you are measuring horizontal locally, even though it's a change in elevation. Whether it's a change in elevation or not, when you're measuring anything in distances, your measurement is actually being taken in distance. It is horizontal. Now you would need an independent, right? You would need something that is independent to basically show that it's actually a globe. Now, if you have any measurements showing that you have an elevation change continuously where you will have a radius value behind it, right? He said, well, I'm going to go to the celestial body. He said, or the celestial sphere. I said, well, no, you would only need to prove the tangent line that is underneath the tangent line, right? So you would need to prove that change. Now, I'm not going to just say give it to him. He should already have that, because if I'm trying to put the globe back when I'm a glober, I always say like, well, you have different direction, and the elevation do change horizontally. Same now as Bev say, but you will have multiple horizontals. I agree with that. Right, you will have multiple horizontals, right? But if you don't have to change continuously until you come up with a radius value or that circumference that you're talking about, then you don't have the actual proof or the physical proof or a physical observation due to measurements that you actually can describe a globe with. You only have a mathematical, that you guys actually have GPs on, and those are math points, and you will only use that for physical local flat Earth or physical local horizontal measurement from where you are from the GPs that you guys have with this mathematical point from the celestial bodies in the stars. That's it. That's why I say I don't know why they want to go there if they don't have that. I would want to go somewhere else. Go back to boats going underneath the horizon or something. I would go somewhere else if you don't have that. If you don't have it there, I would go somewhere else.
Yeah, but he said it a bunch of times. He said, what did he say? He said something to the effect of, I know I have to correct for it because if I don't correct for it, it doesn't come out right. Because I know what I'm expecting. It's like, so how'd you get it in the first place? If you didn't have what you're supposed to do later.
Hey, I kept asking him. I said, correct for what?
Oh, bro, real quick, bro. It's like John
Yeah.
Connor. His dad banged his mom, and then his son sent his dad back to save his mom. Yeah, I get it now.
Yes, because that's the way he makes it sound. The Talon makes it sound like, okay, they took the measurements. They had no ellipsoid model, right? Which they did, but he's saying it like, no, Everest didn't, right? Everest took the measurements, built an ellipsoid out of the measurements, right? And then used the ellipsoid to be able to tell that the measurements were incorrect, that there was errors in the measurements. That's the way he makes it sound. Like, that's the way it came across to me anyway. That's what I got from it. Like,
Pretty
which
much,
just
it's like a
sense.
bootstrap paradox or first cause fallacy, something along those lines.
Globe model's riddled with those. Foucault's apparatus, Coriolis, gyroscopes.
Or is it called it's called ex post hoc ergo prompter hoc. There you go. The cart before the horse.
I call it the unicorn fallacy.
Sorry, I'm making a little bit of noise here for a second. Putting away the super sawzall. So that was actually a pretty entertaining back and forth. The only problem is that some of your guys' mics overblare each other. You, the one speaking, can't tell the other person speaking, and the people that are listening just hear you, the person that's overblaring, is muffle.
Yeah, it's my mic. I was trying to clear the floor for him. I was trying to like, hey man, let's not do that, but you know.
Well, I mean, to your point there, somebody who doesn't have a mic like yours has to be the one to do it, because when you try to do it, they can't hear you. So someone has to recognize it's happening and then step in on your behalf.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, that's why I said I try to set up. I only say things like, "Hey, well, it's a direct question, man. It's not really for you to like monologue, because I don't want to cause the audience chaos." You know, because if I say, "Hey, what is this?" and then you say yes, and then I get to talking again to finish my point, then you know, I'm like, "Hey, it's a direct question, man," and I just go ahead and let a monologue anyway. But it's like three different people, so
Speaking of that, should we hear what Bacon wanted to say? I think he was going to prove us all wrong and validate the globe and make us cry.
Yes, yes, I like some beef bacon. Go ahead.
Oh, maybe he left. He's got no staying power.
I think Bacon was talking earlier, but he left.
Well, you know what? Before he left, he said the globe has a lot of those, referring to the bootstrap paradox type justifications.
That wasn't Bacon. That was me.
What? Oh my goodness, dude! I apologize.
No worries.
Now
They
that you
sound the
spoke
same.
again, well, no. Now that he spoke again, now I can tell the difference. But when it happened, the two had talked so close to each other, like I just thought it was the same person still talking.
Oh, okay.
Bacon, percentage, same thing.
What? That's haram.
It's not haram if it's beef bacon, though.
It depends on how it's slaughtered, but yeah.
Listen, dude, if your harem is full of beef and bacon, you might want to, find some prettier chicks.
I don't think Bacon will stay in here more than 5 minutes
What do
anyway.
they call whale meat?
A Jenny Craig social mixer.
Yeah. They could do them presentations on I think every Tuesday. They could do like a presentation on Earth Awakening like every Tuesday or something. He probably wouldn't be in here anyway. I think Monday or Tuesday, him and Jesse be presentations they be doing. But yeah, but to your point, AI, that is the only way to get it. I was just kind of I was being like kind of a dickhead. But that's cool for calling me out on it, since ain't no Glober in here.
All survived.
Move the conversation to something else. Like, come on, tell me about gravity again. Ain't Elon going to Mars? Tell me about that. You guys don't have it with these angle. It just piss them off even more, I guess. Well, these fucker, you think I can't beat them with angle measurements? Okay. Talk to me about NASA, bro. You guys can't beat me with these angle measurements. What? Okay, I got you. These angle measurements. Triangulation. Look, GG. Yeah.
You know, all they got to do is just change the name of a quote unquote curved triangle to something else. Be like, call it a spoogly doogly, and then they can just skirt around the whole definition problem.
Right. A spherical
See,
thing.
I thought they were called kites or vectors. That's what I thought they were called.
That would make more sense for them to call it that, since they say it's due to gravity. That's how they, you know.
Well, let me ask this question: if a triangle is fundamentally missing a portion of the definition, then it's not a triangle, right? So, for example, real quick, the spherical triangle, right? It has 3 points. They are connected by lines, but they're not straight lines, right? So then you would say, okay, that's not a triangle. Doesn't fit the definition, right?
Right.
So if that's true, then if you have another 3 points, right, but the hypotenuse and the vertical don't intersect at a point in space, right? Like triangles do, because it's 3 points connected by 3 straight lines, which means they must intersect at that point, then that would also not be a triangle by the same logic, right?
Yeah, but they're not connected. What do you mean?
Well, I'm just mean like if you some people, they say you're using a right angle triangle for celestial navigation, right?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
And they'll be missing. It's missing parts of the definition of a triangle, and it's borrowing categories from real triangles and conceptual triangles. So parts of the triangle are conceptual, and parts of it is real. So it actually doesn't fit the definition of an actual triangle. And so, just like the spherical triangle doesn't, if you want to hold true to
Yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah.
then you'd also
Well,
have to hold true to the other one. Isn't?
well, no, it's not. But the thing is that it is conceptual. The line of sight is conceptual because you're not getting the actual distance. If that's what you mean. But in a sense, it's a conceptual triangle anyway. I mean, the only thing that is actually being measured is your your location distance from the GP, which is a
Right, but then,
mathematical which is a
sure. So you
mathematical.
could agree. Yeah. So you could agree that you can have a conceptual shape that you use and you apply numbers to, and you use the math for that concept for that shape in the concept stage, and it actually gives you real world results. But in the real world, that shape doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, but the conceptual shape must be within the definition. The conceptual shape can't be without the definition. So a curved line cannot get you.
Right. Yeah. If you're making a conceptual triangle, it needs to be a triangle, not a vector or a kite or whatever else you want to name the other thing.
Right. So it's not like a natural. I mean, that's. I mean, it's. I mean, I said the same thing to Jedi. I said it's not a like it's not a physical measurement. Like if you to do it with a tree or a mountain, it's a conceptual measurement because you're using your line of sight to compare positions. But you're only trying to get the physical distance from the GP, which you can say is a little shaky because the GP is a mathematical point from the line of sight that is on these guys. What what they call it? I forgot what they. So, I mean, he's only giving you a physical distance. There. I mean, yeah. I mean, okay. But I get what you guys are saying about it. It's not an actual triangle. It's more of a conceptual. That's what I would say about it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And if you leave it at that, that's fine. But some people
Right.
make the claim. Some people make the claim that those two lines actually intersect in space at a particular point, and that the star is at that point. That's a problem.
Yeah, I would like to see how they like intersect. It's conceptually intercepting, but you don't know the physical distance of where the star is. So
Right, I gotta go on mute because it's bedtime for the tenants.
if
So I
you have
gotta
an
finish up.
infinite line, you can say the infinite line is intersecting. I don't know, but you would still need the physical distance to the star. The line must have a length that is physical. So I mean, a little shaky, a little bit nitpicky. But it's totally not. Oh well, all the lines be scrabbled. If that ain't a natural triangle. Matter of fact, I think I talked to Wixit about this before even Jedi. Yeah, I think I did talk to Wixit about this. Wixit and uh, Wixit, Humble, Righteous Force, George. Talked to a few people about that for like a whole 2 years. So this is definitely not nothing new. This is like more, I think, what, 2003, 2000, 2000, no, I say 2000, 2000. He was talking about this. Yeah, my bad if I over talked over T Dub. I know exactly what AI very good, and the dude totally like annoyed me when he was like, "We did this and we did that," and I totally like talked over T Dub. I ain't mad, but I just hate when people say, "Yeah, and we did this and we did that, and went out and did this," but you didn't absolutely nothing. You is sitting in the house on the computer. That's what you. We millennials. We did this. You a millennial? I doubt you even took a bath. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna sit up here and believe a guy went out and took a measurement of some earth, and he won't even jump off his computer and jump. Did we get a job? Did we do that? What's up, Peter?
What's up, guys? What are you guys up to?
Not much.
Cooking Glovers, I'm guessing.
Kind of. You know, being a little nice today, though. Actually,
They're gonna cook themselves.
that point.